Chapter 22. The knockoff is the genuine one? Yi Qinghan was pleasantly surprised. After feeling the white stream of energy circulating in his body once, his wounds had actually healed. After another round, the external wounds actually began to slowly clot, and the bleeding gradually stopped. The most important thing was that the white stream of energy was circulating in his body, and the pain in his body was slowly diminishing. His whole body felt as warm as if he was lying in a hot spring on a cold day. It was warm and comfortable. White stream of energy, right? I remember that during the awakening ceremony, the meridians in my body burst due to the loss of blood. It seems like this white stream of energy also saved my life. This is too magical. This knockoff version of the ring actually has the ability to automatically protect its owner. Damn it. I've hit the jackpot. In the future, other than being instantly killed, will I be able to survive no matter how heavy my injuries are? Sacred tool, this ring is definitely a sacred tool. Feeling his body gradually recovering, Yi Qinghan was ecstatic. It should be known that the treasures in the Fire Dragon continent could be classified into different grades. Spiritual tools, treasured tools, sacred tools, and even the legendary divine tools. And a sacred tool with the ability to automatically protect its owner was the manifestation of a sacred tool. Sacred tool, sacred tool. It should be known that the Yi family only had one sacred tool after thousands of years of inheritance. It could be seen how precious a sacred tool was. Moreover, this sacred tool actually had the ability to heal. This was the most precious part. Having this ring was equivalent to having a life. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, Yi Qinghan could be resurrected. This was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. I didn't expect this. Dad, you really are my most awesome dad. I apologize for saying that you are a pirate, a vagabond, and an insurance broker. Fortunately, I didn't throw it away back then. TSK. Sacred tool, as expected of a sacred tool. In such a short period of time, other than the broken bones that were slowly recovering, the rest of my body has actually recovered. This is too miraculous. Even the ruptured meridians can be healed. Wait. Ruptured meridians can be healed? Yi Qinghan's mind was filled with incomparable ecstasy. As he was thinking, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. His eyes suddenly opened and his body trembled. He was so excited that he was about to jump. Ah! The pain is killing me, he shouted. Just now, he was lost in thought and excited. He had forgotten about his current injuries. He struggled to jump up, but in the end, he triggered his injuries. The pain made him break out in cold sweat, and his back was completely drenched. But at this moment, his eyes were abnormally excited, even more excited than when he found out that his counterfeit ring was the genuine one. Meridians ruptured. Even broken meridians could recover. He thought of a possibility. If this possibility could be realized, his strength would skyrocket, and his battle chi cultivation base would break through at a terrifying speed. It's definitely possible. In theory, it's definitely possible. Absolutely. Yi Qinghan endured the pain and clenched his fists. At this moment, he even felt that the bronze ring's recovery speed was so slow. He couldn't wait to recover from his injuries and carry out the experiment in his mind. If others knew what he was feeling right now, they would definitely curse him madly. With such a terrifying healing ability, recovery speed, and such a terrifying sacred artifact, he actually thought that its functions were not strong enough. Time ticked by like a small river. The night was still very long. The sky gradually brightened, but the mountain range was still dark. The cold morning wind blew through the forest, and the leaves rustled. Phew! Thank God, thank Buddha. Yi Qinghan sat up with difficulty. After a night of treatment by the bronze ring's white qi, his injuries were almost healed. Other than the faint pain from his broken bones, the rest of his body was completely healed. Looking at the situation, I should be completely healed by the afternoon. This ring is too awesome. I like it. He gently raised his left hand and kissed the bronze ring. His right hand fondled it fondly. This place isn't safe. I'd better hurry up and heal and leave as soon as possible. Once my injuries are healed, I can test whether my idea is feasible or not. Hee. If it really works, I'll be rich. Yi Qinghan looked around and sighed inwardly. Fortunately, he was lucky. The place where he fell with the saber-toothed tiger last night was a patch of thick grass. This patch of grass was very dense, about half a person's height. He was now in the middle of the grass, and it was impossible to see him from the outside. Fortunately, it was in the middle of the grass. If it was an open space, he wouldn't have been able to move last night. Any level 1 magical beast would have been able to dismember him. Right now, he had not fully recovered from his injuries and was still in a dangerous area. He didn't think too much about it. He circulated his battle chi and slowly circulated it along the cells of his body to his injured bones, using the battle chi to assist in the healing. Battle chi was a magical thing. It could be circulated to every part of the body through the cells. When warriors absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, it was also transmitted to the meridians through the cells. Of course, the circulation of battle chi through the cells was very slow, but the meridians were different. The meridians could quickly circulate battle chi to every part of the body. Therefore, when warriors cultivated, they first needed to open their meridians. 2 hours. 4 hours. Half a day passed. Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning, and he was very excited. He slapped the ground with his left hand, and his whole body flew into the air. His hands and feet nimbly made all kinds of movements before he slowly landed on the ground. All healed. After half a day and a night, such a serious injury had actually recovered to its original state. He looked at the ring on his ring finger with a burning gaze, and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile. He grabbed the black dagger on the ground, and in a few moves, he smashed the saber-toothed tiger's head into pieces. He took out an orange magic crystal and threw it into his bosom. His legs kicked the ground, and his whole body shot out like a sword. Following his memory, he quickly came to a small river, took a quick bath, and changed his clothes. Last night, his clothes were torn by the saber-toothed tiger, and the smell of blood was very strong, which could easily attract high-level magical beasts. And the clothes he was wearing now were the last set of clothes he had, which he bought in Barbarian City before he entered the mountain. Here it is. After washing up, he quickly left and found a place to rest. It was a big tree, and there was an ancient tree about 10 meters away from it. The branches and leaves were not connected. The ancient tree he rested on last night had already been checked, and there were no magical beasts in it. The saber-toothed tiger had obviously come over from the ancient tree next to it. Learn from your mistakes. Don't be anxious when you make a mistake, but those who make the same mistake a second time are pigs. Let's begin. After hastily eating some dry rations, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged on the trunk of the tree, his eyes closed, and his expression was very excited. Calm down, I have to calm down. He told himself to be calm, to be as calm as still water, and to be calm. Because he had decided to do something very dangerous, something that no one had ever done before. He wanted to break the cultivation method of his predecessors, and use a cultivation method that no one had ever done before, and no one would be able to do so in the future. If he succeeded, then his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds, and he would be able to break through the hat of trash that had been on his head for the past 10 years. He decided to use battle aura to break through the blockage in his meridians. That's right. Not to dissolve, not to corrode, but to impact, a powerful impact. As everyone knew, the first 5 realms of a martial artist were the martial man realm, soldier realm, elite realm, commander realm, and general realm. The main purpose of these 5 realms was to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and then convert it into battle aura in the cells. With battle aura, one could use battle aura to slowly corrode, dissolve, and divide the blockage in the meridians, thus giving battle aura a place to store and circulate. The human body had 9 minor meridians. 3 major meridians, and 9 minor meridians were opened. A minor circulation was formed, allowing battle aura to circulate in the 9 minor meridians. This would allow one to break through the peak of the elite realm and reach the commander realm. Then, 3 major meridians would be opened, allowing battle aura to circulate in the 12 meridians, and then condense into the dantian, allowing battle aura to circulate in the dantian and the 12 meridians to form a major circulation. This would allow one to reach the general realm. The cultivation of these 5 realms could be said to be easy, very easy. For geniuses, with few blockages in their meridians, it was very easy. For trash, with many blockages in their meridians, these 5 realms were as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Many people on the continent would be stuck in these 5 realms for the rest of their lives, unable to cross this threshold and unable to accomplish anything for the rest of their lives. Yi Qinghan belonged to the latter. For an ordinary genius like Yi Qinghuang, it would only take him 10 days to half a month to clear a meridian, but Yi Qinghan would need a few years. 10 days to half a month and a few years. What kind of concept was this? That was why his father, Yi Dao's Heart Sutra of Martial Arts, said that everything below the realms depended on one's talent. If one's talent was not good, one would not achieve much in life. There were thousands of cultivation techniques in the House of Aries, and there were strong and weak ones. However, the cultivation methods for the first 5 realms were almost the same. The only difference was the speed of cultivation. Meridians. They were the weakest part of the human body, but also the most important part of the human body. Therefore, when clearing the blockage in the meridians, no one dared to be fast. Everyone had to be careful and meticulous. This was because battle aura was extremely violent and contained extraordinary power. When using battle aura to clear the blockage in the meridians, one had to be careful and slow. Because if one was too fast and used too much force, then one's meridians would explode, and one would die. Chapter 23. Therefore, clearing the meridians required the use of battle aura to dissolve, erode, and divide. It was like eating candy. Holding it in your mouth, slowly dissolving it with your saliva, licking it with your tongue, rolling it in your mouth, and slowly wearing it down. But today, Yi Qinghan was going to use an unprecedented method to clear the blockage. He was going to use battle aura to break through the blockage. It was the same candy. Others would hold it in their mouth and slowly dissolve it, but he had to bite it, chew it, and crush it. Bite it. Chew it. Crush it. The speed would definitely be dozens or hundreds of times faster than slowly melting it. But, was he courting death? Cultivating like this would definitely cause his meridians to explode and he would die. Explode my meridians? It's not like I haven't done it before. Come on, let the meridians explode more violently. The bronze ring is up to you. Yi Qinghan took 3 deep breaths, gritted his teeth, and ran his battle aura to smash against the blockage in his meridians. Smash, smash, smash. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and ran his battle aura to smash against the blockage in his meridians. Under his command, the battle aura in his 2 opened meridians turned into a sharp sword. It suddenly sped up and slammed against the sticky blockage in his meridians. Bang! The sharp sword formed by the battle aura collided with the sticky blockage. Yi Qinghan seemed to hear the sound of metal colliding. The sticky blockage was smashed into pieces. Like a blossoming firework, it instantly disintegrated into granules and scattered in the meridians. It worked. But before Yi Qinghan could rejoice, the sharp sword-like battle aura suddenly exploded as well. The surging power was like an exploding detonator, spreading in all directions. The meridians where the battle aura collided with the blockage instantly exploded. Ah. A burst of heart-wrenching pain instantly spread to his mind. In an instant, his entire body began to twitch, and the muscles on his face deformed, becoming ferocious and terrifying. No, I'm going to faint. Bronze ring, it's all up to you. In just a few seconds, the intense pain made Yi Qinghan faint. Before he fainted, he had placed all his hopes on the bronze ring's white air current. Chi! The bronze ring did not disappoint him. When he was heavily injured and on the verge of death, the bronze ring automatically activated its protection function, emitting a white stream of air that instantly penetrated his skin and entered his body from his ring finger, finally stopping at his damaged meridian. In the Chom meridian, that meridian was already riddled with holes and was beyond recognition. However, under the nourishment of the white air current, it quickly began to repair itself. This air current was actually miraculous. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Half an hour later, Yi Qinghan slowly opened his eyes. His entire body felt extremely comfortable, as if he had just taken a hot bath on a cold day. After a while, he quickly sat cross-legged and checked the condition of his body. In the Chom meridian, the meridians were as good as new, as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, the blockage of the viscous substance in the meridians had significantly decreased. This is crazy. The cultivation method that had never been done before and would never be replicated in the future had actually succeeded. After a while, a maniacal and joyful laughter came from the mountain range, causing the chirping of birds. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the outskirts of the barbaric mountain range, a black-clothed young man was rushing through the mountain range. The young man looked gentle and delicate, his body slightly thin and weak. However, as he walked, his body was like the wind, steady and powerful. His expression was relaxed, and his eyes were like lightning. His whole body unknowingly gave off a confident and calm temperament. At this moment, the young man's hurried footsteps suddenly stopped, but his body did not sway in the slightest, as if he had been standing there all along. It was as if he could not feel the momentum and inertia from the high-speed movement. The young man stood there quietly and listened for a while. Suddenly, his legs kicked, and his body was like a nimble leopard cat, climbing up an ancient tree at the side without making any sound. Level 1 Demonic Wind Wolf Pack, there are 18 of them. Xiao Hei, you have food for tomorrow. Come out and work, summon your beasts. The young man smiled lightly and said in a low voice. His chest trembled, and a black stream of air suddenly emerged from his chest. It slowly condensed, and finally took the shape of a small beast that looked like a lion's nose. When the small beast appeared, it wagged its tail intimately and stuck out its tongue to please the young man. However, the young man did not mind, and reached out his hand to pat the small beast's head. Let's get to work. With a low shout, his whole body shot towards the wind wolf pack not far away like a sharp arrow. Shio! The small beast's tail stopped wagging, and a red light appeared in its eyes. It followed the young man, its speed even faster than the young man's. Not far away, a pack of wind wolves was leisurely strolling in the forest, looking for food. Suddenly, the fur of the two wind wolves in front of them stood up, and their eyes shone with a cold light as they looked towards the sky in alarm. Earth-splitting slash. In mid-air, two black shadows, one big and one small, flew towards the two wind wolves in front of them. The young man on the left was unarmed, and he flew down from the sky at high speed. He raised his left leg high up, almost reaching his shoulder. Then, he ferociously chopped down towards the wind wolf's head, and the faint sound of the wind could be heard. The wind wolf was a first-rank magical beast, and its speed was indeed top-notch. However, when faced with this swift kick, it didn't even have the time to react. All it could do was move its head slightly to the side. Bang! The black, iron-like leg viciously chopped down on the wind wolf's head. With a crisp sound, the wind wolf's head, which was as hard as iron, was directly smashed to pieces. White brain matter and red blood sprayed everywhere. In a single exchange, a wind wolf had been chopped to death. On the other side, the small beast, which was only the size of a human head, was much more refined in its fighting style. The small beast flew towards the other wind wolf at high speed. Just as it was about to reach the wolf's head, it suddenly sped up again. Before the wind wolf could react, it opened its mouth, revealing 4 sharp canines, and swept past the wind wolf's neck. Chi! Half of the wind wolf's neck was torn apart, and large amounts of blood immediately poured out from several of its major arteries. The wind wolf twisted its head, revealing a terrified expression, and then collapsed to the ground. Not bad. Let's see who kills faster. The youth looked at the small beast with satisfaction and said with a smile. His whole body sped up again, and he used his palm as a blade, pouncing towards the pack of wolves behind him. Chirp chirp, the small beast raised its head proudly and followed the youth's footsteps, charging into the pack of wolves. After a while, all 18 winged wolves fell to the ground. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. The black small beast happily followed behind the youth, as if it was asking for credit from its master. The black youth was covered in blood, and there were scratch marks on his back and thighs. His flesh was badly mangled, and it looked very terrifying. However, the youth didn't seem to care at all. He slowly dug out the magical crystals from the heads of the winged wolves with his dagger. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. Seeing that the youth was ignoring it, the small beast became even more cheerful. Chirp chirp your head, damn you. How many times have I told you not to chirp all the time? Chirp chirp. You have to endure it until it cries. Only then will you have momentum. Understand? Come, this is your dinner. After digging out the magical crystals, the youth threw 5 magical crystals to the small beast, looking very dissatisfied. Ayo, chirp chirp, little bastard. Forget it. I say, Xiao Hei, it's been more than 2 months, why haven't you passed through your week period? I remember that a normal beast's week period is more than a month. The highest period recorded in the history of the Yi family was the holy beast of Yi Ruoshui's ancestor, the white tiger, which was in a week period of 2 months. Could it be that you are stronger than the white tiger? Are you really a divine beast? The youth blinked his eyes and stared at the small beast, his eyes filled with love. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. The small beast was still confused, as if it couldn't understand. It just kept wagging its tail, stretched out its claws, and grabbed the magical crystals on the ground, eating them non-stop. Damn you, if you were a divine beast, I would be a god. Look at you, you don't even have the temperament of a high-level beast. Eat quickly, eat quickly. Later, I still need to take a bath and train. There's still a small portion of my meridians left, then I can open all 9 meridians and step into the commander realm. This man and beast were Yi Qinghan and his beast, Xiao Hei. In the past month, the two of them had gone around the outermost area of the barbarian mountain range, specifically hunting level 1 beasts. They had even returned to the barbarian city twice to restock, but most of the things they bought were clothes. In the past month, Yi Qinghan relied on the mysterious white qi in the bronze ring to hunt level 1 beasts in the day, and at night, he trained his battle qi and opened his meridians. Every time he opened his meridians, he didn't use his usual method of slowly nourishing and corroding them. Instead, he crazily struck and attacked. After a month of bitter training and 30 painful nights, Yi Qinghan would even faint from the pain every night. It was so painful that it tore his lungs apart. However, every time he fainted, the mysterious white qi would rush into his body, automatically protecting him and healing him. 1 month, 30 nights of bitter training. The results were gratifying, and could even be said to be terrifying. This month, Yi Qinghan's physical fitness had obviously improved greatly, and the most terrifying thing was his meridians. He had actually opened 6 meridians in a month. Currently, only a small portion of his 9 meridians was left, and he would be able to completely open the 9 meridians, form a small circulation of battle qi, and step into the commander realm. 6 meridians in a month. This was a very impressive number, even for the entire house of Aries. Only those geniuses, who were born with very little or no blockages in their meridians would have such a number. Yi Qinghan's father, Yi Dao, was a genius, right? He had needed half a year to open all 12 meridians in his body. Opening 9 minor meridians and 3 major meridians in half the time would still require 3 months. Yi Qinghan clearly remembered that in the history of the House of Aries, the person who had opened the 9 meridians in the shortest time was a peerless genius from the Feng family who had opened 9 meridians in a month, shocking the entire continent. And Yi Qinghan had opened 6 meridians in a month. Most importantly, these 6 meridians were different from the meridians of those geniuses and prodigies. These 6 meridians were filled with blockages, and they were filled with a huge amount of blockages. If this situation was known by the Yi family, or if it was announced in the continent, Yi Qinghan would become famous overnight. Indeed, Moonlit Night Chill's improvement was unprecedented. However, after this huge breakthrough came repeated pain and torture. In fact, it could even be said to be self-mutilation time and time again. How many people in the world, how many 15-year-old youngsters, could have such determination? Could they have such tenacity? Could they have such perseverance and endurance? Could they have such a strong heart that was willing to cut off all means of retreat, to succeed or die trying? Even though Yi Qinghan's body was only 15 years old, he had lived 2 lives, so his mental age was more than 30 years old. In his previous life, he was an orphan and had experienced the warmth and coldness of the human world. In this life, after his father passed away, he suffered even more humiliation. The rainy night in the elders' hall, the oath he made in front of his mother's coffin, the casual strike from Shui Wuhan on Yulon Street, the cold and murderous gaze of his first uncle in the War Beast Hall. Everything appeared in his mind, reminding him to become stronger, to become stronger. If he wanted to control his own fate, if he wanted to go against the heavens and change his fate, the only way was to become strong. Moreover, in this world, who else had the bronze ring that Yi Qinghan wore on his finger? Who else had the abnormal healing ability of the bronze ring that came out of the bronze ring? All of these had led to Yi Qinghan's terrifying training speed today. However, with regards to his own training speed, although Yi Qinghan was a little surprised, it was still acceptable. What shocked him the most was the beast Xiao Hei's strength and speed of improvement. Xiao Hei had only been summoned for 2 months. In the first month, other than eating, he had been sleeping. After entering the barbarian mountain range, his sleeping time had gradually decreased. According to Elder Yi Tianxing of the War Beast Academy, after a beast had passed the week period, its sleeping time would gradually decrease. If it didn't sleep for a day and a night, then there was a high chance that it had entered the growth period, and its body would also have obvious changes. Xiao Hei would spend at least 1/3 of its time in deep sleep every day. Moreover, its body had only grown a little, from the size of a palm to the size of a baby's head. There were no obvious changes. This meant that the little beast was still in its weak period. Elder Yi Tianxing had clearly stated that a beast in its weak period had almost 0 fighting power. However, 10 days ago, Xiao Hei had accidentally killed a level 1 beast in an instant during a battle. Now, a level 1 beast could kill a level 1 beast in 1 bite. They were not on the same level at all. What was even more terrifying was its speed. With Yi Qinghan's current cultivation level at the peak of the elite realm, his speed was actually far inferior to Xiao Hei's. Xiao Hei's fighting power had increased greatly, but its appetite had also increased rapidly. It had grown from 5 magic crystals a day when it was born to 10 magic crystals a day now. It had increased by 2 times. Thus, Yi Qinghan's daily schedule began to change. During the day, 1 man and 1 beast would wander around the outskirts of the barbarian mountain range, specifically looking for groups of level 1 beasts, and then rush forward to slaughter them. Relying on the bronze ring's mystical airflow, Yi Qinghan had nothing to fear. As long as one did not lose an arm or a leg and die on the spot, no matter how serious the injury was, the white airflow could quickly heal and recover. Xiao Hei was even more terrifying. With his terrifying speed, level 1 beasts could not even touch his fur, not to mention injuring him. His sharp teeth were even more terrifying. Level 1 and level 2 beasts' skin and flesh seemed to be made of water under his teeth. With each bite, pieces of flesh and blood flew everywhere. At night, Xiao Hei would return to the beast dimension and sleep soundly. Yi Qinghan began his painful training every night. At this time, at night, on top of an ancient tree, Yi Qinghan began his painful journey again. Tonight, he wanted to break through the remaining blockages in the 9 meridians of the heavenly circuit in one go. Tonight, he wanted to completely open up the 9 meridians of the heavenly circuit, forming a small heavenly circuit, and step into the commander realm. Qinghan, 3rd uncle, has already tried his best. It's just that your first uncle and Yi Rong used all their strength to suppress him. The elders are also very helpless, and they have also violated the clan's rules. Now, you can only train hard and break through the commander realm before the age of 16, or summon a level 6 or above beast, and join the ranks of the core disciples of the clan. At that time, I will speak to the Elder Hall again. At that time, there will definitely be hope for you to fulfill second sister-in-law's last wish. In his mind, on the night his mother died of illness, and the words that third uncle Yi Chang said to him while kneeling in front of the Elder Hall, Yi Qinghan's heart was filled with excitement. After tonight, he would be in the commander realm. Right now, he was only 15 years old. Furthermore, with the help of the bronze ring's mysterious white gas, the general realm was not that far away anymore. Furthermore, he had a beast that was comparable to a holy beast, Xiao He. This time, when he returned to the clan and joined the core disciples, he would definitely succeed. Mother, your son will soon be able to fulfill your last wish. Your son did not disappoint you. Humph, Yi Qinghuang, Yi Rong, Yi Jian, you big shots, one day, I will definitely step on you. The corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth rose, revealing an evil smile. He closed his eyes and began his painful training tonight. Where there was light, there would be darkness. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. Of course, where there were benefits, there would always be people doing things that would not make people happy. These few days, Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. That night, he finally broke through his useless physique and successfully opened up the last small meridian in his body, the terminated meridian, and entered the commander realm that many people could not enter. To the countless warriors in the House of Ares, the commander realm was not a high realm. To the powerful 5 great clans, it was even more common. However, to reach the commander realm at 15 years old, no matter in the Yi family or the House of Ares, was still considered a good result. Therefore, the Yi family set one of the requirements for core disciples to enter the commander realm before 16 years old. Battle Chi was wine, and the body was a container to hold the wine. If the container was too small and sturdy, it would affect the amount of wine it could hold in the future. Of course, the speed at which the container was produced was even more important. Therefore, the speed at which the meridian was opened up in the early stages was very important and highly valued. Now, the problem that had troubled him for more than 10 years was finally solved after 30 painful nights. Yi Qinghan felt a sense of exaltation, even though the training every night was really painful. Suffering, tiredness, pain, and mental torture were things that many people did not want to experience. However, for those who had a tough and mature mind, this was nothing. They were afraid that after suffering, tiredness, and torture, there would be no results, and there would be no effect. Having a dream, working hard, and finally achieving it was actually a very joyful thing. At least for Yi Qinghan, he felt an unprecedented satisfaction in his heart. Although Xiao He was still so small, his instantaneous burst of speed and his terrifying sharp teeth always made Yi Qinghan happy again and again. With the relatively strong martial strength of the commander realm and Xiao He's ferocity, for a moment, the man and beast felt a little invincible in the outer regions of the barbaric mountains. Therefore, after a short period of consideration, and with the slight adventurous spirit in his heart and blood, they decided to go deeper. Of course, they only went a little deeper. 1 man and 1 beast killed their way in. Other than the occasional 1 or 2 level 4 beasts that made Yi Qinghan feel a little troublesome, the rest were not a problem. His strength, experience, and beast were constantly improving. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but feel even more delighted. Chapter 24. But on the second day, his joyful mood began to end. He met a person. There were countless adventurers in the savage mountains, so it was not strange to meet someone. In the past month, he had also met a few adventurers. But, today, this person was a bit special, because this person's whole body was shrouded in black, except for a pair of cold, murderous eyes, and the long Zamadeo in his hand. Kid, hand over all your belongings, and then, disappear. The black-clothed man spoke, his tone was somewhat overbearing, like a superior giving an order. This was the legendary hunter, a hunter who did not hunt demonic beasts, but a hunter. Yi Qinghan slightly squinted his eyes, a little surprised in his heart. Often walking by the river, one's shoes finally got wet today. Today, he finally met the legendary black-hearted and cruel hunter. But in the blink of an eye, he became excited, his face was unusually red, his body began to tremble, and he stammered, Big brother, can you leave some travel expenses? Travel expenses or your life, you can choose to leave one. The black-clothed man opened a multiple-choice question. Walking on the edge of darkness all year round, his heart no longer had a trace of mercy, only hardness and cold-bloodedness. As he spoke, his eyes began to shine, and the saber in his hand also slightly lifted. Don't, I'll leave my life. Yi Qinghan's body trembled even more, violently, his eyes narrowed even more, and he hurriedly took the bag from his back. He threw it over, but carefully turned his left thigh slightly, blocking the black-clothed man's sight. On his left thigh, a small part of the black dagger and a short hilt were slightly exposed. Not bad, kid, very tactful. But your dagger seems to be of good quality, throw it over too. The black-clothed man reached out to take the bag, felt the weight of the bag, and was very satisfied. He nodded, casually glanced at Yi Qinghan, and then said. Yi Qinghan's face was shocked, and he hurriedly said, This, big brother, without a weapon, I'm afraid I can't walk out of the mountain. Throw the dagger over. Otherwise, you can prepare to sleep in this mountain for the rest of your life. The black-clothed man didn't seem to mind. He coldly glanced over, cold and arrogant. Sigh. In just a few seconds, Yi Qinghan made up his mind. He reached out and pulled out the dagger. His eyes were filled with reluctance. He then threw the dagger towards the black-clothed man. At that moment, he saw the black-clothed man's proud gaze. The dagger drew an arc in the air at a very fast speed. The man in black laughed and raised his hand to catch the dagger. However, his complacent gaze suddenly changed to one of astonishment and horror. Behind the dagger, a black shadow flew even faster than the dagger. In just a short second, the black shadow caught up with the dagger. Then, it stretched out a fair and slender hand and grabbed the hilt of the dagger. Following the trajectory of the dagger, it continued to move forward until the dagger slid heavily across the arm of the man in black in front of it. Clang! The long zamadeo and the black bag fell heavily on the ground without raising a single speck of dust. However, the black-clothed man's eyes were filled with horror. He held his left hand with his right hand and quickly retreated. I don't want your life. Don't do this anymore. It's very dangerous. Yi Qinghan's body no longer trembled, and his eyes were no longer squinting. He picked up the bag on the ground, patted it lightly, and firmly tied it to his back. I must have been blind to come and kill a commander-level expert. Thank you for your mercy, young man. Now that my hand is crippled, I can't do this anymore. The black-clothed man began to calm down after the horror just now. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time. This speed, this knife technique, it was obvious that the young man in front of him had reached the commander level at such a young age. Moreover, his acting skills were too good. He was actually able to deceive a veteran hunter like him who had been in the dark for many years. His left hand was crippled. It seemed that he would never be able to use a knife with his left hand in this lifetime. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. However, as he had said just now, he was also a tactful person. Therefore, at that moment, he immediately lowered his head. Okay. After Yi Qinghan finished packing, he moved his leg and kicked the long zamadeo to the feet of the black-clothed man. Then, he turned around and left. At this moment, he had a strange feeling in his heart for the first time. Perhaps it was the first time he had used his strength and wisdom to defeat his first enemy. Perhaps it was the first time he had used a lecturing tone to teach someone a lesson. Or perhaps it was the first time his confidence had increased a little after his first victory. Therefore, at this moment, his feelings were very complicated. He was a little excited, a little happy, and a little inexplicable. The complicated feelings made him forget to look at the black-clothed man behind him. When he raised his head, there was a trace of hatred in his eyes. Ah, a monster. A cry of surprise awakened his complicated thoughts. Yi Qinghan turned around in shock, only to see a white powder and the flash of a knife mixed in the powder. After more than a month of life and death battles and many years of foundation, he immediately reacted in a short second. However, the powder came too fast, and the flash of the knife came too strangely. He only had time to quickly close his eyes and twist his body slightly to the side. No matter how fast he closed his eyes, some of the white powder entered his eyes. When something strange entered his eyes, they immediately went on strike. Pain, spiciness, numbness. All kinds of adverse reactions suddenly rushed into his brain and his nerves. His body twisted well, and the flash of the knife avoided his vital parts. It fiercely slashed across his chest, bringing with it traces of blood and splitting his flesh. The powder was lime powder, and the hand that wielded the knife was a right hand. The person who wielded the knife was dressed in black, and his eyes were full of hatred. Yi Qinghan fell heavily to the ground. His green robe had turned into a white robe. The red liquid that oozed out of his chest dyed the white robe red. At this moment, his eyes were tightly closed, and the muscles on his face were slightly twisted. One hand was vigorously wiping the white foam from his eyes, and the other hand was waving the knife randomly. He looked very embarrassed and somewhat miserable. You have made the biggest mistake, and that is to be kind. This is not the city, and this is not your family. This is the mountain. The person in black carried a knife dripping with blood and walked slowly. The heavy footsteps sounded like the Soul Reaper from hell walking step by step on the road to hell. You destroyed my left hand, but you don't know that my right hand is better than my left hand. And I have a very bad habit, which is that I will always take revenge. It is not that 10 years is not too late, but that one night is too long. The person in black nodded. It seemed that he felt that the level of his speech today had improved a little. With a cruel look in his eyes, he raised his hand and waved the knife casually at Yi Qinghan, who was rolling on the ground. In his view, Yi Qinghan, who was seriously injured and could not see, was not a threat at all when he waved the knife randomly. Under the long zamadeo, Yi Qinghan, who was rolling on the ground, suddenly stopped. His eyes were still closed, but the corner of his mouth suddenly rose, and he seemed to be smiling. The person in black was surprised by the smile on Yi Qinghan's face, but he did not think too much about it. The knife in his hand did not tremble or stop, and he continued to swing it down. But suddenly, a trace of surprise appeared in his indifferent eyes, and then it turned into endless fear. He saw a black small beast that was frighteningly fast. Before his knife could swing down, the black small beast flew out from the torn cloth on Yi Qinghan's chest. Then, he felt a chill on his neck, and his mind was occupied by a sharp pain. Then, he fell into endless darkness. Ah! Yi Qinghan snorted softly. Although the owner of the long zamadeo had died in an instant, the zamadeo still managed to stab him in the chest. His already badly mutilated chest now had a new wound. He did not care about the injury on his chest. Instead, he sat up with difficulty, pulled out the bag on his back, and took out a leather bag filled with water. Then, he used a large amount of water to clean the powder in his eyes. The white air current in the bronze ring had already started to heal his wound. Yi Qinghan was already used to this kind of superficial wound. The powerful healing ability of the sacred tool had already been proven over the past month. Therefore, he was very relieved. Therefore, the first thing he did was not to clean his wound, but to clean his eyes. When he saw Xiao Hei's shiny black eyes again, he could not help but feel a lot of emotions. This world was no longer the pure earth that he used to know, especially after he left the city and went up the mountain. This was the mountain. The 5 great clans, the House of Ares, and even the great divine city in the center of the mainland had no influence on the mountain. This was a world of slaughter. Natural selection, survival of the fittest, survival of the strong. He was very glad that he did not rashly come here more than a month ago. Looking at the person in black in front of him, who had died with his eyes wide open, he let out a deep sigh. Although I made a mistake once, it doesn't mean that I will make it a second time. As for revenge, I also feel that one night is too long. Chapter 25. Early in the morning, the barbarian city was busy and noisy. Although it was not as majestic as Tsang's city, nor as intoxicating as the Yu clan's Pink City, the people here fought with magical beasts all year round, risking their lives, giving the barbarian city a somber atmosphere. Therefore, the people of Man's City slept very late, but also woke up very early. The sky had just started to brighten, and there was an endless stream of people on the streets. But today, Man's City welcomed a special group of guests. 5 middle-aged men in white robes. The 5 looked calm, walking like the wind, and the people on the street moved out of the way. The Shui clan. The snowflakes dancing on the chest of the 5 people's white robes made the passers-by realize that they were from the Shui clan, one of the 5 major clans. The House of Aries had a population of more than 4 billion. There were 6 main cities, 100 large cities, 500 small cities, and countless small towns and villages. Apart from Dragon City, where the house master lived, the 5 major clans had dominated the House of Aries for thousands of years. They had earned their reputation through bloody battles. Therefore, the members of the 5 major clans were all high and mighty in the House of Aries, even if they were the 5 low-level white deacons of the Shui clan. Therefore, it was normal for passers-by to move out of the way when they saw the Shui clan. The 5 people didn't seem surprised or confused by the behavior of the people on the street. His expression was still calm as he walked quickly. Finally, he walked into an average-sized hotel. In a small courtyard behind the hotel, the 5 people sat in the courtyard. In the courtyard, a white-haired old man was bowing with his head lowered. "Greetings, 5 white deacons." One of the 5 people nodded and said, "Head Steward Lu, we are the young master's secret guards. You can call me Shui. I believe you know why we are here." Head Steward Lu nodded and smiled. As the Shui clan's head of intelligence in Man's City, he had the same status as the 5 white deacons. But these 5 people were the subordinates of young master Wu Hen, who was the young master of the Shui clan. Therefore, his attitude was humble, even flattering. "Lord Shui Wan, as soon as the young master gave the order, I immediately began to investigate. The target, Yi Qinghan, did come to Barbarian City and stayed there for more than 10 days. However, by the time young master gave the order, the target had already left." "Gone? Where did he go?" Shui frowned in dissatisfaction. "They've entered the mountains, they've entered the Savage Mountain Range." Although Head Steward Lu didn't know why the young master cared about Yi Qinghan, this destitute and useless young master. But since young master was doing things, he must have his reasons. Enter the mountain? A piece of trash at the elite realm dares to enter the mountain? He can't be dead, right? Shui's expression turned even colder. They had come all the way from Tsang City. If their target died, they would have come all the way for nothing. He's not dead. The target has returned to the city twice to resupply. Currently, the target is in the outskirts of the mountains. I've already ordered people to plant invisible insects on the target. The target's position can be detected at any time. Head Steward Lu hurriedly explained. After the target returned to the city for the first time, he happened to receive an order from Shui Wuhan. He immediately ordered people to follow the target and released a few invisible insects. The invisible insects were as small as a strand of hair. They didn't attack, but they could stick to the target's hair and skin. They were the best tracking insects. Outskirts? He's just an elite realm trash, how could he not die? A trace of doubt flashed in Shui's eyes. Did this piece of trash Yi Qinghan have some fortuitous encounter or some unknown trump card? How could he dare to enter the outskirts and not die? One had to know that the Savage Mountain Range was divided into the outskirts, inner and core regions. Elite realm warriors might be safe in the outskirts if they were careful, but the outskirts were filled with level 3 demonic beasts. There were also a few level 4 demonic beasts and level 5 demonic beasts. Moreover, the Savage Mountain Range was even more sinister than the demonic beasts. The cunning hunters often appeared in the outskirts and inner regions. This kid would definitely die if he encountered them, this won't do. Head Steward Lu, immediately call the family members who are tracking the target. We have to enter the mountain immediately and capture the target. A trace of sternness flashed in Shui Yi's eyes. He didn't think too much about it. He, Shui Yi, was a second-level general realm warrior. Moreover, there were 4 third-level commanders by his side. How could he not deal with a mere elite realm trash? Not long after, head steward Lu brought a short youth. Shui Yi waved his hand and the 6 of them walked out of the hotel and disappeared into the vast crowd of people in the Savage City. Savage Mountain Range, outskirts. Yi Qinghan was sitting cross-legged in a secluded cave. Through the dense grass outside the cave, he could see that the sky was clear. Golden rays of sunlight shone through the branches and leaves of the ancient trees, illuminating the entire mountain. Phew! The Ren Meridian is so big, and there are so many things to block. One big meridian is actually comparable to 3 small meridians. It seems that it will take at least 3 months to open up the 3 main meridians. Yi Qinghan smiled. After entering the commander realm, he didn't stop and continued to attack the 3 main meridians of his body, the Ren Meridian, the Governing Meridian, and the Extraordinary Meridian. After 5 to 6 days of attacking, one of the 3 main meridians, the Ren Meridian, was only opened by 1/5. According to this speed, if he wanted to completely clear the 3 meridians, it would take about 3 months. Moreover, he was attacking them continuously every night. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. The chirp chirp in the cave pulled him back from his thoughts. Yi Qinghan turned his head and smiled. On the ground beside him, Xiao He, whose entire body was covered in black, was waving his 2 small claws. He was randomly digging at a white bag. The white bag was filled with densely packed magic crystals. There were green, black, yellow, and all kinds of colors and sizes. Seeing the colorful magic crystals, Xiao He's 2 bright eyes immediately lit up. He grabbed a yellow magic crystal the size of a pigeon's egg and threw it into his mouth. When Yi Qinghan saw this, his expression changed and he reached out to grab Xiao He. Air. Wait. Xiao He, why are you eating randomly? This yellow magic crystal is a level 4 magic crystal, can you digest it? You'll get a stomachache. Yi Qinghan wasn't worried about money. Although a level 4 magic crystal was very valuable and could be sold for a few thousand crystal coins, he could buy a few dozen level 1 magic crystals. A few thousand crystal coins was the living expenses of a normal family for a year. However, Elder Tian Xing from the War Beast Academy had clearly said that when a beast was weak, it would only eat level 1 magic crystals. This was the experience of the Yi family's beasts over the years. Just now, while Yi Qinghan was training, Xiao He had actually secretly opened the bag of the hunter he had killed yesterday, grabbed a level 4 magic crystal and swallowed it. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. Xiao He didn't care at all. He turned his head towards Yi Qinghan and called out twice. He even stuck out his tongue and licked Yi Qinghan. He then crawled out of Yi Qinghan's hand and continued to pounce towards the bag. He found another yellow magic crystal and opened his mouth to eat it. This, Yi Qinghan shook his head and thought that this beast of his was different from other beasts in the first place. Could a normal beast have such terrifying speed and stiff teeth the moment it was born? Could a normal beast kill a level 2 beast in an instant after passing its weak period? Furthermore, the time that Xiao He slept was getting shorter and shorter. It was probably going to pass its weak period soon. Thinking about it, Yu Yang felt relieved and didn't bother about it anymore. 1, 2, 5, 6. Xiao He didn't swallow normal magic crystals at all. Today, he only ate level 4 magic crystals. Soon, he had finished all 6 magic crystals in his bag. However, he still didn't seem to be satisfied. He actually grabbed a green egg-like magic crystal. After looking at it for a while, he threw it into his mouth and started eating it. Stop. Don't eat it. Damn you, this is the only level 5 magic crystal. Yi Qinghan felt his heart ache. This was a level 5 magic crystal that was worth tens of thousands of crystal coins. The most valuable thing that the hunter he killed yesterday had on him was this level 5 magic crystal. he didn't expect that it would be eaten by Xiao He in one bite. Looking at Xiao He licking his lips in satisfaction and occasionally burping, Yi Qinghan was so angry that he wanted to grab Xiao He and beat him up. However, just as he stretched out his hand, something strange happened. His hands suddenly stopped in the air and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. He, Xiao He landed on all fours and raised his head to shout. His gaze immediately turned sharp and his body glowed with a golden light. Xiao He looked dignified and domineering in the golden light, as if he had turned into a wild lion from ancient times. Following that, Xiao He's body began to tremble. His flesh bulged and contracted, and he actually began to slowly grow bigger. The palm-sized Xiao He suddenly became the size of a baby, and he was still growing. This, Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. What was going on? Xiao He was Sun Wukong. He knew 72 transformations? Huh. He was still growing. He had actually grown to the size of a winged wolf. Finally, when Xiao He grew to the size of a calf, he stopped growing. Looking at Xiao He, who was 1.78 meters long and 1 meter tall, Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. After all, this was beyond his knowledge. The calf-sized Xiao He shook his butt as if nothing had happened. He walked a few rounds in satisfaction before turning to the dumbfounded Yi Qinghan. His dark eyes flashed with a hint of a smile, and he opened his mouth to reveal 2 rows of eerie white teeth. Just as Yi Qinghan was staring at the growing Xiao He, something happened that scared him half to death. Something happened that scared him half to death. A voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Hello, boss. Chapter 26. Who is it? Anyone who heard a voice out of nowhere in a quiet and gloomy cave would jump in fright. Yi Qinghan was no exception at this moment. He jumped up and down in a flurry, his eyes scanning his surroundings cautiously. His face looked like he had seen a ghost. Calm down. Boss, it's me, Xiao He. Just as Yi Qinghan was looking around wildly and was about to go out and take a peek, the voice rang out of nowhere again. Xiao He? Which Xiao He? Yi Qinghan wondered in his heart. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at the calf-sized beast. He opened his mouth in astonishment and stretched out his finger, stuttering, Xiao He, was that you talking? Yes, boss. I'm Xiao He, I can communicate with you through telepathy through our souls. Looking at Xiao He's huge head nodding affirmatively, Yi Qinghan stretched out his hands and rubbed his eyes. Then, he stretched out a finger and bit down hard on it. Immediately after, a miserable shriek of extreme pain rang out from the cave. 10 minutes later, Yi Qinghan finally understood a few things. He was not dreaming. His beast had not become a monster, but had inherited part of their clan's inheritance and understood some secret techniques. Furthermore, he had formed a soul contract with it, so Xiao He could communicate with him directly through telepathy. Xiao He, according to what you said, you have inherited part of your clan's secret techniques. Then do you know what kind of beast you are? What rank are you? Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged on the ground and asked calmly towards Xiao He's head. However, he was extremely nervous. Since Xiao He could even speak such a difficult thing, then his rank must not be low. Wow! Could it really be a saint beast? Blinking, Xiao He replied, according to my inherited memories, this type of magical beast is called a soul-devouring beast. As for what level it is, I don't know. It's not recorded in my inherited memories. However, I'm certain that it's definitely not inferior to that giant snake you mentioned. Soul-devouring beast, the name sounds really awesome. It's not any worse than the giant snake. What giant snake? You can't be talking about that azure dragon, right? Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly widened. When she saw Little Black nodding his head proudly, she was incomparably ecstatic. As expected. His guess was right. It was a saint beast. Holy beast. When he thought about how he actually owned the second legendary sacred beast of the Yi family, his heart surged with excitement. Then he suddenly thought of something. rubbed his hands and asked, then? As a holy beast, do you have any particularly awesome skills? For example, flying, spitting fire, killing enemies in seconds, and so on? Xiao He shook his head and said, not at the moment. I can only transform, like the one you saw. My speed increases a lot after transforming. A lot? How much is a lot? It's about twice as fast as before. F*ck, twice. In the past, Xiao Hei's speed was equivalent to a level 1 general realm martial artist. Now, it was twice as fast. Wouldn't that mean he could basically be on par with a martial realm martial artist? What a freak, what a freak. You've improved so much. So you mean that you've passed through the weak stage and entered the growth stage? Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and said. If he had entered the growth stage, didn't that mean he could go home now? When he thought of the frail figure at home leaning against the doorway of his small courtyard, waiting for him to return, he felt an urgent urge to go home. Not yet, probably. I still need about 5 more of those green magic crystals. That should be enough. F*ck, you think that's a sweet potato? That's a level 5 magic crystal. It wasn't easy for me to kill a hunter and obtain one. With my current strength, hunting a level 5 magic beast is tantamount to courting death. Yi Qinghan said angrily, as if cold water had been poured over his head. Xiao He didn't care. He twisted his neck and said telepathically, I can do it. After I transform, my speed is equivalent to a level 6 magic beast. Hunting a level 5 magic beast is easy. Huh? Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and stood up. He waved his hand and rushed out of the cave. What are you waiting for? Let's go hunt a level 5 magic beast. In the depths of the forest, the leaves were dense and weeds were everywhere. At this moment, a thrilling battle was taking place in a small valley. The two sides were a calf-sized lion-nosed dog and an elephant-sized unicorn rhinoceros. The unicorn rhinoceros was a level 5 magic beast. It was about 4 meters long and 2 meters tall. It had thick skin and a horn on its forehead that could pierce through steel. The unicorn rhinoceros had a gentle personality. As long as one didn't enter its territory, it wouldn't be angered. However, the hateful lion-nosed dog in front of it had swaggered in front of it and even looked at it with disdain. It was really infuriating, so it decided to teach it a lesson. Therefore, it fiercely rubbed its thick hind legs on the ground a few times, shook its huge head, and directly pressed down on the lion-nosed hound like a collapsing wall. Seeing the silly lion-nosed dog standing there motionlessly, the unicorn rhinoceros' eyes glowed red. It decided not to use its sharp horn. Instead, it used its huge body to squash the offending lion-nosed dog. Xiao He looked at the one-horned rhinoceros, which was charging at him with billowing dust, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He pressed his 4 feet, and his body turned into a shadow. A few seconds before the one-horned rhinoceros rushed over, he just happened to flash to its side. He opened his mouth to reveal a mouthful of sharp, snow-white teeth and bit down hard on the unicorn rhinoceros's back. Rip! The sound of cloth being torn rang out and a mist of blood sprayed through the air. The tough rhinoceros's skin was easily torn apart by Xiao He as if it was a piece of decaying paper. Roar, roar. The one-horned rhinoceros did not cower even though a piece of its flesh had been torn off. Instead, it turned around angrily and charged at Xiao He at an even faster speed. This time, it lowered its head and swung its sharp horn, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. A brutal and savage aura enveloped the entire valley. Xiao Hei's eyes did not change in the slightest. At the most critical moment, he dodged and opened his mouth to take another bite, causing another mist of blood and a piece of flesh to appear. Tsk. This speed, this reaction, as expected of a sacred beast. It looks like this level 5 magical beast will not be able to hold on for long. Unfortunately, Xiao He has not passed through his period of weakness and can only transform once a day. Including the magical crystal of this unicorn rhinoceros, there are only 3 level 5 magical crystals in total. There are still 2 more days before it can successfully pass through its period of weakness and go home. On a big tree in the valley, Yi Qinghan hid in the dense foliage and watched the battle between Xiao He and the unicorn rhinoceros anxiously. He sighed in his heart. According to Xiao He, it had not passed through its period of weakness and could only transform once a day. Furthermore, each transformation only lasted for 2 hours. Hence, the man and the unicorn would set off every morning and enter the inner area from the original cave for a few dozen kilometers. It was easier to find level 5 magical beasts in the inner area. Then, they would carefully search for level 5 magical beasts that lived alone or alone. After finding it, Yi Qinghan went into hiding. Little Black transformed into a level 5 magical beast. After killing it, it quickly went back, left the inner area, and returned to the small cave where it used to live. Today was already the 4th day. In the first 3 days, the 2 of them had killed a level 5 shadow fox, a level 5 carnivorous sheep, and a level 5 berserk lion. Including the unicorn rhinoceros, they had a total of 4 level 5 magical crystals. After killing another level 5 magical beast, Xiao He would be able to enter the growth stage. Boss, it's done. Just as Yi Qinghan was deep in thought, Xiao He suddenly transmitted his voice. He raised his head in shock and saw that the unicorn rhinoceros had already fallen to the ground. Its mouth was wide open and blood was dripping from its mouth. Its 4 thick legs were trembling non-stop. It looked like it would not be able to survive. Whoosh, Yi Qinghan kicked against the tree trunk and leaped down. When he landed, he pulled back his legs and rolled on the ground. Then, he stood up naturally and ran quickly. When he reached the unicorn rhinoceros's head, he extended his dagger and began collecting the magical crystals and materials. He took out the green magical crystal and threw it to Xiao He. The materials from the unicorn rhinoceros's body were very expensive, but Yi Qinghan could not carry them. He could only dig out the long, thin horn on its head. This thing could be sold for a few thousand crystal coins in Sung City. Good stuff. Good stuff. It was crystal clear and looked like ivory. Yi Qinghan held the horn in his hands and observed it carefully. He opened the bag on his back and put it away. Just as he was considering if he should cut some of the rhinoceros's skin and bring it back, Xiao He, who had just finished eating the magical crystal, suddenly stood up. It looked to the right in fear. The fur on its head that looked like a lion's hair stood up, as if it had encountered something that terrified it. Huh? What's wrong? Yi Qinghan felt that Xiao He was acting strangely and looked in that direction in confusion. However, he did not see anything. At this moment, Xiao He suddenly said to him, "Boss, quickly get on my back. I can feel a terrifying magical beast rushing toward us. It's at least level 6. Level 6. Yi Qinghan's hair stood up when he heard this. He quickly slid onto Xiao He's back and hugged its head tightly. Xiao He's legs moved and it suddenly sped up, running toward the mountain. Roar! A loud roar came from behind. The sound was earth-shattering and echoed in the forest for a long time. In a hurry, Yi Qinghan turned his head around. Through the sparse ancient trees, he could see a huge magic beast roaring angrily as it rushed towards him. Its ice-cold, glowing green scales contrasted with its snow-white teeth. Its huge and thick tail swept randomly, hitting ancient trees that were thousands of years old. In the middle of its back, there was a row of black spikes that grew from its head to its tail. It looked extremely sinister and terrifying. Level 6 magical beast, giant thorny dragon. Run, Xiao He. If it catches us, we will all die. Chapter 27. Needless to say, dragons were a very powerful existence on the Flame Dragon continent. Magical beasts that had some connection with dragons or had some nepotism were also very powerful. As a distant relative of dragons, the giant spiked dragon had no way of knowing what kind of creature it was born from. However, there was no doubt that the giant spiked dragon was very powerful. As a magical beast at the peak of the 6th rank and close to the 7th rank, the giant spiked dragon's combat strength was equivalent to a peak general. Due to the 12 poisonous spikes on its back, even a marshal didn't want to provoke it. Yi Qinghan was currently at the first rank of the commander realm. He was still a distance away from the second rank. Although Xiao He was a sacred beast, he was still in a weakened state. He was more or less like a human infant. How could you expect an infant to kill a 2-meter-tall man? Although this infant was very strong. Boss, hold on tight. I'm going to increase my speed again. Xiao He became silent after sending the message. He increased his speed again and traveled through the forest. The giant spike dragon's enormous figure charged forward. Everywhere it passed, the trees fell to the ground. It was a complete mess. Its loud roar shook up the fallen leaves and startled flocks of unknown birds. Xiao He, go to the left. Go to a place with more trees. Go to an open area. You can't outrun it. Yi Qinghan tightly hugged Xiao He's neck, her entire body sticking to Xiao He's body. She could hear the whistling of the wind and the roar of the giant spike dragon that was getting closer and closer. She scanned the terrain in front of her and loudly roared in Xiao He's ear. The calf-sized soul-devouring beast Xiao He's eyes flashed with a cold light as it lowered its head slightly. Hearing Yi Qinghan's shout, it looked to the left and made a beautiful turn. It didn't slow down at all and turned into the forest on the left. Whoosh! Whoosh! The soul-devouring beast turned into a gust of wind and continuously moved through the forest to dodge. When they turned corners and corners, their speed did not decrease at all. Their speed reached a terrifying level. The giant spike dragon was clearly infuriated. Its temper flared as it chased after them relentlessly. Its huge body was like a huge bulldozer as it chased after them in a straight line. Wherever it passed, the flat and dense forest was actually flattened, leaving behind a path that was a few meters wide. The soul-devouring beast, Xiao He, was a bit slower in comparison, but its body was nimble. It jumped, slid sideways, and turned without slowing down in the slightest. The giant Spinosaurus was slightly faster, but the dense ancient trees and vines affected its performance. Thus, the speed of the two sides was actually equal, maintaining a distance of about half a kilometer. Damn you! Why is this bastard dragon always staring at us? It's not like my meat tastes good. They had been running at top speed for nearly 50 minutes, but the giant spike dragon was still hot on their heels. It seemed that it wouldn't give up until it killed them. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but feel somewhat anxious and helpless as he angrily cursed. My meat is delicious. In my inherited memories, dragons and my race are sworn enemies. Once we meet, we won't rest until one of us dies. The soul-devouring beast, Xiao He, silently hurried on their way. After a long time, it sent a sound transmission. Won't rest until one of us dies. Damn, I've never heard of a strange beast like the soul-devouring beast before. However, since it could become a sworn enemy of dragons, it must be very powerful. I must think of a way to get rid of it. Otherwise, I'll definitely die. Xiao He's transformation time was only 2 hours per day. Including the one-horned rhinoceros they had just killed, it had taken about an hour and 20 minutes. 40 minutes. If they still couldn't get rid of it in 40 minutes, then the only result that awaited him and Xiao He was death. Yi Qinghan secretly calculated in his heart. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. Xiao He, turn right. We're going to the Fire Wolf Pack's residence. At the outskirts of the mountain range. 6 men in black were hurrying on their way. The 6 of them seemed to be looking for something. On the way, they encountered magical beasts and hunters, but they didn't care at all. The 6 of them circulated their battle aura and released their aura. Regardless of whether it was the magical beasts or the hunters, they almost immediately turned around and fled. Suddenly, one of the black-clothed men in front stopped, and the 5 people behind him also stopped behind him. The man in black turned around and looked at a short man in black behind him. He said in a low voice, "We've been hurrying for so long. We should be close to the target soon." Niu Jin sensed the direction of the target. "Yes, Lord Shui." The short man in black called Lu Jun said respectfully with his head lowered. Then, he hurriedly sat cross-legged and fell silent. That's right, these 5 people were the guards under Shui Wuhan's command. They were sent by Shui Wuhan to capture Yi Qinghan. The 5 of them, along with head steward Lu's subordinates, Niu Jin, and 6 others, had already been in the mountains for many days. A month ago, Niu Jin had been ordered by head steward Lu to plant a tracking bug on Yi Qinghan's hair. This bug was only the size of a flea. It would stick to the hair. Unless Yi Qinghan shaved his hair, it wouldn't fall off because of wind or water. This was a special skill of the Shui family. Lord Shui, we've already sensed it. The target is currently in the inner area of the mountains. He's walking in our direction. If we move fast, we'll probably meet him in half an hour. The short man in black, Xiao He, opened his eyes and said happily after a while. Shui glanced at him coldly, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. Oh. You barged into hell. Shui, take Lu Jun with you. We'll speed up. We'll bring the target back today. I don't want to stay in this damn place any longer. Yes, big brother. A man in black answered and prepared to carry the short man in black. Unexpectedly, Niu Jin suddenly waved his hand and said, Lord Shui, if we continue in this direction, we can indeed meet the target quickly. However, it's the territory of the fire wolves. It might be a bit troublesome. Fire wolves? 4th-level magical beasts. Shui frowned and showed a hint of dissatisfaction. How many are there? 80 to 100, Niu Jin answered honestly. Let's go. Shui heard this and showed a faint disdain in his eyes. Although 100 fire wolves was a bit troublesome, if he wanted to kill them, the 5 of them could kill all of them. Therefore, he waved his hand without hesitation and led the way. Xiao He, how much longer can you last? Sitting on Xiao He's back, Yi Qinghan's complexion wasn't very good. However, no matter who it was, after being chased by a terrifying giant spiked dragon for over an hour, their complexion and mood wouldn't be good either. 10 minutes at most. It's all up to you now. The soul-devouring beast, Xiao He, panted heavily as he continued to run quickly. He had formed a soul contract with Yi Qinghan. He knew very well that if Yi Qinghan died, his soul would also dissipate. Therefore, although his physical strength was at its limit, he still planned to last for another 10 minutes. 10 minutes? That's enough. Looking at the familiar terrain and the familiar mountain in the distance, Yi Qinghan felt a bit more at ease. That mountain was called Fire Wolf Mountain by adventurers. There was a pack of about 100 fire wolves inside. Fire wolves were rank 4 magical beasts. Because they could spit fireballs, they were called fire wolves. One fire wolf might not be scary, but a pack of fire wolves was very scary. Moreover, the fire wolves were extremely united. As long as one fire wolf was attacked, the rest of the fire wolves would rush over and spray a dense fireball towards the enemy. Warriors who hadn't reached the general realm and couldn't form battle armor outside of their battle aura would definitely die if they were surrounded by a pack of fire wolves. Moreover, it was said that the leader of the fire wolves was a peak rank 5 magical beast. The fireballs it spat could melt battle armor formed from battle aura and instantly kill a general realm warrior. Therefore, Fire Wolf Mountain was a forbidden area for low-level warriors in the Savage Mountain range. Yi Qinghan was currently at the Commander realm. His beast, Xiao He's transformation was about to disappear, so Fire Wolf Mountain was also a forbidden area for him. But at this moment, he couldn't wait to immediately enter Fire Wolf Mountain and say to the wolf cubs inside that could spit fire. My dear, I'm coming. Because the big guy behind him was a monster 10 times stronger than the fire wolves. The fire wolves might slowly roast him, but that guy would definitely kill him in an instant. Boss, it's up to you. I'm going back to rest. Looking at the Fire Wolf Mountain that was close at hand, Yi Qinghan nodded heavily and jumped off Xiao He's back. Circulating his battle aura to the limit, his footsteps were steady and powerful as he quickly rushed towards Fire Wolf Mountain. Xiao He took a few deep breaths, turned into a wisp of green smoke, and caught up with Yi Qinghan. It entered his body and entered the resting area of the warbeast's base. As soon as he entered Fire Wolf Mountain, Yi Qinghan suddenly lightened his footsteps, as if he was a thief who had burgled into someone else's house. He started to sneak around. From one tree to another, his body was as light as a swallow, like a leopard cat in the night. Roar! Ao! Ao! The giant spike dragon behind him rushed into Fire Wolf Mountain without hesitation. Its brutal and tyrannical aura immediately caused the owner of Fire Wolf Mountain to be dissatisfied. Wolf howls that refused to be outdone immediately rang out in the mountain. "Let's do it, we must do it." Yi Qinghan mumbled non-stop. His footsteps became even more light, afraid that he would wake up the sleeping owner of the mountain. Xiao, xiao. A few fiery red shadows shot over from afar. Yi Qinghan immediately stuck to a thick tree trunk, held his breath, and restrained his aura. Only when a few wolf shadows passed under his body and quickly retreated did he heave a sigh of relief. Touching his forehead, he found that it was full of cold sweat. Lightly turning around, he glanced back. It seemed that there was really a conflict in the distance. Roars and angry roars were endless. More fire wolves are coming. Yi Qinghan was so scared that he immediately crouched down, not daring to move at all. Only when the few fire wolves quickly ran away did he gently twist his body and move to the side even more carefully. Along the way, he slowly moved at a speed of 10 kilometers per hour. However, the further he went, the more fire wolves rushed over. The roars from afar also became more violent. From time to time, he could hear the sound of trees falling and the charging footsteps of the giant spike dragon. Good, they finally started fighting. But why do I feel that the giant spike dragon is still approaching me? Jumping from tree to tree, Yi Qinghan occasionally looked back through the dense leaves. In the distance, green smoke began to rise. At this moment, he was very sure that the fire wolves and the giant spike dragon were fighting. The green smoke was caused by the fireballs that the fire wolves spat out. However, why were the huge footsteps behind him still approaching him? So many fire wolves besieging it were useless? Yi Qinghan didn't dare to think too much. Under the condition of ensuring his safety, he increased his speed as much as possible. Behind him, the situation was just as Yi Qinghan had thought. Although there were more than 30 fire wolves gathered, the giant spike dragon, as the overlord of the inner area of the mountain, didn't care about these low-level wolf cubs. The giant spike dragon's nose twitched. Its huge head seemed to be puzzled. Why did the aura of that annoying exotic beast disappear? It was just that in its inherited memories, this annoying small beast had to be killed on sight. Now that the small beast's aura had disappeared, it could only tear apart the human that was with the small beast to ease its annoyance from chasing after it for half a day. The giant spike dragon's unreasonableness and arrogance angered the local fire wolves. Wolves were prideful. Although this big fellow's aura was very terrifying, when it saw the giant spike dragon charging towards its nest, it didn't care about the fire wolves' warning at all. Thus, the fire wolves began to attack. Overwhelming fireballs surged forward, leaving the rapidly advancing giant spike dragon with nowhere to hide. The giant spike dragon indeed had nowhere to hide, or rather, it didn't want to hide at all. It relied on the huge green scales on its body to resist more than 30 fireballs. Bang, bang. The huge fireballs smashed onto the scales, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The sparks splashed onto the damp weeds, causing green smoke to rise. Roar, the fireballs didn't cause much damage to the giant spike dragon, but its green scales turned black. The already berserk giant spike dragon became even more berserk. Its huge head roared towards the sky, its eyes the size of a human's head turning blood red. It decided to teach these little reptiles a lesson, even though the fire wolves were also reptiles. With a sweep of its iron whip-like tail, 3 approaching fire wolves were sent flying. With a swipe of its 2 huge dragon claws, another 2 fire wolves were flattened. The fire wolves scattered in all directions, not daring to get close to it. The giant spike dragon didn't chase after them in a frenzy. It only chased after the fire wolves in Yi Qinghan's direction. The fire wolves also felt that this big fellow wasn't easy to deal with, but the wolf corpses lying on the ground and the slowly flowing wolf blood forced them to fight. They didn't dare to get close, so they wandered around and spat out fireballs from time to time. They kept howling towards the sky, calling for more companions and their leader. "Sir, something doesn't seem right." On the other side of the fire wolf mountain, the short Niu-jin carefully listened to the continuous howls of the wolves and spoke to Shui-yi with a gloomy expression. "Are you sure the target is on this mountain?" Shui-yi's expression didn't change at all. He only asked coldly. "The target is indeed on the mountain, but the situation on the mountain seems a bit strange." The short Niu-jin's heart was filled with panic. He lived in the barbarian city all year round, so he had an instinctive reaction to danger. Therefore, he was very sure that the Fire Wolf Mountain was very dangerous, very dangerous. "You stay, let's go." The cold voice was filled with absolute confidence. 5 silhouettes quickly passed through the mountain. In their eyes, the Fire Wolf Mountain was a mountain of knives, a sea of fire. They could definitely get out of it easily. Boom! Boom! The roars of the giant spike dragon became louder and louder. Its huge footsteps seemed to shake the ground. Yi Qinghan wiped the sweat from the corner of his eyes and licked his dry lips. He didn't dare to stop for even a second and quickly passed through the forest. A woo, an even louder howl came from not far away. The howl was like a sharp sword piercing through the clouds, making everyone's eardrums hurt. Then, wolf howls came from all around the mountain. For a moment, the entire Fire Wolf Mountain was filled with wolf howls, as if the soldiers were responding to their marshal's call. Fire Wolf King. Yi Qinghan was not alarmed but delighted instead. The corners of his mouth curled up as he rubbed his hands together and leaped onto a nearby tree. Using both his hands and feet, he scuttled into the dense foliage and covered his entire body. Only his 2 black eyes could be seen as he looked ahead. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after, wolf silhouettes could be seen in all directions. Streaks of fiery red silhouettes shot towards the same direction like rockets. Among them, there was a tall and sturdy wolf silhouette with a frightening speed. Yi Qinghan only saw a patch of red bushes sweep past before it disappeared. A woo! A woo! Roar! Due to the addition of the Fire Wolf King, the battle seemed to be even more intense. Wolf howls, loud roars, and the sound of trees falling could be heard continuously. Go! If he didn't go now, when would he? Yi Qinghan confirmed that most of the fire wolves had already rushed over. With a light shout, he activated his battle chi with all his might. He did not hold back or hide anything, and his entire body was like a cheetah as he ran towards the other side of the mountain. Whoosh! Whoosh! In one breath, he ran for 7 or 8 li. Occasionally, he would look back and feel that the battle was getting further and further away. He let out a sigh of relief. This time, he really had a narrow escape from death. If it wasn't for the soul-devouring beast Xiao He being able to transform, if it wasn't for him arriving at Fire Wolf Mountain just in time to transform, if it wasn't for the Fire Wolf King in Fire Wolf Mountain, he would have definitely floated to the west. This narrow escape from death made him feel a bit of fear, but also a bit of excitement, and even a bit of joy. It was as if his blood itself contained the cells for adventure. However, his joy was quickly interrupted. A li ahead, 5 black-clothed people appeared. Hunters? F***CK. His luck couldn't be worse. He had just escaped the tiger's den, and now he had fallen into the wolf's den. Looking at the 5 hunters in front of him with cold eyes and a threatening cold aura, Yi Qinghan's mind quickly worked. He tried to run a few steps forward and shouted anxiously, "Big brothers, hurry and run. The fire wolves are going berserk." Hearing this terrifying news, the 5 people did not move at all. They only coldly looked at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's running figure immediately stopped. These people were actually not afraid of the fire wolves. It seemed like he had to change his strategy. Who knew when the battle would end? No matter who won, he would not have an easy time at that time. Thus, he could only untie his bag and throw it on the ground. With a trembling and stuttering voice, he said, Big brothers, all of my valuables are here. Can you let me live? The 5 people still did not move. Only the one in the middle took out a drawing and compared it to Yi Qinghan. Then he put it in his pocket and waved his hand, saying, Catch him. The 5 people were Shui Wuhan's bodyguards. Shui Yi, Shui Wu, and Shui Yi waved his hand. The 4 people quickly spread out in a fan shape, blocking the way forward. Then they quickly rushed towards Yi Qinghan. F***ck. They came especially for me. I didn't offend anyone. What should I do? What should I do? These 5 people are obviously masters. There is no way for me to escape. F***ck. Don't blame me. If I die, let's all die together. Looking at the cold eyes of the 5 people, Yi Qinghan's mind quickly worked. After a few seconds, he made a decision. He resolutely turned around and ran back to the place where the Fire Wolf King and the giant spiked dragon were fighting. Chapter 28. These 5 people had come for him and even brought portraits. They must be his enemies, although he didn't understand how they became enemies. But he knew that if he fell into their hands, he wouldn't be able to survive. If he went forward, he would die. He could only go back, where there was a chaotic battle. Perhaps he could survive. Run. He used all the strength in his body to run quickly. At this moment, he was very glad that he had been running on Xiao Hei's back, so he didn't consume much of his physical strength and battle aura. Otherwise, he would be speechless if he couldn't run at such a critical moment. This place was only 7 or 8 miles away from where the Fire Wolf King and the giant spiked dragon were fighting. Usually, if he ran at full speed, it would only take him a minute. A minute was very short, the time to eat a meal. But when he heard the approaching footsteps, Yi Qinghan felt that time was passing too slowly. Shui Yi frowned slightly. Wasn't the target the useless young master of the Yi family? Looking at his running speed, how was he an elite? It was obvious that he had reached the commander realm. Reaching the commander realm at the age of 15 meant that he had reached the standard of a core disciple of the Yi family. This young master said that it was best to capture the target alive. What he meant was that if he couldn't capture the target alive, he could only bring the corpse back. But in the current situation, capturing the target alive was a bit difficult. What if he killed the target? If he killed a core disciple of the Yi family, how much trouble would there be if the Yi family found out about it in the future? Shui Yi's mind raced as he weighed the pros and cons. Finally, Shui Yi made up his mind. The mission was more important. If anything happened, the Shui family would take care of it. Seeing that his target was about to enter the area where the fire wolves were fighting, although he didn't know who the fire wolves were fighting with, he knew that if he let his target enter that area, he would be able to take advantage of the situation and escape. So he didn't hesitate to move. He used his battle aura and suddenly sped up, closing the distance. Fast. 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 He was almost there. Seeing the bustling scene in front of him, Yi Qinghan's heart flashed with joy. According to his plan, as long as he got close to the battle site, he would immediately rush in from the side. He would be alone and run quickly, and he would probably not attract the attention of a large-scale wolf pack. In that case, he would still have a way to survive. However, the 5 people behind him were too big of a target. As long as they were discovered, they wouldn't be able to escape. Then, he would be able to shake them off like how he had shaken off the giant spiked dragon. However, dreams were always beautiful, but reality was cruel. As Yi Qinghan ran, he used the corner of his eyes to keep an eye on the 5 people behind him. Just as he was about to enter the place where the fire wolves were fighting. From the corner of his eye, he saw that the black man in the middle had suddenly sped up. His speed was actually more than twice as fast as before. The distance between them was not that far to begin with, but now it was very close. Then, he discovered something that terrified him even more. Suddenly, the black-robed man's entire body shone with battle aura. It left his body and formed a huge yellow palm that slammed towards his back. Release of battle chi. General Realm. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly. This enemy of his really thought highly of him. He actually sent a General Realm powerhouse to kill him. Just as he thought about this, he felt a huge force slam into his back. His entire body felt like it was falling apart. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and an intense pain surged into his mind, instantly causing him to faint. But his body was like a kite with a broken string, floating straight forward, and finally smashing hard on the ground. Big brother, did you go too far? It wouldn't be good if he died. Looking at the unconscious Yi Qinghan on the ground, the 5 of them stopped in their tracks. The person on the left asked. He shouldn't die. Second brother, go and bring him back. We'll leave quickly. Shui Wan withdrew his battle aura and stood there proudly. He looked at the noisy battlefield not far away and said in a deep voice. Shui Tu nodded and quickly moved forward. Looking at the motionless Yi Qinghan on the ground, his heart was filled with hatred. For this brat, the 5 of them had struggled for more than a month. They hadn't tasted women for more than a month. They kind of missed the smooth thighs and plump breasts of the prostitutes on Sung City's 13th Street. Thinking about it, he felt unbalanced. Should he give this brat on the ground a hard memory later? However, just as he was about to approach Yi Qinghan, something strange happened. A fiery red shadow suddenly flew in front of him. What was that? Shui Tu didn't dare to be careless in the face of this sudden situation. He stretched out his fist and smashed it towards the fiery red shadow. Bang! The fiery red shadow was a huge fire wolf. It was more than 3 meters long. At this moment, this fire wolf was already lying quietly on the ground. It was panting heavily and its limbs were trembling. It seemed like it had lost its way. The giant spike dragon's whip and Shui Tu's punch caused the Fire Wolf King, which was already riddled with wounds, to suffer a fatal injury. Fire Wolf King? Shui Tu looked at the Fire Wolf King, who was trembling and whimpering on the ground. How could the power of his fist be so great? Killing a level 5 Fire Wolf King with one punch. It seemed that the woman he had slept with last time was still very nourishing. Brother Tu, retreat. Shui Tu was daydreaming, but Shui Wan's face was solemn. A dazzling light shone in his eyes. With a loud shout, he stomped his right leg and clenched his fist. His whole body shot forward like a cannonball. Shui 3, Shui 4, and Shui 5 looked at Shui Tu's back in shock. At the same time, they took out their weapons and quickly followed. Behind Shui Tu, a huge black head appeared in the dense forest. It was black and covered with scales. Its 2 lantern-sized eyes were filled with coldness and brutality. Its huge mouth was wide open, and rows of sharp, sawtooth-like teeth glowed coldly. Level 6 Magical Beast, Giant Spike Dragon. Hearing Shui Wan's warning, Shui Tu immediately turned around and saw the giant spike dragon. However, it wasn't clear whether he was frightened by the giant spike dragon's cold eyes or he was still thinking about the punch just now. Shui Tu actually paused for a second before turning around to run. Unfortunately, the giant spike dragon had clearly noticed the insignificant human in front of it. Its tail, which had been blackened by the fireball, turned into a black iron whip and swept towards Shui Tu from behind. The iron whip swept past, flattening the weeds and sending the ancient trees flying. In the end, it landed lightly on Shui Tu's body. Bang! Shui Tu flew backwards, crashing into a thick tree that would take 2 people to wrap their arms around. He was then bounced back, rolling on the ground a few times before completely stopping. Old Tu. Second brother. Awoo. Awoo. Shui Wan and the other brothers cried out at the same time, extremely sorrowful. At the same time, countless fire wolves jumped out of the forest. When they saw the Fire Wolf King on the ground, they also howled. For a moment, the sound of crying and howling filled the air. Old 5, go protect Old 2. Old 3 and Old 4, help me kill this mixed breed dragon. Watch out for the fire wolf's fireballs. Shui Wan's eyes were filled with fury as he glared at the giant spike dragon that was slowly walking out. The 5 brothers had all been orphans since they were young and were adopted by the Shui family. They grew up together, trained together, and went on missions together. They were even closer than siblings. Today, this mixed breed dragon actually dared to hurt Old 2, leaving him in a state of limbo. Thus, he decided to use all means possible to kill it. Although they were about to get their target, if they didn't kill this dragon, the 4 brothers and 2 others definitely wouldn't be able to outrun the rank 6 giant spike dragon. Thus, they had to fight. Awoo. Although they were split into 3 groups, each of them had a deep hatred for the dragon. However, the first to attack was actually the fire wolves. Having lost their leader, they had become a pack of lone wolves. Their originally violent temperament had been completely deranged. Fireballs covered the sky and covered the earth. Kill. Shui Wan also attacked. The fireballs couldn't break through his battle chi shield, so he didn't have any qualms and charged straight at the giant spike dragon. Shui 3 and Shui 4 also attacked. They dodged the fireballs and dealt with the fire wolves as they slowly approached the giant spike dragon. For a moment, the scene became chaotic and extremely lively. In the heat, no one noticed that Yi Qinghan, who was lying on the ground like a corpse, quietly moved his eyelids, revealing a slit as he silently observed the battle. Chapter 29. Actually, Yi Qinghan had long woken up when Shui 2 was sent flying away. Although the huge palm strike of Shui caused great damage to his back, many of his guts were injured and some of his ribs were almost broken, Yi Qinghan was still shocked. But Yi Qinghan was not afraid at all. The bronze ring on his ring finger immediately emitted that magical white stream, quickly healing the wounds on his body. Yi Qinghan was no longer surprised by the miraculous healing ability of the white stream. He could even boast that as long as it wasn't a fatal blow or his limbs weren't broken, the white stream would be able to heal any injury. So when he woke up, the first thing he did was not care about his injuries, but listened to the current situation, then squinted his eyes to confirm again. The situation was still good. The 3 parties were fighting, so no one noticed his corpse at all. Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes and did not dare to move. In this situation, it did not dare to take advantage of the chaos to run away. Firstly, it had not fully recovered from its injuries, and secondly, the battle between the 3 parties had just begun. The scene was not particularly chaotic yet. If it rushed out rashly, it might become the target of the 3 parties. Thinking of the giant spike dragon's steel-like tail and Shui Yi's yellow palm when he released his battle aura, Yi Qinghan slightly shrank his body. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. It seemed, he did not see the Fire Wolf King. In order to solve his doubts, he began to move his head slightly and squinted his eyes to look around. Finally, he found the big guy above his body. The Fire Wolf King was dead? And it died not far from him? Looking at the huge corpse of the Fire Wolf King, Yi Qinghan immediately began to think. A level 5 Fire Wolf King, and it was dead. If he could find a way to dig out the Fire Wolf King's magic crystal and feed it to Xiaohei, wouldn't Xiaohei be able to enter the growth stage immediately? Entering the growth stage was a watershed for the children of the Yi family. This was because only when the beast entered the growth stage could it merge with its master, rapidly increasing the master's strength, speed, reaction, and so on. Once they merged, their strength would skyrocket. Moreover, there was a chance for the legendary fusion skill to appear. There was no doubt that Xiaohei was a holy beast. He was a manifestation of the summoned space, had such a long period of weakness, and possessed such a terrifying strength even before his period of weakness had passed. Most importantly, he could communicate spiritually with his master. Everything pointed to how extraordinary Xiaohei was. If he merged with Xiaohei, how much more powerful would he become? He was looking forward to it. Yi Qinghan was lying on the ground. His mind was working quickly on how to approach the Fire Wolf King silently. He didn't dare to sneak up to the Fire Wolf King, dig out the Fire Wolf King's head, and take out the magic crystal to summon Xiaohei. Not to mention the fact that the men in black would definitely stop him, even if the fire wolves found out that he was desecrating their leader's body, they would tear him to pieces in an instant. Bang! A trace of bad luck and helplessness suddenly flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He was shot. A fireball accidentally sprayed on his trousers. He didn't care about the pain of the fireball hitting his calf, but the flames that were slowly spreading on his trousers made him want to vomit blood. At this moment, he hated these wolf cubs who could spit fire. It was fine if you were a fierce wolf, but why can you spit fire? Fine. I can forgive you if you can spit fire, but why do you spit it everywhere? You should know that even if you don't spit on people, it's not good to burn the flowers and plants. Moreover, you spit on innocent people. You guys fight, it's not against the law for me to watch, right? Feeling that the fire was continuing to spread, and smelling the pungent smell of roasting meat, Yi Qinghan decided that he couldn't bear it anymore. If he continued to bear it, he would become a roasted pig. Just as he was about to roll around and put out the flames on his trousers, a wolf corpse suddenly flew from behind him. The wolf corpse's entire head was smashed, and fresh blood was dripping from it. God is helping me. Feeling the force coming from behind, Yi Qinghan was ecstatic. His body no longer exerted force, and his whole body relaxed. With the huge impact of the wolf corpse, he naturally rolled. But when he was rolling, he slightly controlled the direction of his left foot. He rolled, and was finally blocked by the Fire Wolf King's corpse in front of him. So, Yi Qinghan naturally lay on the Fire Wolf King's head, face down. The flames on his calf were also extinguished, revealing a section of blackened meat and tattered trousers. Good chance. Ignoring the burning pain on his feet and the fireball flying at him at any time, Yi Qinghan began to communicate with Xiao He in his soul. After a while, a black airflow slowly appeared under his body. The airflow slowly condensed, and a small beast the size of a palm appeared. As soon as Xiao He came out, he immediately burrowed into Yi Qinghan's clothes. He extended a small claw and began to dig at the Fire Wolf King's head. Although Xiao He's claws weren't as sharp and hard as its teeth, it wouldn't be a problem for it to deal with a mere dead wolf head. Xiao He was only afraid that it would cause too much of a commotion, so he could only follow Yi Qinghan's instructions and carefully dig. At this time, the situation was the most chaotic. Although Xue Wan and the giant spike dragon were slowly moving to the left under Xue Wan's guidance, the giant spike dragon's long tail could still sweep in this direction. Xue 5 had already tied Xue 2 onto his back, and began to help Xue 3 and Xue 4 slaughter the fire wolves. Although the fire wolves were rank 4 magical beasts, Xue 3 and the others were all commanders, so they were not afraid of them. As long as they quickly dodged the fireballs and got close to them, they could easily kill or injure them. More than 20 fire wolves had already fallen on the ground. Only Xue 5 had to protect Xue 2, so he took a direct hit from a fireball. His abdomen and chest were burned, and he was injured. Xue 3 and Xue 4 only had minor injuries, so the situation was gradually controlled by the Xue brothers. On the other hand, Xue 1 became more and more courageous as he fought. The frustration brought about by the boring mission for more than a month, and the anger from Xue 2 being whipped into a coma by the giant spike dragon had all turned into powerful combat strength. He was at the second level of the general realm, and he often went through life and death situations, so his current combat strength was incomparably powerful. The giant spike dragon, whose strength was originally only comparable to that of a general realm, was slightly injured by the Fire Wolf King's final attack before its death. Therefore, Xue 1 was gradually gaining the upper hand, and was suppressing the giant spike dragon. Hurry up, Xiao He. Fireballs whistled past his ears from time to time. Yi Qinghan knew that the situation had become chaotic. He didn't dare to let Xiao He continue digging slowly. Perhaps a fireball would land on his back in the next second, and his plan to play dead would be completely exposed. Therefore, he could only take the risk and speed up while the chaos was still ongoing. All right. Xiao He responded cheerfully and sped up. Although the Fire Wolf King's skull was very hard, Xiao He's sharp claws easily tore it open. Xiao He reached out 2 thin claws and fiddled with the huge wolf skull. White brain matter flowed out, and a green magic crystal was also dug out. Xiao Hei's eyes lit up, and he swallowed it. Then, he closed his eyes and lay down. Boss, hold on for a while. This magic crystal is full of energy. It should be able to help me get through this period of weakness, but I need some time to digest it. After the transmission, Xiao Hei fell into a deep sleep. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes, but he was very depressed. Why did he still need to digest it? Didn't he digest it immediately before? Why did this kid sleep just like that? His body was already starting to feel numb. Although his internal injuries had been mostly healed, his body was still numb, and he still felt uncomfortable. Woo! A woo! Roar! Roars could be heard from time to time, as well as the sound of fireballs and the angry roars of Shui 3 and the rest. It was obvious that the battle had reached its climax. Yi Qinghan was even more afraid to move. When a wolf corpse crashed into the Fire Wolf King, he took advantage of the momentum to move his body. At this time, he was no longer lying on the head of the Fire Wolf. Instead, he leaned against the head of the Fire Wolf, using his body to block the bloody hole on the head of the Fire Wolf. At the same time, he used the huge head of the Fire Wolf to hide himself better, so that the chances of him being hit by the flying fireballs would be lower. Fourth brother, clean up the rest of the Fire Wolves. Fifth brother, protect yourself, and second brother, I'll help boss kill that mixed breed dragon. Shui 3 slashed a fire wolf away and swept the few fire wolves in the field. He shouted, jumped a few times, and ran to the right, where Shui 1 and the giant spike dragon were fighting. Shui 3, who was dodging the fireballs in the field, tore off the mask that was burned by the fireballs, and revealed a square face. He laughed loudly, don't worry, third brother. There are still more than 20 mixed breed wolves. I alone am enough. Fifth brother, you can protect yourself, right? Shui 5, who was carrying Shui 2 on his back, nodded silently. He nimbly dodged the fireballs and said, third brother, hurry up and take care of these mixed breed wolves. I can still hold on. Shui 5 looked at the black flesh on his abdomen, and his dodging speed was obviously slower than usual. Shui 4 knew that fifth brother had suffered a lot of damage, and was barely holding on. He roared, ran a few steps, and jumped lightly. He kicked an old tree, and like an angry lion, he rushed into the pack of 7 or 8 fire wolves in front of him. With a flash of the blade, 4 fire wolves were cut in half. The rest of the fire wolves hurriedly fought back. They stretched out their claws, opened their mouths, and spat out fireballs. At this time, Shui Si displayed his fighting instincts. He rolled to the side and dodged the roaring fireball. Then he squatted down, and when his body was balanced, he jumped up and resisted the claws of the fire wolf behind him. He waved the sword in his right hand and slashed at the 2 fire wolves that were leaping towards him. Whoosh! With a sound like a watermelon breaking, the bellies of the 2 fire wolves were cut open. Shui 4 then used the momentum of the wolf claw on his back to fly forward and slash the head of the fire wolf that had just spat out fireballs. Finally, he turned around and killed the other fire wolf. In just a minute, 8 fire wolves were all killed. Witnessing Shui Si's crazy massacre of his companions, the remaining dozen or so fire wolves finally became timid. They randomly spat out a dozen or so fireballs and quickly fled in all directions. Shui 5 casually moved his feet, dodging a fireball. He was relieved. The fire wolves had retreated, and with the addition of Shui 3, the giant spiked dragon was definitely going to die. He let out a long sigh and looked around to see if there were any fire wolves left. When he saw the direction of the Fire Wolf King, he suddenly frowned and said, fourth brother, go check on the target. His back is on fire. If he's not dead, don't burn him. We have to bring him back to young Master Wuhan. Hearing this, Shui 4 followed Shui 5's gaze and couldn't help but laugh. That unlucky useless young master of the Yi family had not only offended young Master Wuhan, but had also been hit by a stray bullet and his back was on fire. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was in extreme pain, but he still lay there motionlessly. He shouted anxiously in his heart, Xiao Hei, are you done? Hurry up, or we're all going to die. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Yi Qinghan's heart was in his throat. He kept calling for Xiao He in his heart. At this moment, he felt that every second was like a century, until he heard a cheerful voice. I'm done. Yi Qinghan relaxed and quickly exchanged a few words with Xiao He. Then he suddenly twisted his body and rolled on the ground, putting out the fire on his back. At the same time, he cried out in pain. Ah! Ah! Yi Qinghan's cries of pain reverberated throughout the forest. He twisted his body in pain. It was a horrible sight to behold. Xue Fu was also frightened by his sudden writhing and miserable shrieks, but he turned around and laughed out loud. Are you all right? In the distance, Xue Wan was fighting fiercely with the giant spiked dragon. Hearing the noise, he only glanced over coldly and continued fighting. Xue 3 turned around and asked with concern. Haha. It's all right, the target is not dead yet. He was hit by the fireball. I'll lock him up and come help you. Xue 4 replied loudly and turned to walk towards Yi Qinghan. At this time, Yi Qinghan had already stopped twisting. The fire on his back had been put out. He was lying on the ground, breathing heavily. His face was twisted in pain as he squinted at Xue 4 who was slowly walking towards him. Why did you attack me? I know you're not hunters. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qinghan twisted his face. His performance just now was a bit exaggerated. Although he was already immune to the pain, the large area of burns on his back still made his heart tremble. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Xue Si in front of him as he spoke with difficulty. You'll know in the future. Xue 4's face was serious. It's Xue Wuhan, right? Yi Qinghan sighed in a low voice. When he heard Xue 5 say, young Master Wuhan, he had some doubts. He had a conflict with Xue Wuhan in Sung City. The Yi family wouldn't send people to kill or capture him. So he tried to sound him out. Huh? No. You'll know in the future. For now, just stay here. A trace of shock flashed across Xue 4's eyes. Although it was soon covered up, it didn't escape from Yi Qinghan's eyes. Seeing Xue 4 stretching out his fingers in a flurried way, trying to block his battle chi, Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes. Battle Beast Fusion. Yi Qinghan growled. His hand, which was pressed under his body, tightly gripped the dagger at the base of his thigh. Following his growl, the phantom of a single-horned lion-nosed hound suddenly appeared in front of him. The lion-nosed hound's eyes were like lightning, and its imposing manner was overbearing. It inadvertently revealed an ancient and noble aura. The phantom merely swept a cold glance at Xue 4 before turning into a shadow and gradually disappearing into Yi Qinghan's chest. Gulp, gulp. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt a powerful energy quickly drilling into his body, his meridians, and every cell of his body. Along with the rumbling sound, the muscles all over his body began to tremble, and a warm current continuously flowed through his body. Every time it reached a certain part of his body, the muscles there began to tremble, contract, and then swell. This feeling didn't feel like he was going to burst. Instead, it was very comfortable and enjoyable. At this moment, a small black tattoo of the soul-devouring beast slowly appeared at the corner of his left eye. The black line tattoo did not make his delicate little face ugly, it only made his entire person look abnormally demonic. A second later, Yi Qinghan's slightly narrowed eyes suddenly widened. His pure black pupils flashed with a bright light like lightning, dazzling and dazzling. Looking at the dumbfounded man in black, he moved. With a light wave of the dagger in his right hand, he turned into a blur and swept past Xue 4. Is this the Yi family's battle beast fusion? How could it have such a huge momentum? What was that single-horned exotic beast's tear? How could it have such a huge pressure? Just a simple glance was enough to make my soul almost leave my body. The Yi family's battle beasts might only be legendary to ordinary people. Of course, the Yi family's disciples wouldn't wander around the streets with their battle beasts out of boredom. Therefore, ordinary people wouldn't have the chance to see the Yi family's battle beasts. However, Shui 4 was different. As Shui Wuhan's guards, they had seen many of the Yi family's battle beasts. They had also seen Yi Qingquang's battle beast, the violent bear. The violent bear was very imposing, violent and tyrannical. When Shui 4 saw the violent bear, he didn't dare to breathe too loudly. However, Yi Qingquang's violent bear was about to reach maturity. According to the information, this little guy in front of him had just successfully awakened his bloodline. He had only summoned his battle beast for 2 months. It seemed to be a rank 4 lion-nosed dog. No, it was definitely not a rank 4 lion-nosed dog. F***ck. The information was wrong. Just by looking at its imposing manner, this battle beast was definitely above rank 7. Forget it, I'll control it first. Chapter 30. After the soul-devouring beast's shadow flashed, Shui Si's mind spun rapidly as he kept thinking. Although the brat in front of him had summoned a very dangerous beast, Shui Si didn't take it seriously. Shui Yi's palm just now would have seriously injured him, and then he was hit by a fireball from the fire wolf, so he concluded that Yi Qinghan couldn't resist at all, even if he merged with his beast. But just as he continued to stretch out his hand to seal Yi Qinghan's battle aura, he saw 2 dazzling lights and a black shadow. Not good. He quickly retreated, but the black shadow passed by. He felt a chill on his neck, and then he lost consciousness. He slowly fell to the ground, but his eyes were still wide open. He couldn't believe it at all. How could this brat have such a fast speed? He was even faster than Big Brother. Yi Qinghan didn't have time to look at Shui Si's expression. He was a little shocked, and also a little dumbfounded. Although the energy emitted from his body made him know that he was extremely powerful, the speed and power that was released just now still scared him silly. The powerful performance of the man in black who had fallen in front of him and instantly killed 8 fire wolves was still vivid in his mind. Although this man in black was a notch weaker than the black leader who had released his battle aura to injure him, he definitely had the combat strength of a peak commander realm. A peak of the commander realm couldn't dodge his slash. Didn't that mean that his current strength had reached the terrifying general realm? Elder Tian Xing's knowledge about beast fusion from the War Beast Academy was still in his mind. When the Yi family's high-level beast fused with its master during its growth period, it could increase the master's strength by 1 to 2 levels. Yi Qingquang was currently at the 2nd level of the general realm. His beast was a level 7 violent bear, so after he fused with his beast, his strength would reach the 3rd level of the general realm. But Yi Qinghan's current strength was at the 1st level of the commander realm, and after fusing with his beast, his strength had reached the terrifying general realm. It was unknown what level of general realm he was at. This meant that after Yi Qinghan fused, his strength had increased by at least 3 levels. Terrifying. Pervert. As expected of an existence like a holy beast. Merging with a war beast allowed his strength to soar to a whole new realm. Although this realm was still different from a real general realm, Yi Qinghan was still incomparably satisfied and delighted. 4th brother. Eldest brother, 3rd brother, and 4th brother are dead. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood, but Shui Wu wasn't happy at all. Seeing Shui Si lying on the ground like a pile of mud with his eyes wide open and the shocking bloody wound on his neck, Shui Wu screamed in fear. Old 4th? Shui 1 and Shui 3's expressions changed drastically when they heard Shui 5's cry. They turned around at the same time. When they saw Shui Si lying on the ground like a dead pig and his eyes wide open, the 2 of them roared at the same time. Shui 1 charged towards the struggling giant spike dragon even faster, while Shui 3 turned around and brandished his sword, charging towards Yi Qinghan like a mad lion. 3rd brother, don't be impulsive. Protect 2nd brother and 5th brother. Shui 1 dodged the giant spike dragon's slightly slow claw and fiercely punched the side of the giant spike dragon's back. He turned around and roared. Hearing Shui 1's voice, Shui 3's sprinting body trembled for a bit. In the end, he resolutely rushed towards Yi Qinghan. Hee hee. Good timing. Yi Qinghan was just about to test his current strength when he saw Xue 3 rushing towards him furiously. He squinted his eyes slightly. "Yi family scum, I want you to die today." Xue 3 descended from the sky with an incomparably violent anger. The sound of his blade piercing through the air was heard as he fiercely chopped down towards Yi Qinghan's head, as if he was going to split him in half. "Those who kill will be killed. Today, the 5 of you will stay here forever. As for your master, one day I will also send him down to meet you all." After merging with the battle beast, not only did Yi Qinghan feel that his strength had increased a lot, even his hearing and vision had reached a terrifying level. Xue 3's seemingly fierce and domineering blade was too slow and full of loopholes in his eyes. So he responded very leisurely, but his eyes were very squinted. When the blade was only a meter away from his forehead, he moved. His body took a few steps at an incredible speed and avoided Xue 3's violent blade. Then, before Xue 3 could react, his body turned sideways and flew into the air. He swung his right leg up high and then quickly pressed it down, smashing it on Xue 3's back. The dagger in his right hand smoothly stabbed down. Bang! Dust flew everywhere and blood spurted out. Xue 3, dead. Instant kill. Another commander-level powerhouse was instantly killed. Yi Qinghan licked his dry lips in excitement. He was extremely excited. Power, the feeling of having power was very good. The feeling of having great power was really very good. Killing 2 people consecutively didn't make him feel any fear. As a shameless guy from another world, with 2 lives, the experience of dying once, and the influence of being a powerhouse in the Fire Dragon continent for more than 10 years, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all about killing people. It seemed that, this kind of feeling was very good. Third brother. Xue Wu's desperate cry pulled Yi Qinghan's thoughts back to reality. He couldn't help but be shocked. How dare he be distracted in this kind of situation? A drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Looking at the angry Xue Wu not far away, he slid lightly towards Xue Wu. Bang! Under Xue Wu's crazy attack, the already wounded giant spike dragon fell to the ground with a loud bang. But Xue Wu didn't feel a trace of joy. Hearing Xue Wu's cry again, he felt as if his heart was stabbed by a knife. His bloodshot eyes suddenly turned around and saw Xue San lying on the ground powerlessly and Yi Qinghan dashing towards Xue Wu. At this moment, he didn't have time to think about how his target, a mere elite trash, could kill his 2 commander-level brothers in such a short time. He just instinctively roared, "Little bastard, how dare you? How dare you? I've already killed 2 of them, and you still say I dare?" Xue Wuhan's subordinates didn't seem to be very strong, and their intelligence was also very low. Ignoring this idiot, Yi Qinghan dashed quickly and arrived in front of Xue Wu in a few leaps. Easily dodging Xue Wu's randomly waving broadsword, Yi Qinghan sent Xue Wu, whose strength had been greatly reduced, to hell in a few moves. He also conveniently slashed the half-dead Xue's neck. As the saying goes, when cutting weeds, one must eliminate the roots. Since he had already made his move, he didn't mind killing one more. After confirming that the 2 were dead, Yi Qinghan slowly turned around. Looking at Xue Wu, who was about to go crazy, and feeling his shocking anger, Yi Qinghan didn't care at all. He stretched his neck, spread his hands and said helplessly, "Sorry, you said it too late. How about you go down and reunite with them? Little bastard, I'll tear you apart." Xue Wu's face was ferocious, and he ran even faster. He was full of regret and hatred. He regretted his carelessness and hated the Xue family's intelligence agents. As for Yi Qinghan, he only had the thought of tearing him apart. "I don't know if you can tear me apart. But I've already torn your 4 brothers apart," Yi Qinghan said mockingly once again. Actually, he didn't have the hobby of mocking people, but, if it could make the enemy angrier and more irrational, he was very willing to say more. Narrowing his eyes, Yi Qinghan felt Xue Wu's speed and thought about the fact that Xue Wu could kill a huge spike dragon. Yi Qinghan sighed with emotion. Xue Wu had consumed a lot of his battle chi and physical strength in the fight just now. However, Shui Wan's running speed was almost the same as Yi Qinghan's. It seemed impossible for Yi Qinghan to kill Shui Wan. Can I defeat him? Anyway, I have sufficient battle qi and physical strength. If I can't defeat him, I can run away. Here it comes. Shui Wan didn't use weapons. However, Yi Qinghan thought that there were only two kinds of people who didn't use weapons. One was commoners, and the other was people who were very confident in their own strength. They only believed in their own bodies. Therefore, when Shui Wan rushed towards Yi Qinghan and gently stretched out a white palm to pat Yi Qinghan immediately realized that this beautiful hand was very dangerous. Therefore, Yi Qinghan quickly put away his dagger, turned left and retreated diagonally. Chapter 31. Sure enough, the beautiful palm suddenly flashed, and an even bigger palm left his body. It gently crashed into the bushes behind him, smashing into the trees and grass. Dust flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely magnificent. Damn! So powerful. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, or else he would have been slapped to the ground by that huge palm again. Fortunately, after merging with Xiao He, his speed and reflexes had reached a terrifying level. With such a close distance and such a fast speed, an ordinary commander-level martial artist would definitely not be able to dodge it. If it was him in the past, he would definitely be slapped by it. Want to tear me apart? You're just a slave, and you're still lacking? It's more like calling your master here. Attacking with battle aura outside the body required a large amount of battle aura. Yi Qinghan knew this very well. And he couldn't get close to Shui Yi right now. Therefore, he could only continue to provoke Shui Yi, make him continue to wave his golden palm, and continue to consume his battle aura. Boom! Boom! What he got in response was a series of large golden palms. Shui Yi was obviously completely infuriated by the death of the four brothers and Yi Qinghan's teasing. He kept waving his huge palms made of battle aura. They chased Yi Qinghan's constantly dodging figure everywhere. Yi Qinghan's expression was very disdainful. He seemed to be very relaxed as he ran around randomly, like a monkey in a pot of oil, wearing a floral skirt and doing a beautiful hula dance. And only he knew how dangerous it was. At this moment, he needed to concentrate 120% of his energy to face those golden palms. He had to predict the direction and speed of the palm in advance, and his mind quickly calculated. He also had to observe the surrounding terrain, calculate how to dodge the next time, and how fast to jump away. In just a dozen seconds, he narrowly escaped death twice, and was slightly injured once. The situation was extremely dangerous. What's wrong? I can't take it anymore. Old man, is it because you're too old? You can't last long? *CK, old man, are you going to fight or not? If not, you can collect the corpses, and we can go home and find our own mothers, okay? Old man, you look like you can't take it anymore. Premature ejaculation. Sigh. It's not that I want to criticize you, but when you're young, you don't know the value of sperm. When you're old, you can only look at that thing, and cry. This saying describes people like you. Golden Palms responded to his teasing. The black-clothed leader's face became paler and paler as he constantly released his battle chi. His battle chi palms became smaller and slower. Yi Qinghan knew that his chance was about to come, so he jumped even more cheerfully and mocked even more fiercely. He continued to wander around, squinting his eyes as he observed the movements and expressions of the black-clothed man. Until Shui Yi once again waved a large palm. Perhaps it was because this wave was too forceful and too turbulent. As a result, his body trembled slightly, and his footsteps became a little light. He actually staggered a step forward. What a great opportunity! Witnessing this, Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed and he easily dodged the attack. Without any hesitation, he stomped on the ground with his hind legs and shot forward like a cannonball. His right hand that was tightly gripping the dagger was slightly bent, ready to deal a fatal blow to the black-clothed man in front of him. Go to hell. When Shui Yi staggered a step forward, Yi Qinghan had already rushed towards him. The distance between them was less than 100 m. However, Yi Qinghan fully released his battle chi which had been maintained for a long time. Therefore, he only crossed 100 m in a couple of seconds. Therefore, when Shui Yi stabilized himself, Yi Qinghan's dagger had already arrived in front of him and was about to slash his throat. At this moment, Yi Qinghan thought that Shui Yi would die for sure. However, when he saw Shui Yi raising his head and the pair of mocking eyes, he knew that it was not good. Closely after that, he saw Shui Yi's left hand forcefully pressing onto his chest with a huge palm. At that moment, he seemed to understand many things. He was hit by a palm and a trick. The moment his body flew backward in the air, he had figured it out for sure. He had fallen into a trap. His laughable plan of angering his opponent and wasting his battle chi had long been seen through by the leader of the men in black. The man in black had played along and pretended that his anger had damaged his brain. He had continuously released his battle chi to confuse Yi Qinghan while preserving his strength. At the very last moment, he had suddenly gone crazy and severely injured Yi Qinghan with one palm. It seemed that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. The ancients did not lie. Yi Qinghan landed heavily on the ground. His mind was filled with regret and helplessness. His internal organs had been severely injured, and a few of his bones must have been broken. Although the white air from the bronze ring had immediately flowed into his body and started to quickly heal and recover the injured parts. However, it was too late. The man in black would not give him another chance. Doing a stupid thing might be due to an accident, but if he made the same mistake twice at the same time, then he would really be a pig. Since the leader of the men in black could become the leader of the team of 5, he was obviously not as stupid as a pig. Therefore, he slowly walked over with a dark expression. Shaw. Shaw. One wrong step, and the whole game was lost. The slow footsteps were like a hypnotic death knell, gradually getting closer and closer. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and quietly waited for death. It was like the night when he had first entered the savage mountains and encountered the saber-toothed tiger. It was not realistic to struggle and try to escape. Rather than being chased to death like a dog, it was better to quietly wait for death. At least it would not be so tiring, right? Father, mother, I have come to see you. Qingyu, I have to apologize to you again. If there is a next time, I will not be so reckless. Xiaohei, I have implicated you. Yi Qinghan silently recited his last words, expressing his regret and helplessness. Boss, if you had not implicated us, we might not have died. Suddenly, a voice in his mind sounded like a clap of thunder. At the same time, some inexplicable information suddenly poured into his mind. Yi Qinghan racked his brain rapidly to digest the information. After he digested all the information, his heart which had just been stirred up became like a tsunami. Watching Shui Yi slowly walking to him, Zhang Tai gradually recovered his composure. However, his right hand which was holding the dagger slightly tightened. Shui Yi's left hand was still surrounded by his battle chi, ready to launch another strike at Yi Qinghan. Although he knew that his palm strike must have severely wounded this brat, the corpses of his 4 brothers on the ground told him that he could not be careless. This brat had too many secrets. Although the young master said it was better to capture you alive, I think if I tear you into pieces, my brothers might die in peace. Therefore, you can die now. Shui Yi said in a muffled voice as if he was telling his brothers on the ground that he was going to avenge them and that they could die in peace. His voice was a bit low and a bit sad. He slowly raised his left hand, and the battle chi around his palm started to circulate faster. It seemed that it would fly out in the next second, turn into a huge golden palm, and fiercely smash the weak bodies on the ground into pieces. Lying quietly on the ground, Yi Qinghan didn't seem to see the battle chi around him. He just sighed and said helplessly, although I also thought about capturing you alive and wanted to ask something from you, I know that I can never get anything from you. Therefore, you can also die now. The words were a bit hard to pronounce, but both of them moved very fast. Shui Yi once again accelerated the circulation of his battle chi. He raised his palm high and was about to release his battle chi, which would turn into a huge palm and slap down. Yi Qinghan didn't do anything. He just closed his eyes and then suddenly opened them. His two black pupils suddenly burst out two dazzling lights, which shot into Shui Yi's eyes. The sunlight was dazzling, however, it was not dazzling or dizzying. However, the two rays of light shot out by Yi Qinghan seemed to have a miraculous effect. Shui Wen's palm, which was pressing down, suddenly stopped. Shui Wen's gaze became dazed for a moment. Although it was very short, many things could be done in this short period of time, including Yi Qinghan's body lightly leaping up and waving his right hand. That black dagger gently slid across Shui Yi's neck. The cool and sharp pain on Shui Yi's neck woke him up in a split second. He held his neck with one hand and pointed at Yi Qinghan with the other in an unbelievable way. He wanted to say something, however, he couldn't utter any words. To be the first to die to my body fusion technique, soul stun, is your good fortune. You should know that in the entire continent, only the Yi clan possesses the body fusion technique, and there are only 3 people in the Yi clan who possess it. I'm the 4th one. So, you can go accompany your brother with peace of mind. The ecstasy that Yi Qinghan had been suppressing for a long time finally showed on his face. Just as he said, in his most critical moment, he actually got lucky and obtained a combined battle skill that had a very low probability of success. This battle skill was something that Xiao He had just learned from his inherited memories. After Xiao He had digested and mastered it, he passed it on to him at the most critical moment. In the end, he overturned the losing situation and turned the tables. According to the information passed on by Xiao He, this combined battle skill was called soul dizziness. It could ignore material defenses and directly attack the soul, which was the human spirit and nervous system. The duration of dizziness depended on the cultivation of the opponent's soul. After Yi Qinghan combined, his and Xiao He's soul strength had reached the terrifying peak of General Realm. Therefore, he could directly dizzy a General Realm warrior for 1 second. At the level of General Realm, if they fought at close range, 1 second of dizziness was equivalent to an instant kill. This skill was definitely a heaven-defying skill. It was incomparably awesome. Beast disintegration. Yi Qinghan disintegrated the beast and let Xiao He return to the beast's space to rest for a long time. After his injuries were completely healed, he began to clean up the battlefield. Qingyu, wait for me. I'll be back soon. Raising his head and looking deeply towards the north, Yi Qinghan smiled. He tidied up his tattered clothes and quickly ran, disappearing into the boundless forest. Behind him, the Fire Wolf Mountain was still filled with green smoke. Chapter 32. Tsung City, Yi Family Castle West Courtyard. Shui Wuhan was a little troubled. It was like the spring breeze from the north. Although it carried the fragrance of plants, it carried a trace of spring chill. It was pervasive and lingered. As the leader of the new generation of the House of Aries and the next head of the Shui family, he felt that there was nothing else that could trouble him other than cultivation. However, that gentle and weak little girl had troubled him for a few months. Back at Nilan Street, his natural eyes could tell that this pretty girl was different. Humans on the mainland had been around for tens of thousands of years. During this time, 2 types of unique physiques had appeared. One was the spiritual body of nature. It was born close to nature and could easily sense the laws of heaven and earth. As long as one wasn't physically weak and was diligent in cultivation, one would definitely be famous throughout the mainland. Of course, those who died prematurely didn't count. It should be known that a warrior only needed to work hard in the early stages of cultivation. However, after reaching the Duke realm, one would need to sense the laws of heaven and earth in addition to hard work. Only by understanding the laws of heaven and earth would one have a chance of entering the Emperor realm. There were countless Marquis realm martial artists on the continent, but Emperor realm martial artists were incomparably rare. Therefore, Emperor realm experts were the cornerstones of every family clan and were high-level figures. The spiritual body of nature was born close to nature and could easily sense the laws of heaven and earth. Therefore, every spiritual body of nature that appeared on the mainland cultivated at least the Emperor realm. Some of them even entered the Sage realm and were about to become gods. The other type of spiritual body on the mainland was called the Jade Spirit Body. There were only 5 people with the Jade Spirit Body in the history of the mainland. All of them were women. Including the current Yi Qingyu, there were 6 in total. The 5 people with the jade spirit body in the history of the mainland didn't have high achievements in cultivation. The highest one was only a general realm warrior. However, 4 of the husbands of the 5 women with the jade spirit body had all reached the peak of the sage realm. They became outstanding figures of their generation and shocked the world. No one knew what was so special about the jade spirit body. In fact, only a few people on the mainland knew about the jade spirit body. Coincidentally, the Shui family that Shui Wuhan belonged to knew about it. Shui Wuhan did not know why the jade spirit body could help a martial artist cultivate to the peak of the realm. However, he had vaguely heard of a legend that the jade spirit's body contained a very powerful force. When a man and a woman had sex, this force would be transmitted to the man she loved through a kind of sacrifice skill, helping the man she loved reach the peak. Legends might not be trustworthy, but his family's information was 100% certain. As long as a martial artist cultivated to the peak of the Duke realm and intercourse with the jade spirit body, there was almost a 90% chance that they could step into the Emperor realm. After leaping into the Emperor realm, cultivation was as smooth as a horse galloping across a flat plain. As long as one's comprehension wasn't too bad, entering the Saint realm was a sure thing. Therefore, Shui Wuhan would rather stay in Sang City for a few months. He was determined to get Yi Qingyu. It was just that the process of obtaining it was a little difficult. This wasn't the Shui family's floating snow city. The Yi family's castle was occupied by 3 old fellows of the Saint realm. The Yi family and the Shui family were both part of the 5 great families of the House of Aries. The elite school competition was imminent. If a civil war broke out first, even the Shui family wouldn't agree to him acting recklessly, let alone the other great families. Since he couldn't fight them head-on, he could only attack them from the side. Therefore, he brought the 20 top-grade snow panacea to Old Imo. The snow panacea had indeed attracted 2 people to work for him, but he didn't do well. He didn't expect that the gentle and weak girl to be so unyielding. She would rather die than submit. If Shui Wuhan didn't know about the jade spirit body, it would have been best to have intercourse with her when she was at the peak of the Duke realm. Otherwise, Shui Wuhan would have climbed over the low wall and raped her. Alright, if the side didn't work, then he would do it from the back. After that, he split into 2 groups. One group consisted of his 5 family guards. Shui 1 and Shui 5 went to the barbarian city. However, these pieces of trash, 1 general and 4 commander-level warriors, went to capture a useless young master of the elite realm, but there was still no news after more than a month. On the other group, he scattered money and valuables, bribing countless members of the Yi family to persuade Yi Qingyu. They were all about how good her life would be after marrying Shui Wuhan, what opportunities her brother would have after marrying Shui Wuhan, and what kind of training he would receive. He listed out a bunch of conditions, including many benefits and a bright future. However, Yi Qingyu was helpless. Perhaps it was because Yi Qingyu seemed to have been frightened earlier and had a trace of vigilance in her heart. Or perhaps it was because Yi Qingyu already had someone in her heart. In any case, she was stubborn. She only said coldly, "Wait for her brother to return, otherwise I would rather die than marry." Therefore, at this moment, Shui Wuhan was very vexed. The cold of spring had entered his body and couldn't be dispelled. In the backyard of the Dark Moon Bar, south of the barbarian city. The backyard was very small, with only 2 or 3 rooms. At this time, it was already late at night. The door of the courtyard was closed, blocking the bright starlight and the faint spring cold. In a room, there was no special decoration in the room, only a large wooden barrel that was faintly discernible in the fog. The wooden barrel was filled with water, and countless red rose petals were scattered on the surface of the water. In the middle of the petals, there was a snow-white and seductive body of a woman. Hua, hua. The woman gently plucked the flower petals in the water with her smooth, jade-like arms. As the water rippled, 2 towering peaks were revealed. Occasionally, 2 peach-colored pinkness could be seen. Amidst the bright red flower petals, it was a shocking sight that could move one's soul. On a beautiful face, her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, making people feel pity for her. It's been more than 2 months. I wonder if that kid from the Yi family is still alive? Kid, you better not die. I haven't done anything shameful in this life. Don't let me spend the rest of my life in guilt. Dark Moon was also a little vexed. That kid from the Yi family was obviously young, but he had an evil look in his eyes. Although he had only stayed in her hotel for a short period of more than 10 days, they had only exchanged a few words. However, the unique temperament of the youth still left a deep impression on Dark Moon, who had seen thousands of people. Later on, she instinctively wanted to get information from the youth, but she didn't expect that she would be tricked by the youth in the end. She even made a strange bet with him. She didn't really care about the bet. She, Dark Moon, had roamed the world for countless years. Without her permission, no one would be able to touch her soft tofu. However, this youth actually rashly crashed into the barbaric mountains, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Later on, she heard that this youth was actually the young master of the Yi family. There was no need to prove the power of the Yi family, but she and the power behind her were not afraid. However, if this youth died in the mouth of a magical beast or an assassination by a hunter in the mountains because of her, she would feel a little guilty. Knock, knock, knock. A familiar knock on the door suddenly rang out. Dark Moon's knitted eyebrows tightened even more. She said in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" A respectful male voice rang out from outside the door, "Young miss, Yi Qinghan is back. He's the youth who made the bet with you. He's looking for you in the hall now. He said, he wants to complete the bet with you." Oh. Hee hee. Interesting, interesting. Dark Moon's knitted eyebrows relaxed slightly. Her lips curled into a smile that was as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as jade. Her giggling caused her chest to tremble and ripple, as if confirming the old saying of surging waves. After a while, she said softly, "Bring him here and seal the backyard." Raptors was also very troubled. Although his name was very bold, he was tall and strong, and his battle aura was also ranked among the top in the barbarian city. However, he, who was as fierce as a tiger on the outside, was like a sick cat at the moment, curled up in a corner of the front hall of Dark Moon Bar, drinking alone and sulking. It was already late at night. The spring wind passed through the cracks of the window and the door, silently sneaking in, bringing with it a trace of cold air. Perhaps it was the effect of the alcohol, or perhaps it was the excessive secretion of hormones in his body, but Raptors didn't feel cold at all. Instead, he felt that the air was getting stuffy, his body was getting hotter, and his mood was getting more and more troubled. Everything was because of the young man who was brought to the backyard by the waiter. The backyard of Dark Moon Hotel had always been the holy land for the single men who stayed in the hotel. This was because the charming Dark Moon lived there. Countless people wanted to enter the backyard, but they didn't, and they couldn't. It was just that the young man who looked a little familiar had gone in. It was because the young man shouted to the old man, "Bring me to your lady boss, I'll finish the bet." At first, Raptors snorted at the young man. He knew very well what kind of power and background this charming lady boss, Dark Moon, had. As long as the lady boss didn't agree, no one in the barbarian city could step into the backyard. But after a while, the old man actually nodded at the young man, and the two walked in naturally. Wait. Bet? That young man. Yes, yes. So it was him. Raptors shook his head a few times and became a little more clear-headed. He thought back to the game-like bet from 2 months ago. Why did this youth look so familiar to him? After figuring it out, he didn't feel so troubled anymore and poured another glass of wine. He originally thought that the young man who could enter the backyard must be a disciple of a big family or a super expert. Now that he knew that it was that young man in the elite realm, he was very relieved. He knew that the woman's strength had increased by another level not long ago. Although the young man seemed to have improved a little, it was obvious that he would definitely lose this bet. It could only be due to some reason that he didn't leave. He decided to continue waiting here, waiting for the young man to be beaten black and blue, and then obediently work in Dark Moon Bar for 3 months. Yi Qinghan didn't know whether he would be beaten black and blue, but he knew that the woman in front of him was really beautiful, dazzlingly beautiful. There was once an ancient saying that the two most beautiful moments for a woman were right after taking a bath, and when she was undressing. He agreed with this saying very much. The beauty had just taken a bath, and as long as he could win the bet, he would be able to carefully appreciate the moving scenery when she was undressing. Tonight, he could enjoy the two most beautiful moments of a woman. Yi Qinghan felt very happy. The door was already closed, and the beauty was wearing a bathrobe. Her cheeks were red, and her eyes were like silk. She was a feast for the eyes. At this moment, Dark Moon was indeed very beautiful and very attractive. After a moment of silence, his eyes began to shine. He licked his lips, rubbed his hands, and said with a slightly shy smile, "Do you think I need to take a bath again?" Chapter 33. You do need to wash it. Seeing the shy young man in front of her, Dark Moon smiled and her mood gradually became better. Her snow-white face became even redder, and her soft voice floated in the night sky. "However, I think you don't have to be in a hurry, because you will have 3 months to carefully wash the dishes in the kitchen." Actually, I don't have much interest in washing dishes. I only have some thoughts about that big bed inside. I wonder if it's soft enough. After sleeping in the mountains for so many days, I really miss the smell of a bed. Then, you won't go back on your word if you lose, right? Through the bead curtain of the inner door, Yi Qinghan glanced at the pink bed inside and revealed a hopeful expression. Then, he thought of something and turned his head to look at Dark Moon and said seriously, "Hee, interesting little boy." Seeing Yi Qinghan's childish expression, Dark Moon giggled, causing her chest to tremble. It was very spectacular. "If you can win against me, I don't mind letting you sleep on that big bed and turning you from a little boy to a little man. Let me make it clear, I'm not winning against you, I'm winning against half of your strength." Yi Qinghan didn't know what that big red bed meant to the people of Man City. Who knew how many people thought of ways but couldn't see that big bed? He only knew that tonight, that big bed would belong to him. "Alright, little boy, let's start. Let's not go too far, don't destroy my courtyard." "Don't worry, I won't go back on my word, and I don't have that habit." Dark Moon waved her hand lightly, tightened her bathrobe, and combed her greenish-black hair. Yi Qinghan scratched his head and suddenly said, "I forgot to tell you, beauty, my name is Yi Qinghan. I have a war beast that confuse. I wonder if this is against the rules?" "It's nothing. I forgot to tell you that I broke through to the 3rd level of the general realm not long ago and compressed my battle aura by half. I'm afraid that my strength will also reach the peak of the commander realm. So, why don't you fuse with your battle beast? Let me feel how powerful your Yi family's battle beast fusion is." She activated her mental cultivation method, and battle chi began to flow in her body, compressing half of it. Although she could only have the strength of a peak commander, she felt that it was enough. She had already known that Yi Qinghan had a 4th-tier beast through her information channels, but she did not take it to heart. She had always believed that the most reliable way was to increase one's combat strength through one's own hard work. Relying on external forces to increase one's strength was not the right way, and relying on external forces to temporarily increase one's strength was even more of a wrong way. For example, the Yi family's beasts. However, in the next second, this idea that had just formed in her mind was instantly smashed to pieces by Yi Qinghan's astonishing speed. Dark Moon's beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with shock at this moment. She looked at the green figure that had instantly attached itself to her like a ghost. She could only rely on her body's instincts and her superb combat experience to quickly slide to the side. Right now, she was sliding to the side, relying on her many years of combat experience. Dark Moon was relying on Yi Qinghan's current speed and angle of attack. She quickly made the correct dodging posture, but she seemed to have forgotten that she had suppressed half of her battle aura. Her combat experience was not bad, and her reaction speed was also very fast. It was just that, her hands and feet could not keep up with her mental reaction speed, so her sideways dodging was a little slower. Thus, her neck was gently touched by a black dagger. "You've lost. You owe me a beautiful night." Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and smelled the feminine fragrance that Dark Moon's body emitted after she had just come out of the bath. He greedily inhaled it. He was not surprised by this result. After merging, his strength had reached the terrifying general realm. It was very easy for him to deal with a woman who was temporarily only at the commander realm and could not adapt to the change in her own strength. So, he won. So, he began to stretch out his hand through Dark Moon's snow-white bathrobe and began to stroke the two straight and smooth thighs under the bathrobe. Wait. The numbness on her thighs caused Dark Moon to recover from her shock. She unhappily reached out her hand to slap away Yi Qinghan's mischievous hand, but she was not angry. She only asked in confusion, "How did your strength increase so quickly? Were you hiding your strength 2 months ago?" "Absolutely not." Yi Qinghan continued to stretch out his big hand. His face was very serious, but his constantly trembling throat and increasingly heavy breathing betrayed his inner thoughts. 2 months ago, I was indeed at the elite realm level 1. It's just that I didn't like to cultivate in the past. That day, I was deeply attracted by your beauty, so I resolutely decided to abandon my previous decadence and determined to cultivate diligently. In the end, my strength improved a little by a stroke of luck. Looking at Dark Moon's long and narrow red phoenix eyes that seemed to be saying, "Who are you lying to?" Yi Qinghan coughed lightly and smiled embarrassedly. However, his hand refused to stop and continued to climb up. He only gently moved his face to her ear and said softly, "Beauty, to tell you the truth, my war beast is not at the level 4 as it is on the surface. This, you have to keep it a secret for me." "Oh. This little guy has a lot of secrets." "Fine. I admit that I lost the bet. Tonight, I belong to you." Dark Moon blinked her eyelids, revealing a trace of naughtiness. Her 2 hands very naturally rested on Yi Qinghan's shoulders. Her curvy body emitted a hot and seductive aura as she stuck close to him. Her eyes were closed tightly, and her bright red lips opened and closed. She looked as if she was waiting for him to do anything to her, tempting him to commit a crime. Yi Qinghan did not hesitate to kiss Dark Moon's lips fiercely. It was as if he wanted to suck all the saliva in those 2 petals dry. At the same time, his hands and feet were not free. One of his big hands had already attached to the 2 towering peaks, and he used all his strength to climb, as if he could never climb to the top. His thighs bent slightly, and his thighs went straight between the 2 snow-white thighs. He rubbed up and down, enjoying the unusual comfort through the fabric. The sweetness from the base of his tongue, the firm softness of his hands, and the occasional collision of his knees against the mysterious garden made him intoxicated and lost his direction. Outside the window, the spring wind was blowing. In this spring night, who knew how many people could not sleep? "Why? Are you leaving?" In a daze, Dark Moon was awakened by a slight sound. She turned her head and found that there was no one beside her pillow. The little man was tidying up his clothes and looking at her with a smile. There was a trace of love in his eyes, and a trace of sadness of parting. "Although I really want to have a second time with you, you are now my woman. I think this opportunity will come sooner or later, so I think it's better to finish my business first, and then arrange your business." Although it's very irresponsible to say this. The transformation from a boy to a man made the confidence and domineering in Yi Qinghan's eyes inadvertently revealed. He looked at the warm big bed and the woman on the big bed that made him extremely infatuated, and there was a trace of disappointment in his heart. Little man, don't think that I will be responsible for you." Dark Moon wanted to tease him freely, but when she saw the little man's sincere eyes, she couldn't help but say a few words from the bottom of her heart. "Well, if it's really hard to stay in the Yi family, you can come to Man City. I'm doing well here." "You're doing well because of the power behind you, right? But you have to remember, no matter when, the only power you can rely on is actually your man. I forgot to tell you, in the bet last night, even if you used your full strength, I could still defeat you. Remember, my name is Yi Qinghan, and I am your man." The door was pushed open, and a cold night wind blew in. In the cold wind, the little man's figure slowly disappeared. Dark Moon was a little lonely, wrapped in a blanket and leaning against the door. She carefully thought about the little man's words, but a storm was set off in her heart. He actually dared to say that he could defeat a powerhouse in the 3rd level of the general realm? How could he defeat him? But when she thought about it, a few months ago, the seventh child of the Yi family was still an elite martial artist, and now he could defeat a martial artist at the peak of the commander realm. This little man's growth was really too fast, and his body was filled with a mysterious aura. Maybe, he really could do it. After thinking for a long time, she didn't know if it was because of the spark of love between her and the little man just now, or because of the little man's confident and sincere eyes, but Dark Moon finally chose to believe him, even though she also felt that this matter was ridiculous. It wasn't just Dark Moon who felt that this matter was ridiculous. Raptors, who was drinking in the front hall, also felt that this matter was ridiculous. Several jars of wine had already been drunk, and a few hours had passed, but why hadn't he seen that young man with a bruised nose and swollen face come out yet? Perhaps it was because he drank too much, and what he saw just now was an illusion. However, in his drunken haze, he suddenly realized that the door to the backyard had suddenly opened. The young man who had just walked into the backyard actually walked out in a refreshed manner. He even smiled and nodded at the old man who was guarding the night. Then, he walked straight out of the hotel and disappeared into the night. After being stunned for a while, he suddenly sobered up and shook his head violently. Then, he supported himself on the table and stood up with difficulty. He wanted to say something to the back of the figure that disappeared into the night, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, he didn't say anything. He could only point at the back of that figure with a trembling arm. His expression was bitter, angry, and sullen. It was as if something that belonged to him had suddenly been stolen, but he had forgotten that it didn't belong to him in the first place. Others seemed to have stolen it fair and square. Chapter 34. Nightstick was a little annoyed. However, no matter who it was, anyone who was woken up after a hard night of farming would be extremely annoyed and furious. Nightstick was a collateral descendant of the Yi family. He was not very strong, only a level 3 general. However, his awakened beast was not bad. It was a level 6 double-headed tiger. After merging with it, its battle strength reached the level of a marshal. Although a marshal was considered a mid-tier power in the Yi family, it was still a big deal. However, Barbarian City was located in the southernmost part of the House of Ares. It was the best supply city in the Barbarian Mountains. Not every marshal had the ability to own it. Hence, Nightstick had to pay a huge price and put in a lot of effort to become the Lord of Barbarian City. Since he paid a huge price and put in a lot of effort to become the Lord of Barbarian City, he had to enjoy himself. Of course, he had to enjoy himself. Hence, Nightstick started to collect money in order to enjoy himself better and stabilize his position as the city lord. Now that his position was stable, he continued to collect money. Hence, he started to enjoy himself. For example, he enjoyed the beautiful daughter of a small family sleeping next to his pillow for an entire night. However, after a busy night of climbing mountains and wading through rivers, he was exhausted. Just as he was about to rest, the annoying knocking on his door kept ringing. Thus, he was incomparably furious. He opened the door and glared at the guard's bitter face with eyes that were about to burst into flames. He roared, "If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I think your 14-year-old sister might become a young married woman in advance." "Sir, my sister is as ugly as me. Someone is looking for you outside." When the guard heard this, the bitter expression on his face seemed to become even more bitter, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. "F***CKU, is your pig brain filled with sh**T? Do I have to see him just because someone wants to see me? Tell him to come back tomorrow afternoon." Nightstick slapped him hard. As the Lord of Barbarian City, he had always thought that he was the god of Barbarian City. How could it rain just because he said it would rain? Barbarian City was the territory of the Yi family. Unless someone from the Yi family came, he could ignore anyone who came. Seeing that Nightstick was about to leave, the bitter face of the guard hurriedly said, "Sir, that young man has the family's golden token." "Golden token?" Nightstick immediately stopped in his tracks. His ferocious face twitched and his two thick black eyebrows twitched. Then, his thick palm swept across again. "Mother ***Ker, why didn't you say so earlier? Lead the way." The hierarchy of the Yi family was very strict. The rank of the family was determined by the token. The token represented the power and status of the family. Don't think that he, the Night Rod, was so powerful in the barbarian city, but he only had a golden token. The person who wanted to see him tonight was a young man with a golden token. It was obvious that he was a direct descendant of the family. He didn't dare to be negligent. After all, that was a prince's grandson. Yi Qinghan didn't think that he was a prince. He was just eager to go home, so he came to the city lord's mansion with the attitude of trying. Although he was a young master on the surface, he had always been forgotten in Sang City, so he always thought that he was the seventh son of the Yi family, not the seventh son of the Yi family. However, when he took out the golden token, the originally fierce and arrogant guard suddenly became as docile as a kitten. He seemed to understand that he could become the seventh son of the Yi family. Furthermore, with his current strength, he should become the seventh son of the Yi family. From the castle, Nightstick walked in and looked at the unfamiliar young man in front of him. He squinted his eyes and squeezed out a smile on his fat and ferocious face. Yi Qinghan greets City Lord Nightstick. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows, smiled and bowed. Nightstick nodded his head slightly and sat on the main seat. Yes, please show me the proof that you are a descendant of the family. It's just a rule, please don't mind it. Yi Qinghan nodded his head secretly. Although this city lord who was as fat as a pig looked like a corrupt person, he was not stupid. He understood that the proof that Nightstick was referring to was not only the golden token, but also the symbol of the Yi family, the beast. In order to better intimidate this city lord and make his journey home smoother, he decided to show a little of his strength. Swimming Dragon Slash. Activating his battle aura, Yi Qinghan's body turned into a shadow and danced wildly in the hall. Following that, his chest lit up, and a dog-like beast with a lion's nose and a thin horn on its head appeared faintly, then disappeared into thin air. Receiving the golden token from Yi Qinghan, Nightstick was puzzled. Since when did the family have another young man who could meet the requirements to become a core disciple? However, he did not think too much about it. This young man had the golden token of the family, could summon beasts, and even knew the family's swimming dragon Slash. He was definitely a descendant of the family, and a quasi-core disciple at that. He believed that in no time, this young man's golden token would be changed to an emerald token of a higher grade. Thinking about this, Nightstick's ferocious face trembled even more happily. Nephew, you have a good cultivation, your future is limitless. Since you have come to the barbarian city, uncle must entertain you well and have fun for a few days. Servants, prepare the morning feast. I appreciate City Lord's good intentions, but Yi Qinghan has a favor to ask. Yi Qinghan smiled and said, speak your mind. Nightstick waved his hand casually and answered straightforwardly. Yi Qinghan nodded his head and said, I am ashamed to disturb you so early in the morning. I have just returned from my training, and I have an urgent matter to attend to in Sang City. I hope that City Lord can help me arrange it. This is a small matter, but do you really not need to stay here for a few days? You must know that the girls in the barbarian city are not bad. Nightstick's eyes shone with a hint of, you know. Indeed, they are not bad. I even tried them myself last night. Yi Qinghan thought to himself and insisted, I think there will be a chance. Thank you, City Lord. Oh, all right, I won't keep you. Next time you come, remember to stay for a few days. Nightstick nodded with a slightly disappointed expression. Then, he turned his head to the guard beside him and ordered, arrange my fastest carriage for young Master Qinghan. Also, arrange 4 guards to escort young Master Qinghan back to the fort. Thank you, City Lord. Qinghan will take his leave first. If there is a chance, Qinghan will come and thank you again. Yi Qinghan bowed and followed the guard out of the City Lord's mansion. In front of the City Lord's mansion, a luxurious carriage was already parked there. 4 guards were standing there respectfully with 4 red horses. Yi Qinghan nodded his head and got into the carriage. He said softly, let's go to Tsang City as fast as possible. Xue Wuhan sent 5 guards to kill him. Although they were all killed by him, he still felt that something bad was going to happen. Thinking about his sister who was far away in Tsang City, he became more and more worried. Therefore, he decided to leave at midnight. He left the warm bed and went to the city lord's mansion. He met with Night Stick and borrowed a luxurious carriage. It was not because he didn't have the money to rent a carriage, nor was he greedy for the luxury of Night Stick's carriage. It was because the best and fastest carriage in Barbarian City was at the city lord's mansion. Sitting on this carriage would allow him to travel unimpeded all the way to Tsang City. Watching the carriage leave, the guard with the bitter face turned around and went into the city lord's mansion. Looking at Night Stick who was sitting quietly in the hall, he said in confusion, "Sir, the person who just left is the seventh child. Motherf *****. You think I don't know? I even know he is the son of Yi Dao." Night Stick coldly glanced at him and said mockingly. The guard with the bitter face was even more confused. The bitter gourd looked like it was about to turn into a loofah. "But sir, isn't the seventh child the famous useless young master in the castle? Why are you so polite to him?" "Useless? I think you are useless." The muscles on Night Stick's face twitched. He slapped the piece of bitter gourd again and scolded, "Have you ever seen a piece of trash that can cultivate from the first level of the elite realm to the commander realm in 2 months? Have you ever seen a 4th level beast with such a domineering aura? Yi Dao is a hero, how could he not have some tricks up his sleeves? How could he give birth to a useless person? Just wait and see, the castle will definitely be bustling soon. The muddier the water, the more chaotic the situation. Only then will third master be able to fish in troubled waters, haha." Not long after the carriage left, a black-clothed man rushed over from the south of Barbarian City. The black-clothed man was short, and his body was covered with dust. He looked a little embarrassed and anxious. He quickly turned a few corners and entered a small hotel. He went straight to the backyard and knocked on a door. Head steward Lu was still awake, not because of the charming concubine beside him, but because he was very worried. The guards of the 5 young masters had already entered the mountain for a long time, but there was still no news. Could it be that something happened to them? Their target was only an elite trash, so he was not worried that the 5 masters could not capture him. He was only worried that they had encountered an inexplicable situation. Dong, dong, dong. A rhythmic knocking sound came from the door. He quickly climbed out of bed, put on a thick coat, and walked out of the room. "What? You said that the 5 masters were all killed by Yi Qinhan?" Looking at the embarrassed Niu Jin in front of him and hearing the shocking news, head steward Lu's hands unconsciously trembled. He did not know if it was because of the chill in the spring breeze or because of the shock in his heart. This subordinate definitely wouldn't dare to speak carelessly about such a huge matter. This subordinate was hiding nearby at that time and observed everything clearly. Niu Jin wiped his face and recalled the scene at that time. Even now, his heart still trembled slightly. After the death of the Shui brothers, he did not dare to stay any longer and immediately rushed back to inform them. It was only because he encountered a group of level 3 demonic beasts, wild boars on the way that he was delayed until now. Someone immediately arranged for the 3 fastest horses. "Niu Jin, I will send 2 people to escort you. You have to pass the news to the young master as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will not be able to keep your life if you mess up the young master's plan." Not long ago, head steward Lu received the news that the mayor had sent out the fastest carriage to Tsang City. Combined with the current situation that Niu Jin described, head steward Lu's hands trembled even faster and he quickly shouted. Although his voice was loud, it seemed to be trembling a little. After a while, the 3 tall horses braved the cold morning wind and disappeared from the city gate. Chapter 35. The nights in Tsang City were still so beautiful and intoxicating. This ancient city that had been standing south of the House of Ares for God knows how many years still continued to exude its charming yet desolate atmosphere. Ever since a man named Night Emperor walked into this ancient city and built the Yi family castle thousands of years ago, this ancient city had been firmly imprinted with the traces of the Yi family. Tsang City belonged to the Yi family, and the Yi family belonged to Tsang City. Shue Wuhan was bored to death as he casually walked on the 13th Street. Old Shi and old Mo followed him closely. The nights in Song City were indeed beautiful, and the girls on the 13th Street were more passionate than the brothels in the floating snow city. However, he was still a little bored and helpless. He had been living in Song City for more than 2 months. There seemed to be rumors in his family that they were dissatisfied and worried that he had gone to the 13th Street when he went out for training. There seemed to be some unfavorable rumors about him in the Yi family castle, such as that he was lecherous and was a playboy. However, only Elder Shi and Elder Mo beside him knew, young master really had no choice. If he didn't find something to do, if he didn't put on an act, if he continued to stay in the Yi clan castle and Song City, people would become even more suspicious. Therefore, in the past month, the three of them seemed to have visited every brothel on the 13th Street. They could even recite the names of the red cards in each brothel. Is there still no news from Man City? Shue Wuhan looked at the entrance of the brothel. The girls kept throwing flirtatious glances at him. Their snow-white breasts shook from time to time. They smiled, nodded, and waved the folding fan in their hands. Hearing his master's question, old Mo, who was beside him, took a step forward and replied respectfully, "Not yet, but I think it should be soon." A few useless things. Shue Wuhan cursed in a low voice and went into a brothel. The brothel was called 100 Flowers Brothel. It was located in the middle of Song City's 13th Street. The brothel's madam was called Sister Feng. Although Sister Feng was old enough to be the mother of several children, she still looked like she was in her 20s. Her pair of phoenix-like eyes were very alluring. However, not only were her phoenix eyes beautiful, they were also very good at reading people. At this moment, she was swaying as she walked down the stairs. From afar, she saw Shue Wuhan and the others who had just entered the door. Her pair of phoenix-like eyes suddenly lit up. She opened her mouth and spoke in a voice that was even more pleasant to the ears than that of an oriole. "Oh, I've heard the chirping of magpies since early this morning. I didn't know what good things were going to happen. Now that I've seen young Master Shue, I finally understand. You're too polite, Mother Feng." Shue Wuhan nodded his head lightly and didn't take it to heart. This kind of flattery was quite comfortable at first, but it was a little boring to hear it every day. Same old rules? Sister Feng smiled sweetly. Shue Wuhan nodded his head lightly. He walked straight up the stairs and entered a room that was exclusive to him. This room was not like the other rooms, which had a pink bed and a special sandalwood incense. Instead, it was clean and simple. There were a few sandalwood tables and chairs and a few landscape paintings. It was as if he had entered a study instead of a brothel. "Greetings, young master." The side door of the room suddenly opened. Mother Feng's phoenix-like eyes shone brightly. She bowed with a solemn expression and didn't look like a prostitute at all. "How's the preparation going?" Shue Wuhan nodded his head lightly and picked up a cup of tea. Mother Feng hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, "Young master, I'm preparing to take action in 5 days. I've already made the necessary arrangements. Unless the 3 old guys from the Yi family make a move, this mission will definitely be completed. It's not that serious. I'll make arrangements for the Yi family. I want you to guarantee that before that girl is sent to the drifting snow city, she must not die. If she dies, you won't be able to live." Shue Wuhan felt a little helpless. Since the front, the side, and the back were not going to work, he could only take the risk. He had to get that girl. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Shue Wuhan was a little angry. He turned his head and looked at Sister Feng next to him with a hint of blame in his eyes. Sister Feng hurriedly bowed and apologized. She opened the door, and then a low voice came from outside. Squeak. The door was pushed open again, and Sister Feng walked in with a serious expression. She said, "It seems that we have to take action earlier this time. It's best if we do it tonight." "What's going on?" Shue Wuhan raised his eyebrows. He had a bad feeling. Shui Yi and the others are dead. Yi Qinghan killed them alone. Moreover, Yi Qinghan is rushing back to Tsang City now. He might be back tomorrow morning. So, if you insist on this mission, you must take action immediately. Sister Feng suppressed the shock in her heart and tried her best to speak calmly. Clang! The teacup in her hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Xue Wuhan opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. Old Mo and Old Sher stared blankly at the tea leaves scattered on the ground. They silently digested the deep meaning of the message. Call the person who delivered the message in. After a long time, Xue Wuhan suddenly spoke with a cold voice. Niu Jin and 2 intelligence agents were called in. Looking at the handsome but calm young man sitting at the head of the table, they hurriedly bowed to him. Then, he narrated everything that he had seen, heard, and thought without missing a single detail. He did not add any embellishments or omit any details. He knew that one wrong sentence could mean the death of a life. He knew that the young man had the right and the ability to do so. All right, you 3 can leave now. Sister Feng, make arrangements for them and have fun for 2 days. Since Niu Jin and the other 2 came in, Xue Wuhan had calmed down. Although there was a huge wave in his heart, he could only suppress it. In front of the servants, he needed to be calm, and he had to be calm. Take action tonight. After thinking for a long time, he resolutely stood up and said these 4 words. Then, he pushed the door open and left in a hurry. Yi Family Castle, West Courtyard, Garden of Enchantment. As the young master of the Yi family, Yi Qinghuang didn't waste his youth and semen on the 13th Street like ordinary young masters. He didn't act like other rich playboys in Tsang City, showing off the wealth and power of his family and parents on certain occasions. Instead, he sat quietly in his courtyard, closed his eyes, and worked hard to cultivate his battle chi. Many people didn't understand. They didn't know that Yi Qinghuang spent more time cultivating than resting and playing. Only Yi Qinghuang himself knew. Why did he work so hard? Why did he work so hard? Because he was Yi Qinghuang, the young master of the Yi family, and the first heir of the family. If he didn't work hard, maybe he wouldn't be the young master or the first heir in a few years. Because he was Yi Qinghuang, he needed to be arrogant, and he needed the capital to be arrogant. Therefore, he had to work hard and put his life on the line. Many years ago, he knew that his father, the Castellan of Tsang City, had great power and influence, but he wasn't happy. He knew that his father had been suppressed by a name all his life. When the owner of that name was alive, his father couldn't even lift his head. However, after so many years, that person was still suppressing his father like a mountain, and he couldn't surpass him. At least, he couldn't surpass him yet. That person died, his grandfather retired, and his father took over. However, many people felt that it was a bit forced and awkward for his father to sit in that position. Therefore, he had to work hard on cultivating, so that his father's position would be more stable and comfortable. And he, Yi Qinghuang, would surpass that person one day. He would cover all the halos of the Yi family, and smash the mountain that had been suppressing his father with one punch. He would make his name shake the House of Aries, and even the Fire Dragon continent. Xue Wuhan didn't know what kind of ambition and goal Yi Qinghuang had. He only knew that he had to see him tonight, and persuade him to cooperate with him. Therefore, he left the 13th Street, and hurried to the Enchanted Garden. Young Master Xue, why are you in such a hurry? Yi Qinghuang tidied his hair, and asked his servants to prepare tea. I want to talk to you about something. Xue Wuhan looked a bit anxious. He stopped Yi Qinghuang and said softly. Oh. That's good. Yi Qinghuang hurriedly signaled his servants to leave, and smiled sweetly. Last time, Xue Wuhan talked to him like this, and he got 10 bottles of snow panacea. Although he didn't complete the task, Xue Wuhan was generous and didn't ask him for it. Therefore, when he saw Xue Wuhan's expression, he felt that something good was going to happen to him. He couldn't help but say excitedly, you said that young Master Xue's business is my business, and I will do whatever I can. Here are 10 bottles of high-grade snow panacea, the same grade as last time. Xue Wuhan didn't say anything. He took out 10 white jade bottles, and put them on the table. How can I accept this? I haven't finished the task last time. Yi Qinghuang smiled embarrassedly, but he didn't want to hide the fire in his eyes. This was good stuff. Last time, he gave 4 bottles to Yi Rong, and it hurt him for many days. After all, after a martial artist entered the general realm, he needed to accumulate a large amount of battle aura before he could enter a higher realm. How did he get his battle aura? It required diligent cultivation and a large amount of medicinal pills. Although the Yi family had medicinal pills, they weren't as good as the Shui family's snow panacea. Moreover, he wasn't like Shui Wuhan, who was directly appointed as the young master. The first successor and the young master seemed similar, but in reality, there was a huge difference in treatment. Shui Wuhan pretended not to see Yi Qinghuang's fiery eyes, and said embarrassedly, "I'm not afraid of Child Kuang laughing, but that girl actually looks very similar to my first love. My first love was killed by the family when I was 16, so, cough cough, I just received a message from the family. I have to rush back to the family tomorrow morning, so I want to see if I can bring that girl along with me." This. Yi Qinghuang frowned slightly, and stared at the white jade bottles on the table. He seemed to be in a difficult position. I can understand young Master Shui's feelings, but this matter is not easy to handle. The main thing is that the girl has an unyielding personality, and I'm afraid she will seek death. Shui Wuhan looked at Yi Qinghuang's expression and smiled slightly. He took out a yellow jade bottle from his bosom and said, "This is the 3 days drunk, colorless and tasteless. As for what will happen after 3 days, Child Kuang doesn't need to worry about it. I can guarantee one thing, I will definitely treat that girl well. As for the aftermath of the Yi family, Child Kuang will have to worry about it. I'm not worried about other things, but I'm afraid that the useless Yi Qinghan, who is also Yi Qingyu's brother, has a bad temper like a wild horse. You saw it in Milan Street last time. I'm afraid that he will go to the Elders' Hall to cause trouble." Yi Qinghuang sighed, and expressed that he was in a difficult position. "This is an Emperor rank secret combat technique, but it's broken. I'll also give it to Child Kuang." Shui Wuhan sneered coldly in his heart, and threw out a bronze-colored book. Of course, he knew that Yi Qinghan was Yi Qingyu's brother, and he also knew that Yi Qinghan's temper was as bad as wild horses, and his combat strength was probably even fiercer than wild horses. If it weren't for Yi Qinghan, he wouldn't have been so cruel to throw out such a priceless Emperor-rank secret combat technique. Oh? Emperor-rank secret technique? Yi Qinghuang's eyes were immediately attracted by the bronze-colored book, and a storm was set off in his heart. Secret combat techniques were divided into 4 ranks: human, king, emperor, and saint. Although he, Yi Qinghuang, was the young master of his family, he hadn't had the opportunity to learn any emperor-rank secret combat technique. Unexpectedly, he had an unexpected harvest today. Although it was broken, it was really priceless. After quickly flipping through it, Yi Qinghuang suddenly stood up, and said to Shui Wuhan very seriously, "See you tomorrow morning at the north gate of Tsang City." Shui Wuhan smiled happily, and thought of an old saying, "Loyalty comes from not having enough bargaining chips for betrayal." He sighed in his heart. This saying was really F***king, right? Yi Qingxie got up very early, even earlier than the chickens raised by the farmers outside Tsang City. Although he had never had the habit of getting up early, today was different, because today it was his master who personally woke him up. His master's name was Yi Qinghuang. Although his name was only one character different from his master's name, their status and strength were worlds apart. He was the son of the governor of a small city, a collateral descendant of the family. However, because of his talent in martial arts, he was recruited as a core disciple at the age of 15. Later, he joined Yi Qinghuang's team, and soon gained Yi Qinghuang's high trust, becoming his right-hand man. His status in the family was even higher than that of his father, who was the governor of a small city. However, he understood very well that his status was not because of his strength or his father's status, but because of Yi Qinghuang. Therefore, he had to work for Yi Qinghuang, and so he had to get up earlier than the chickens today. With 2 subordinates, he took a yellow jade bottle and turned out of the enchanted garden. The subordinates were given by his father, the governor of the city, and the jade bottle was ordered by his master to take. The destination of this trip was the east courtyard of the Yi family, a small and remote building. He quietly came to this very familiar small courtyard. It was familiar because not long ago, he had suffered a setback here. That beautiful and seemingly weak girl had resolutely rejected him, causing him to be severely scolded by his master, and he had lost a lot of face. This time, he did not want to be scolded again, so he called two subordinates to stand outside the courtyard, and personally climbed over the wall. He took out a dagger from his bosom, and with a light slash, he opened the door bolt of a room. Like a night cat, he nimbly crawled in. The room was not a girl's boudoir, but a kitchen. He was very clear that this weak girl had the habit of waking up early every day to cook porridge, so he dripped a few drops of the transparent liquid in the yellow jade bottle in many places, such as oil and water. Then, he quietly climbed out of the courtyard again, and squatted at the side with his two subordinates, waiting quietly. The reason why he made a simple matter complicated, and did not directly crawl into the room, knock the girl unconscious, and make her drink a few drops of 3-day drunk. It was because of his master's solemn warning, or perhaps he thought that this was in line with the methods of a person who walked in the dark. Creak. An hour later, the sky began to break, and the sky was white. That girl also opened the door on time, walked out, and crawled into the kitchen. Yi Qingxie was also a little nervous, not because she was afraid of being discovered, but because this place was a little remote, and no one would come so early in the morning. She was nervous because this was the first time she had done such a thing, and using such dishonorable methods, there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. Yi Qingyu looked at the empty rice jar with some disappointment, and thought of her brother who was thousands of miles away. In the past, her brother had always been the one to buy rice. The big jar of rice was finished, why wasn't her brother back yet? Didn't he know that he couldn't lift such a heavy bag of rice? She touched the small knife in her bosom. Although it was a knife used to cut fruits, it successfully stunned those annoying lackeys more than a month ago. Since the knife was still there, she felt a little more at ease, and so she began to wash up. She glanced at the few cornbread in the cupboard, and thought to herself, "Brother, if you still don't come back today, I can only eat cornbread for the whole day." Picking up a cup of water and a cornbread, Yi Qingyu once again sat in the courtyard, welcoming the sun as it rose from the east. She gazed at the dim sky in the south. Who's there? The 8 door gods wore thick armor, and with heavy eyelids, stood in front of the mayor's residence with difficulty. Only the sound of galloping horses disturbed their sleepiness, and the 8 of them woke up at the same time, and shouted loudly. "It's me, open the door." Yi Qinghan's face was a little pale, and he was a little tired after a few days of non-stop travel. But when he thought that he could see that delicate figure soon, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Getting off the carriage, he looked at the familiar door, and the 8 familiar door gods. He really wanted to laugh and say, "I'm back again, Huhan-san." But after thinking about it, he didn't say it. He took out a small bag of purple crystal coins from his bosom and threw it to the 4 guards beside the carriage. He said, "Sorry for troubling you, brothers. This is a small gift. Drink some wine for you to warm up. Young master is too polite." The 4 guards and a coachman smiled and nodded, then turned and left. Their tone was polite and respectful. The 8 door gods looked at everything in front of them with their mouths agape. Years of observing people's words and body language had trained them to have a pair of fiery eyes. They knew very well how expensive the carriage was, as well as how respectful the guards, who were obviously of high rank, were. Looking at the familiar yet strange 7th child, the few of them seemed to feel that he had changed a little, but they couldn't tell what exactly had changed. They could only vaguely feel that the sky above 7th child's head was about to change. "Good morning, 7th child." One of the door gods was the first to say politely, and the other door god beside him quickly opened the door. Yi Qinghan nodded faintly, as if he wasn't used to the change of the door gods, but he didn't stop and quickly walked back to his own courtyard. Chapter 36. Yi Qingxie had a bad feeling. He had wanted to complicate a simple task, but now it seemed that it was better to keep things simple. He looked at the sky that was getting brighter and the red morning glow in the east. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Thus, he started to jog and quickly flipped over the wall. Stepping on the corner of the wall, he leaped into the air and turned his palm into a knife. He aimed it at the back of Yi Qingyu's neck, who was sitting in the yard. His speed was so fast and his movements were so light that they didn't even make a sound in the wind. He was going to knock out Yi Qingyu, pour a few drops of 3-day drunk on her, throw her into a sack, and send her to the north gate of Tsang City. It was just that, he saw a saber, causing his leaping body to come to a halt and fall to the ground. It was a fruit knife, thin and brittle. Yi Qingxie could crush it with his bare hands. Holding the handle was a snow-white slender hand. The jade-like hand was slightly raised and trembling. The blade was pressed against a snow-white neck. There was a thin cut on her neck, which was slowly overflowing with bright red blood. Don't come over. Although Yi Qingyu had never cultivated battle qi, she had never been sick since she was a child due to her special physique. Furthermore, her eyes and ears were better than others. Although Yi Qingxie's movements were light and gentle, his kick on the wall had startled her. She didn't think much and immediately took out the fruit knife and pressed it against her neck. But because she was too hasty and agitated, she actually cut herself. Yi Qingyu, don't be rash. I'm just here to see you. Yi Qingxie was helpless and annoyed. He spread his hands and explained, although he didn't believe his own explanation. Yi Qingyu's delicate face was cold. I said that before my brother comes back, I won't agree to anything. Leave. Why do you have to do this? If you follow young Master Shui, you can have any life you want. Why do you have to suffer in the Yi family? Yi Qingxie calmed down and began to persuade her. For this mission, the target had to be alive, so he didn't dare to move. He could only be patient and talk nicely. My brother won't come back. If you continue to force me, only death awaits you. Yi Qingyu was still stubborn. She shook the knife in her hand as if warning something. Sigh. Yi Qingxie let out a deep sigh. He glanced around and stopped his 2 subordinates from pushing the door open. He reached into his robes and prepared to use his last move. There are some things that I didn't want to tell you. Originally, the family wanted you to marry into the Shui family happily and live the rest of your life happily. But why are you still so stubborn? Half a month ago, the family received news that your brother met with danger in the barbaric mountains. The news came from the barbarian city. The family has confirmed that your brother is dead. Danger? My brother is dead? Impossible, impossible, you're lying to me, I don't believe it. Yi Qingyu was still cold, her tone stubborn, but the hand holding the knife trembled even more. Yi Qingxie shook his head with a gloomy expression. He turned and said to one of his subordinates outside the door, Yi Bao, take the death letter from the family and let Miss Qingyu take a look. Looking at the white paper in Yi Bao's hand, Yi Qingyu's heart tightened. She looked at the words on it in disbelief. Fire Dragon Calendar Year 9998, March, Barbaric Mountains Demonic Beasts Rioted. Barbarian City Lord Yi Bang led the people to defend against the demonic beasts. The family's disciples unfortunately died in battle. Yi Tiandong, Yi Ziyu. Yi Qinghan, Yi Shaoshi, please give the family of the hero who died in battle a generous compensation. Yi Qinghan, Yi Qinghan. Brother. Impossible, I don't believe it, this is fake, it's fake. The dagger in Yi Qingyu's hand drooped down powerlessly. She shook her head and kept muttering in a low voice. 2 streams of tears flowed down powerlessly, wetting her face and landing on her snow-white dress, imprinting plum blossoms. Miss Qingyu, please restrain your grief. I believe that cousin Qinghan's spirit in heaven also hopes that you will live well. Seeing that Yi Qingyu's blade finally showed signs of sliding down, a hint of joy flashed past Yi Qingxie's eyes, but it was instantly covered up by the sorrow and pain on his face. Where is the body? My brother is dead, where is his body? Yi Qingyu suddenly asked. Her eyes were no longer crying, no longer grieving, but there seemed to be a trace of silent death aura. Your brother fell into a pack of level 4 shadow wolves, his corpse. It seems to have been torn apart, and the rest must have been cremated. Miss Qingyu, please restrain your grief. Yi Qingxie said in a low voice, but in his heart, he was very satisfied with his performance. It seemed that if he really couldn't make a living in the future, it was not bad to be an actor. Torn apart? Ugh, torn apart. Yi Qingyu easily believed Yi Qingxie's words, because she thought that although the family went against her will and forced her to marry Xue Wuhan, at least they didn't force her too much, nor would they use such a big matter to deceive her. The Yi family was one of the 5 great families, so they wouldn't abuse such methods. However, she didn't know that all of this wasn't the family's idea, but someone was extremely daring, using the family's name to use despicable methods and do shameless things. Gazing at the gradually rising sun in the east, as well as the patches of captivating red clouds, Yi Qingyu felt as if she wasn't looking at clouds, but rather her brother's smiling face. Clang! Under the hopeful gazes of Yi Qingxie and the other 2, the fruit knife finally fell to the ground, and then bounced back up, shining dazzlingly under the sunlight. Brother! Yi Qingyu let out a sorrowful cry, and before Yi Qingxie could react, she resolutely crashed into the wall behind her. After a sound like a watermelon breaking, the snow-white wall was dyed bright red. Brother! 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 A sorrowful voice resounded in the east courtyard, echoing in all directions, and drifting into the distance. Whisper! An even more powerful and sorrowful voice reverberated. The voice was loud and deafening, piercing through the clouds and piercing through the sky. Under the horrified eyes of Yi Qingxie and the other 2, a black figure directly broke through the door. The black figure stared blankly at Yi Qingyu, who was slowly sliding to the ground, and at the bright red on the snow-white wall, letting out a desperate and sorrowful roar, **T. After a short period of shock, Yi Qingxie gradually became angry and cursed in a low voice. He had messed up, and he needed to further ask his master how to deal with the aftermath. So he winked at Yi Qingquang, signaling him to report the situation here to Yi Qingquang. Yi Qingxie nodded silently, turned around, and was ready to leave. As for Yi Qinghan, who was standing foolishly on the side, although he had some sympathy for him, he did not take it to heart at all. He glanced at him coldly and walked away from the side. Bang! However, in the next second, Yi Qingxie began to regretting his contempt and carelessness. Looking at Yi Qinghan's cold and emotionless eyes, and the fist that was not as big as a casserole but more powerful than a casserole, he touched his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and curled up on the ground in pain. Wait! Cousin Qinghan, listen to my explanation. Yi Qingxie shouted at the first time. Yi Qingxie was his personal subordinate, and he would not allow others to slap him. However, in response to his words, a leg was lifted high and pressed down heavily. Bang! Yi Qingxie, who was curled up on the ground like a lobster, flattened his arched back under this heavy kick, and the chilling sound of bones cracking was heard continuously. It was like the rack supporting grapes suddenly broke, and the whole rack was instantly torn apart. Yi Qingxie could not bear to look at Yi Qingxie, who was paralyzed on the ground and could not be more dead. He felt a chill in his heart and wanted to say something, but when he saw Yi Qinghan's cold eyes glancing at him, he could not say anything. If you dare to run, I will tear down your father's small town. Yi Qinghan turned into a phantom, picked up Yi Qingyu on the ground, and quickly walked into the door. His sister's body was still a little warm, which meant that her vitality had not completely faded. The first thing Yi Qinghan had to do now was to save his sister immediately, instead of killing her. However, he was not a miracle doctor, and he did not know how to save people. He could only put all his hope on the bronze ring with the magical healing function. He quickly took off the ring and put it on his sister's hand. Then he took a drop of blood from his sister's forehead and dripped it on the ring. Chapter 37. Then, he looked at the bronze ring nervously, but a minute later, his heart was completely silent. It was ineffective. The ring did not emit the familiar white light, and his sister's wound was still bleeding. After a moment, he seemed to have thought of something. He quickly took out the ring and put it on. Then, he took out a black dagger from his trousers and slashed his left hand. Poochie! A deep cut appeared on his wrist, and blood instantly spurted out. The ring finally lit up, and a magical white stream quickly flowed from the ring finger to the wound on his wrist. Yi Qinghan quickly pried open his sister's mouth, and while the wound had not completely healed, he squeezed the blood out and let it flow into Yi Qingyu's mouth. However, the recovery ability of the ring was a little too strong. After a moment, the cut on his wrist began to scar. Yi Qinghan frowned, not because of the pain from the wound. He had already experienced this pain for more than a month, and he did not care about it at all. He just felt that the wound was scabbing too quickly, and he was afraid that it would delay saving his sister's life. So, he decisively picked up the dagger again, and slashed hard on the scar just now. This cut was very deep, and the white periosteum could be faintly seen from the wound. Cut, blood dripped, scabbed, and continued to cut. Just like that, Yi Qinghan did this over and over again. He was very busy, and there was no expression on his face. There was only silence, and the sound of blood dripping. After a long time, he did not know how many cuts he had made, or how much blood he had lost. Yi Qinghan's face became paler and paler, but his eyes, which had never left Yi Qingyu's side, became brighter and brighter. There was a faint smile on his weak face. Slowly, as more and more blood flowed into Yi Qingyu's mouth, and as his face became paler, Yi Qingyu's face gradually became rosy, and a scar began to form on her forehead. She began to breathe slowly, and her chest also began to rise and fall. Gently stroking his sister's face, Yi Qinghan began to cry silently. If he had come back earlier, one day earlier, no, a moment earlier, his sister would not have to suffer like this. Looking at his sister's peaceful sleeping face, he felt slightly relieved. He gently wiped the remaining blood from his sister's mouth, and covered her with a blanket. Then, he slowly stood up, and his eyes suddenly became fierce. An invisible murderous aura shrouded the entire room. Yi Qingxie did not run away, and stayed in the small courtyard. He wasn't afraid of Yi Qinghan's vicious stomp on the night leopard, nor was he frightened by Yi Qinghan's words about tearing down his father's small city when he entered the room. Instead, it was because he felt that the matter had not been settled properly, and now that Yi Qinghan had unexpectedly appeared, the situation would become more and more troublesome. Hence, he wanted to stay here and stabilize Yi Qinghan, so that Yi Qingquan would have time to rush over to deal with the aftermath. Another subordinate had already gone to report the news, and the corpse of the night leopard was still lying there quietly. Yi Qingxie was a little surprised at the speed of Yi Qinghan's improvement. Wasn't this trash only at the first level of the elite realm a few months ago? How could he kill the first level commander night leopard with one punch and one kick? However, he was not overly worried. He was at the first level of the general realm, and after merging with his beast, his strength would reach the second level. He felt that with this kind of strength, he would definitely be able to control anything that happened here. However, in the next second, his whole body was enveloped by a chill. What a strong murderous aura! Yi Qingxie looked at the thin young man standing at the door in shock. He did not know why that small body could radiate such a strong murderous aura. Why? Yi Qinghan stood at the door and said faintly, his voice was a little cold. Why? There's no why. Actually, I just arrived, and found that cousin Qingyu is taking things too hard. Yi Qingxie was just about to explain something, but halfway through, he shut his mouth in embarrassment. This was because he realized that Yi Qinghan's expression was getting colder and colder as he spoke, and his murderous aura was getting stronger and stronger. Why? Although Yi Qinghan still said the same 3 words and asked the same question, the 3 words this time seemed to have a magical power. But this time, the 3 words seemed to have some sort of magical power. Each word struck his heart, causing him to feel a trace of panic, palpitations, and even a slight tremble. Yi Qingxie took a few deep breaths and told himself, why am I trembling? He was just trash, and he was a first-level general. Why would he be afraid of him? Hence, he continued, Yi Qinghan, I can understand your feelings, but I hope you can be more rational. I think the family will give you an explanation. Fusion. Yi Qinghan didn't waste any more words and immediately merged with his battle beast. A surging power once again enveloped his body, making his aura even stronger. He slowly took a step forward and said again, I'll ask you again, why? Fusion. Yi Qingxie didn't say anything else and also merged with his battle beast. In his opinion, there was something wrong with Yi Qinghan's brain. Since he couldn't use words to make him understand, he could only use force to explain to him. He wanted to make this arrogant brat understand that in this world, the bigger the fist, the bigger the reason. However, in the next second, he saw two rays of white light shining from Yi Qinghan's indifferent eyes. The light was dazzling, like the scorching sun at noon. It made him dizzy, and he couldn't find his direction. Yi Qinghan immediately used his fusion technique, soul dizziness. At present, he was very sure that this technique was very powerful. It was so powerful that it could ignore the defense of a general realm warrior and directly attack their soul, making them dizzy for 1 second. 1 second was very short, and it passed in the blink of an eye. However, for warriors of their level, 1 second could kill a person countless times. For example, Shui Yi of Fire Wolf Mountain, and Yi Qingxie at this moment. Yi Qinghan shot out with his hind legs. He opened his right hand and turned it into a claw, grabbing Yi Qingxie's neck and lifting him into the air. Yi Qinghan's left hand quickly hit a few important acupuncture points on Yi Qingxie's body, shattering a few critical acupuncture points for Yi Qingxie to circulate his battle qi. Then, he looked at Yi Qingxie, who was slowly waking up with a face full of shock, and said coldly, "You will die today. The difference is whether you will die quickly or painfully. If you don't want to implicate your Xiao Cheng's parents and your younger brother who has just become a core disciple, tell me everything about this." Yi Qingxie looked at Yi Qinghan in horror. He didn't understand what had happened. Right, he suddenly saw two beams of light, and then he felt dizzy. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. What kind of demonic technique was this? It could actually make a general realm warrior dizzy for a moment. One had to know that in a battle between warriors, life and death could be decided in a single second. Yi Qinghan could ignore physical defense and directly attack the soul. This was too terrifying. He could practically kill a general realm warrior in a second. Feeling the important acupuncture points in his body being shattered and unable to circulate battle qi, he knew that he had completely lost. Losing meant death. Ah! Just as he was thinking, Yi Qingxie's eyes suddenly widened in fear. He saw that Yi Qinghan couldn't wait any longer. Her left hand slid down and took out a black dagger from her bosom. Then, she lightly cut his struggling knees. The movement was quick and gentle. There was no sound, but he seemed to hear two cowhide ropes suddenly snap. Then, he felt pain in his knees and suddenly lost all feeling below his calves. "Since you're still hesitating, I want to let you feel the pain of dying first so that you can make the right decision." Hearing Yi Qinghan's cold words, he knew that if he still didn't tell the truth, Yi Qinghan would definitely slowly torture him to death until the last drop of blood flowed out. Moreover, he would definitely kill all of his family members, including his elderly parents in the faraway Shaocheng. Because right now, Yi Qinghan made him feel even more terrifying than a demon. Yi Qinghan's ruthlessness and Yi Qinghan's sudden increase in strength were all conditions that met, so he compromised. "I said, let go." Feeling the hand on his neck becoming stronger and stronger, Yi Qinghan's breathing became more and more difficult. However, his hands and feet kept flailing in the air as he struggled to say a few words. Bang! With a casual wave of Yi Qinghan's hand, Yi Qingxie was thrown to the ground like a broken toy, raising a cloud of dust. Then, he took a few steps forward and half-squatted on the ground. With a dagger in his hand, he said coldly, "I'll give you 1 minute. Don't expect anyone to save you. Even if an Emperor realm expert from a family comes, I will kill you before they do." Yi Qingxie laughed at himself. His subordinates had already left a long time ago. Yi Qingquang and Yi Rong would have come to save him if they wanted to. Actually, this morning, Yi Qingquang only asked him to bring 2 subordinates here alone. His meaning was already very clear: if the task was done well, he would be heavily rewarded. If something happened, of course, he would be responsible for it. It had nothing to do with Yi Qingquang. Since Yi Qingquang was so heartless, he could only be heartless for the sake of his family. Yi Qingxie instantly understood everything and said, it's Xue Wuhan and Yi Qinghuang. 2 months ago, listening to Yi Qingxia's quick explanation, Yi Qinghan's expression became colder and colder, but his heart was already filled with anger. It seemed like he couldn't stay in this family anymore. More than 10 years of oppression and humiliation, Yi Qingxian's contemptuous insults, the cold rainy night in front of the Elder Hall, the humiliation on Niulan Street, the flash of killing intent from Yi Jian in front of the War Beast Hall, the giant yellow palm of Xue Yi from Fire Wolf Mountain, and the bright red stain on the snow-white wall behind him. Everything was like a movie that was played backwards. It made Yi Qinghan's mood extremely depressed. He couldn't bear it anymore and couldn't stay silent. Chapter 38. If he didn't explode in silence, he would die in silence. Since silence represented death, he would no longer be silent. Then, he would explode, Puchi. The black dagger gently floated up and gently slid across Yi Qingxia's neck, bringing out a trace of blood. As long as your family doesn't mess with me, I can guarantee their safety. With a clean cut, he ended Yi Qingxia's life. Yi Qinghan didn't have too many emotions. He just silently turned around and walked into the room. He carried his sister on his back, then grabbed the bedsheets, tore them into ropes, and firmly tied his sister on his back. Resolutely, he walked out of the room and out of the small courtyard. Then, Yi Qinghan began to do something crazy. He began to set fire everywhere, burning the courtyard. The courtyard wasn't completely made of marble like the West Courtyard. Most of it was made of wood. As soon as he started the fire, it instantly ignited a raging fire that enveloped the entire courtyard. Qingyu, brother will take you to seek justice. Then, we will leave this broken place together and never come back. Facing the raging fire, Yi Qinghan's expression relaxed. The huge fire burned the courtyard that he had lived in for more than 10 years. It seemed to have also burned the cage that had been pressing on his heart for more than 10 years. Without the cage in his heart, of course, he could fly freely. This feeling seemed very good. Yi Qinghuang didn't have the habit of waking up early. At least, he didn't have the habit of waking up so early. It was just that he had received a great benefit from someone last night, so he had to do something for them, right? So, he woke up early in the morning and called Yi Qingxia, ordering him to do it. He was very satisfied with this loyal subordinate of Yi Qingxia. This person had brains, ability, and strength. He did things quickly and neatly, and he also understood his master's thoughts. For example, he didn't send anyone to him today. But he immediately understood. He immediately took the 2 subordinates sent by his father, walked out of the enchanted garden, and ran to the east courtyard. After tossing and turning, he no longer felt sleepy, so he began to cultivate his battle skill. He had accidentally obtained a sovereign tier battle skill from Xue Wuhan last night. He had flipped through it for a very long time, so he was obviously itching to cultivate it now. The battle skill was called soul refining, and it was a secret skill for cultivating the soul. The soul was the foundation of every person, but it was even more important to a cultivator. A cultivator would need to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, and if their soul was stronger, then it would be easier to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. It was just that this purgatory of souls was incomplete, and there was only the first half of it. That was why Xue Wuhan had given it to Yi Qinghuang as a bargaining chip. Eldest young master. A hurried voice woke Yi Qinghuang up with a start. He looked angrily at the guard at the door. The guard's expression changed, but he still said, "Young master, Yi Qinghan has returned," and he was escorted back by the city lord of Man City. Yi Qinghan? Yi Gu sent someone to escort him back? Yi Qinghuang frowned slightly, and carefully thought about the meaning of this sentence. He knew that Yi Gu was Yi Chang's man from the 3rd branch. But why would Yi Gu escort a useless person back? Could it be that Yi Qinghan had defected to the 3rd branch? Defected to Yi Chang? And the timing of his return was so coincidental. What was the meaning of this? Send someone to follow Yi Qinghan from afar, and be careful not to be exposed. Yi Qingxia wouldn't be so stupid, right? Yi Qingxia suddenly said. Things seemed to have become complicated. Could it be that the 3rd branch was trying to stir up trouble? He decided to figure out the situation first, and then think about what to do next. However, in less than 5 minutes, his subordinate came back to report that the situation had become out of his control. Yi Qingxie, that idiot, actually didn't handle the matter well, and Yi Qingyu actually committed suicide. Suicide was suicide. An orphan adopted by a family was not worth mentioning. Xue Wuhan just wanted to express his regret. But he didn't expect that the subsequent news from the guards shocked him. Yi Qinghan actually dared to kill, and not only did he have the courage to kill, but he also had the ability to kill. Well, he was killed. Although Yi Bao was the subordinate of his subordinate, and could be considered as his subordinate, he didn't feel the slightest bit of regret or heartache. He just thought that it was good. He had a reason to go over and interrogate Yi Bao, so he hurried over with his subordinates. But he turned back halfway, and he received an even more shocking news. Yi Qinghan killed Yi Qingxie, set fire to the house, and rushed over to the west courtyard. He actually killed Yi Qingxie. Why did he kill Yi Qingxie? Yi Qingquang immediately thought of the white-faced scholar's third uncle, Yi Chang. There was a conspiracy, there was definitely a conspiracy. Regardless of whether Yi Qinghan had the courage to kill Yi Qingxie, who was a core disciple of the family, even if he dared to kill him, could he do it? He could kill Yi Qingxie, who was at the second level of the general realm and had reached the third level after beast fusion. How could he kill him? With his useless physique at the first level of the elite realm? It must be, Yi Chang must have sent someone to help him secretly, but his subordinates didn't notice. Moreover, Yi Qinghan killed someone, and dared to set fire to his house. Although it was his own house that was burned, they obviously wanted to make the matter bigger and draw out the 3 elders of the family. Yi Qingxie, in an instant, figured out many truths, although it was only the truth that he thought. But only by thinking this way, he felt that it was reasonable and natural. Therefore, he immediately sent out all his subordinates. A group of people went to the north gate, told Xue Wuhan not to wait any longer, and expressed his apology tactfully. A group of people went to Yi Jian's courtyard and told his father exactly what had happened and what he had deduced. Since it involved the fight between the first branch and the third branch, he did not dare to make any rash moves. He could only rely on his father. Another group of people went to the torture hall and asked Yi Rong to bring people to his courtyard. They wanted to see what kind of storm that trash could stir up. Tsang City North Gate. Xue Wuhan had long sat in an unusually luxurious carriage, waiting there quietly. He was a little excited, but also a little nervous. However, as the sun rose higher and higher in the east, his mood became worse and worse. His handsome face was a little angry, a little disappointed, and also a little twisted. Old Shi and old Mo, who were beside him, also didn't dare to breathe too loudly. They just kept opening the door curtains, looking into the distance from time to time. "Young master, there's a fire in the east courtyard." Suddenly, old Shi saw thick smoke suddenly rising from the east courtyard, glowing with a burst of red light. He immediately lost his composure and shouted, "Pa!" Xue Wuhan looked through old Shi's eyes, and his twisted face instantly became ferocious. He exerted force, and the teacup in his hand shattered. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His expression seemed to have calmed down, but his faintly trembling hands let others feel the anger in his heart. "There's no need to wait any longer, let's go back to Floating Snow City." After a long time, Xue Wuhan finally calmed down, waved his hand weakly, and closed his eyes again. Yi Jian had the habit of waking up early to drink tea. At this time, he was sitting in his 9th concubine's room, slowly tasting the tea. The tea was good tea, a top-grade dragon's tongue tea that cost 10 purple crystal coins per tael. The person pouring the tea was Miao Ren, the 9th concubine that he bought from the 13th Street for hundreds of purple crystal coins a few days ago. She used to be an artist in a brothel, and it was the most expensive kind. Yi Jian smiled and gestured for her to sit on his thigh. He sighed with emotion in his heart as he looked at the beautiful woman who was smiling sweetly like a snow lotus on the Tian Shan mountain. Artist? Yi Dao, if you weren't so stubborn back then, how many artists can you ask for now? Men? Why bother hanging on a tree? And in the end, you even hung yourself. He reached out his hand, and through the thin silk clothes, he began to enjoy the infinite beauty that this famous artist brought him. Who said that a man's sword would become dull when he was 40? Dong, dong. Just as he was about to unsheath his sword and start a killing spree, the door opened. So he roared angrily and impolitely, "What's the matter? Don't you know that I am drinking my morning tea?" The subordinate outside the door certainly knew that this master had the habit of drinking morning tea, but the matter was too big at this time, so he didn't dare to suppress it. He said in a low voice, "Sir, there is a house in the east courtyard on fire." "Trash, if there is a fire, then put it out. Do you need to report this to me?" Yi Jian was even angrier when he heard this. He was about to catch fire here, so how could he care about the fire in the east courtyard and the west courtyard? The guard saw that Yi Jian was about to set him on fire, so he quickly explained, "Sir, please calm down. Master Child Kuang sent someone over, saying that the east courtyard is on fire, and it involves the third branch. He said that he has something important to report." "Child? Third brother? Call him in." Yi Jian carefully pondered for a moment, and his mood calmed down. He adjusted his clothes, picked up the tea, and began to really taste the tea. Chapter 39. The door opened and one of Yi Qingquang's subordinates walked in respectfully. He knelt down on one knee and quickly explained everything. Yi Jian's face darkened as he listened. His hand holding the teacup stopped in midair. After listening to everything, he picked up the teacup again. He remained silent and closed his eyes to savor the tea. After a long time, just as the subordinates were scratching their heads and wondering why Yi Jian was so calm, Yi Jian said, "Two things. First, send people to seal the back of the mountain and prevent any news from reaching the back of the mountain. Second, mobilize all the forces we have in the dark and watch everything that the people in the castle are doing, especially the big young master and elder Yi Chang. If third brother dares to make a move, I will play with him." Yi Chang had the habit of waking up early. However, he didn't drink his morning tea. Instead, he cultivated. From the beginning, he believed that in front of absolute power, all schemes were useless. With one slap, everything would be destroyed. Although he didn't have the terrifying talent that Yi Dao had, he had a more ruthless heart. He was ruthless to himself. Therefore, he would wake up early every morning to cultivate. He was 38 years old this year and his strength had always been at the top of his generation. However, he could persist. Therefore, 2 years ago, he caught up to his big brother, Yi Jian, who had always been ahead of him. He broke through to the Emperor realm and was appointed as the deputy elder of the Battle Hall. The Battle Hall and the Discipline Hall were the two most important halls in the family. The Battle Hall dealt with the outside while the Discipline Hall dealt with the inside. Currently, the two hall masters and two grand elders were accompanying their father, Yi Tianlong, in closed-door cultivation. They didn't care about the affairs of the hall. Therefore, the deputy hall master was basically the same as the main hall master. They had shocking power and combat strength. His second brother, Yi Dao, died. His father's heart was broken and he went into seclusion in anger. He knew that. His big brother had always wanted to be the head of the family and had been working hard in that direction. He knew that too. However, he also knew that the Tsang City Lord was not the same as the family head. In the face of absolute power, the power that his big brother had cultivated for so many years was like a bubble. When the sun shone on it, it would burst instantly. He also knew that he wanted to be the head of the family, to lead the family into battle, and to be immortalized in the history of the family 100 years later. Therefore, he had to work hard, and he had to be hard on himself. However, a moment later, he received a piece of news that made him stop his usual morning exercise. Yi Dao's son had actually become so fierce. If he dared to kill someone, how could he kill someone? The people he was going to kill were not ordinary people, but the core disciples of the clan. More importantly, he was going to kill someone at this moment. Was he going to kill the young master of a clan? Interesting, interesting. Yi Chang began to smile. Because of the smile, the scholar's white face became even more delicate. Yi Qinghan didn't know that the Yi family was already in an uproar because of his actions. All he knew was that he had to seek justice for his sister. After that, he would leave the Yi family in a fair and above-board manner. Therefore, he carried his sister on his back and set the house on fire. He came to the west courtyard, stood in front of the Garden of Enchantment, and shouted, "Yi Qinghuang, come out and die. Yi Qinghuang, come out and die." An angry roar came out of nowhere in the quiet Garden of Enchantment. It was like a stone was suddenly thrown into the calm water, causing ripples. The Garden of Enchantment was alarmed. The west courtyard was alarmed. Countless people were alarmed. Yi Qinghuang was alarmed, too. It was more accurate to say that he was shocked. He knew that Yi Qinghan would come to find him, but he didn't take it to heart. He was just on guard against the third branch. He didn't expect that Yi Qinghan would come alone behind his sister's back. He came so openly and shouted so fiercely. He always thought that he was arrogant, and he had the capital to be arrogant. He didn't expect that he would meet someone who was even more arrogant than him. Moreover, he was so arrogant without any capital. Most importantly, he was arrogant to himself. Therefore, he didn't think too much. He didn't wait for Yi Rong to come with his men. He stood up in a hurry and walked out arrogantly with his men. "Yi Qinghan, what's the meaning of this?" Yi Qinghuang looked coldly at Yi Qinghan, who was standing in front of the gate with a saber in his hand, and said angrily, "Nothing, I just want to kill you." Yi Qinghan lowered his head slightly and looked at Yi Qingyu's sleeping face beside his shoulder. His voice was calm and casual, as if he wasn't facing an enemy but an old friend of many years. "Huh, kill me? Did you hear that? He said he wanted to kill me." Yi Qinghuang laughed to the sky, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Let's not talk about whether Yi Qinghan had the strength to kill him. Even if he allowed himself to be killed, did he have the guts to do so? Who was he? He was Yi Qinghuang. He was the young master of the Yi family. He was the future leader of the Yi family. Today, this trash said he wanted to kill him? Even the scholar Yi Chang of the third branch didn't have the guts to say such a thing. As Yi Qinghuang laughed, many of his men, family members, and servants also laughed. The quiet, intoxicated heart garden instantly became lively. The sounds of discussion, cursing, ridiculing, and puzzled could be heard continuously. What's going on? Is the seventh child having a fever? Is he talking nonsense? This idiot must have something wrong with his brain. How could he kill someone like that? He wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. Even if he dared to kill, would he be able to? He's just an elite trash with a level 4 trash beast. Who can he kill? He's really sick. He's shouting so early in the morning. I'm afraid he's seriously ill. This illness needs to be treated. Otherwise, what if he runs to the back of the mountain and says he wants to kill the clan leader and the grand elder? Yi Qinghan was not sick. He knew this, and Yi Qinghuang also knew this. Yi Qinghan dared to kill, and could kill. Yi Qinghuang also knew this. Although he was arrogant, he had always been on guard against him. He was not an idiot. There were many people who failed miserably. For example, his younger brother, who was beaten by Yi Qinghan twice. Heaven is unfair. I have to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. If humanity is unfair, I can only kill. Yi Qinghuang, the bad things you have done, even if you go to the torture chamber, they will still find you innocent. Since you can't rely on the heavens or the clan, I can only judge you alone. As a member of the clan, you were bribed by Xue Wuhan and conspired with him to steal my sister, Yi Qingyu. Furthermore, you went behind the clan's back and forged the clan's orders. In the end, my sister committed suicide in anger. Combining all the facts, I sentence you to death and executed immediately. Yi Qinghan didn't care about the discussions around him. He didn't care about the contempt in Yi Qinghuang's eyes. He spoke quietly. His voice was not loud, but it was like the cold wind in a cold night. His voice entered the ears, causing the originally noisy, intoxicated garden to become quiet. For a moment, the atmosphere became strange. Beast fusion. A familiar shadow appeared faintly in front of Yi Qinghan's chest and quickly merged into his body. Looking at the mysterious black tattoo on Yi Qinghan's forehead, his cold gaze, and the faint murderous aura that appeared in his small and skinny figure, everyone became serious. A trace of seriousness appeared on the faces of the spectators. This doesn't seem like an argument between ordinary young masters. It seemed like it was going to be real. For a moment, everyone held their breaths and quietly observed the situation. There were also people who began to slowly retreat, quickly reporting the situation to the other parts of the Yi family castle. Everyone saw it. This is Yi Qinghan courting death. Beast fusion. Yi Qinghuang sneered and began the beast fusion. After the rank 7 violent bear fusion, it brought about a terrifying energy. It allowed him, who was originally a rank 1 general realm, to instantly reach the terrifying peak general realm. He looked disdainfully at Yi Qinghan, who was slowly approaching him, and wondered if he should seize the opportunity to destroy this brat who was even more arrogant than him. He silently calculated the distance between the two of them. After taking 5 steps forward, Yi Qinghan's cold eyes suddenly lit up. 2 dazzling rays of light shot straight into Yi Qinghuang's eyes. Then, with a push of his hind legs, his body floated in front of Yi Qinghuang like a lightly fluttering butterfly. A black dagger suddenly appeared in his right hand, and he ruthlessly stabbed at Yi Qinghuang's lower abdomen. The lower abdomen was where a warrior's dantian was located. If the dantian was destroyed, all martial strength would be wasted. Rip! The sound of a balloon being pierced suddenly rang out. This sound caused the enchanted garden, which had returned to its previous tranquility, to completely lose its calm. This sound scared the guts out of countless people, and shocked the eyeballs out of countless people. It also scared Yi Qinghuang, who had just woken up, silly. He felt that his dantian, which had been cultivated for so many years, was rapidly withering like a leaking balloon. He felt that the surging battle qi in his body was running amok due to the destruction of his dantian, breaking his meridians and ruining his cultivation for so many years. Feeling the unprecedented pain and coldness in his abdomen, Yi Qinghan's cold eyes, and the dagger dripping with his blood on his neck, Yi Qinghuang was a bit out of control. He shouted in horror, "No! No! No! Don't move. I've only destroyed your cultivation. If you move again, I'm afraid that you won't be able to see your father and brothers anymore. If you lose your cultivation, you can still cultivate again. But if you lose your life, you'll lose everything." Yi Qinghan gently stabbed Yi Qinghuang. After destroying his cultivation for so many years, his expression didn't change at all. He just indifferently whispered in Yi Qinghuang's ear. Then, he glanced at the people in the field and continued, "Don't move. My hands are a bit shaky now. I'm afraid that I'll accidentally kill Yi Qinghuang. Go and tell Yi Jian that if he wants to save his son, he should go and call the 3 old guys in the back mountain." Wow! Yi Qinghan, you're crazy. How dare you destroy the eldest young master's cultivation? You'll definitely die today. Crazy, crazy. Yi Qinghan is really crazy. He. Go and report to the governor, the punishment hall, and the patriarch. Something big has happened, something big, he's crazy. Yi Qinghan dares to call the patriarch and the grand supreme elder old guys. This is disgraceful, disgraceful. The scene was chaotic, very chaotic. The calm lake was not like a stone was thrown, but a cannonball fell. It was not just ripples, but splashes of water. There were countless people in the field. Some were cursing, some were running, some were confronting each other with their sabers, and some were scared silly. Countless people ran over, and countless people ran away. They all used different ways to express their fear, shock, and helplessness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Finally, the news spread to every corner of the fort. Several figures appeared in the sky above the Yi family fort. These figures were all rushing towards the Garden of Enchantment. "Yi Qinghan, how dare you hurt my son? The first to arrive was Yi Jian. Before he arrived, his loud roar had already been heard. His roar contained endless anger and regret. "Qinghan, don't do anything stupid." Yi Chang had been paying attention to the situation here. After Yi Qinghan stabbed him, he quickly rushed over and finally arrived before Yi Jian could make a move. "Yi Qinghan, you won't be able to escape death today." Yi Rong's face was full of regret. When Yi Qinghuang sent him the message, he didn't pay much attention and only delayed for a moment. He didn't expect things to develop to this point. He hurried over and saw Yi Jian's angry expression. He was a little angry and shouted, "Yi Tianqing, Yi Tianxing, Yi Gong, Yi Quan." Countless figures appeared out of nowhere and slowly landed on the ground. For a moment, all the experts of the Yi family fort had gathered. Except for the members of the Elder Hall, everyone else should leave immediately. The battle hall will seal the Yi family fort. Today's matter must not be leaked. Yi Jian suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly. Looking at Yi Qinghuang's bleeding abdomen, his heart was also bleeding. Feeling Yi Jian's anger, the guards in the field quickly scattered and left quietly. The remaining elders in the field quietly looked at Yi Qinghuang, who had subdued Yi Qinghan. Looking at his cold expression and the black dagger that was dripping with blood, they all thought and didn't say anything. "Why don't you say anything? Do you want to see him die?" The one who spoke first was the quiet Yi Qinghan. Maybe it was the first time he had to face so many powerful people's pressure, so he wasn't used to it. Maybe he was a little nervous and wanted to say something. Yi Jian raised his eyebrows and was full of hatred. He clenched his fists and slightly trembled. "Let him go. I'm not that stupid. Qinghan, stop the bleeding first. If he dies, we won't be able to say anything." Yi Qinghuang also opened his mouth. His voice was still gentle, but it was obvious that he wanted to protect Yi Qinghuang. Yi Qinghan thought for a while and then nodded. His left hand quickly poked on Yi Qinghuang's body to stop the bleeding. Then he kept silent. "Do you know what you are doing? Yi Qinghan, if you don't let him go, you won't be able to escape death today." Yi Rong opened his mouth. His voice was high-pitched, as if he wanted to use this voice to hide the shock and fear in his heart. Before Yi Rong could finish his words, Yi Qinghan angrily shouted, "Shut up! You conspired with Xue Wuhan to steal my sister. You are also a part of it. One day, I will kill you. You! How dare you slander me? Ha, little bastard, it seems that no one can save you today." Yi Rong cursed. "Really? Then you can try. Before I die, I think it's not a bad idea to drag young master down with me." Yi Qinghan sneered. His right hand suddenly exerted force, and a deep blood mark appeared. "Don't. Yi Qinghan, stop. Father, save me." Yi Qinghuang, who had been silent for a long time because his cultivation had been destroyed and he was now a cripple, was pulled back to reality by this slash. Seeing Yi Jian in front of him, he hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Yi Qinghan, what on earth do you want?" Yi Jian held back the anger in his heart, lowered his voice, and spoke with difficulty. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't want to do anything. After he killed Yi Qingxia, he had thought it through. He wanted to take revenge, and he also needed to leave the Yi family alive. But how to take revenge, how to leave the Yi family alive, that would require great skills. He burned down his own house in the east courtyard to attract attention from all sides. He crippled Yi Qinghuang and held him hostage to lure out these big shots in front of him. Now that these big shots had come, they were all stunned by his ruthless methods. Next, he needed to lure out the 3 old fellows in the back mountain, clan leader Yi Tianlong, and the 2 grand elders. He killed Yi Bao, killed the core disciple Yi Qingxia, and crippled Yi Qinghuang, who was at the first level of the general realm. His end was destined to be bad. Yi Jian wouldn't let him go, the torture hall wouldn't let him go, and the elder hall wouldn't let him go. It seemed that Yi Chang, who wanted to side with him, didn't have the ability to do so. The entire Yi family wanted to kill him. The only ones who could save him were the three old fellows in the back mountain, the secluded clan leader Yi Tianlong, and the two grand elders. Because he had a trump card, the three old fellows didn't dare to kill him. They had to protect his trump card, the saint-ranked beast, soul-devouring beast. Therefore, he said naturally, if you want me to let him go, I can. Call the three old fellows in the back mountain down. Chapter 40. Ask the three old men to come down from the back mountain. What kind of arrogance was this? What kind of arrogance was this? Who lived in the back mountain? They were the clan leader and the two grand elders. They were the foundation of the Yi family, the strongest force of the Yi family, and the symbol of the Yi family. Yi Qinghan dared to call them old men and ask them to come down. Many of the elders present changed their expressions. Even Yi Chang, who had always wanted to protect Yi Qinghan, had an ugly expression on his face. Although you have some complaints about him, there is no need to do it in front of so many elders. Tell me, how can you elders endure this? How can you step down? Presumptuous. Yi Qinghan, how dare you? You deserve to die 1,000 times. Yi Rong was the first to explode. Yi Qinghan curled his lips and said disdainfully, I have been presumptuous many times today. I will not be presumptuous again. I have killed 2 people and crippled 1. I will die anyway. Why can't I say it? Don't say anything. Call the 3 of them, old man. So what if I call them senile? Do you think they are hermits just because they stay in the back mountain every day? Qinghan, stop talking. No matter what, he is still your grandfather. Yi Chang saw that the elders were about to go berserk again. He quickly blinked his eyes and advised. Grandfather? Ha. Hearing Yi Chang's advice, Yi Qinghan seemed to be even more excited. He laughed loudly and his expression was no longer calm. There was a hint of loneliness and anger in his expression, but it was quickly replaced by indifference. Grandfather? After my father died, when my mother and I were bullied, where was grandfather? After my mother died, when I knelt in the elders' hall and was drenched in the rain, where was grandfather? When I was injured on Nilan Street, when Yi Rong and Yi Qingquang helped outsiders to deal with me, where was grandfather? When I was almost killed in the barbaric mountains, where was grandfather? Where was grandpa when Yi Qingquang colluded with outsiders to kidnap my sister? At this time, my dear grandfather, where are you? Hearing Yi Qinghan's silent reproach, looking at his lonely yet stubborn face, countless elders fell silent. Now that he thought about it, Yi Qinghan's craziness and impudence today, it turned out that there were so many stories behind it. However, when he thought about how he had already committed a grave mistake and couldn't escape the death penalty, he felt a little regretful. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Let me tell you clearly, it's impossible for you to see the patriarch and the grand elder. You've already committed such a cruel crime, how can I let you disturb their meditation? If you let Yi Qingquang go, I'll give you a quick death and guarantee your sister's future. Although Yi Jian didn't understand why Yi Qinghan had to see Yi Tianlong, he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. Therefore, he rejected Yi Qinghan's request, glanced at the girl on his back and said. Yi Jian's words made Yi Rong react immediately. He said fiercely, that's right, Yi Qinghan, let go of the eldest young master. Otherwise, your sister won't be able to escape death. Yi Rong, I promise that if I have the chance, I'll definitely kill you. Let go of Yi Qingquang. Dream on. I'll give you 1 hour. If you don't see the patriarch or the 2 grand elders, I'll die with Yi Qingquang. As for my sister, I think she won't be able to live if I die. Why don't you come with me now? At least she'll have a companion on the road to the Yellow Springs. Looking at the hideous scar on Yi Rong's face, Yi Qinghan sighed in his heart. The body fusion technique's dizziness was a soul attack. The soul would also improve as a martial artist's realm increased. Therefore, the body fusion technique was only effective against martial artists of a higher realm. He was now a commander realm martial artist, so he could only make a general realm martial artist dizzy for about a second. As for martial realm martial artists, their soul cultivation was already very high. The body fusion technique had no effect at all, let alone Duke realm martial artists or Emperor realm martial artists. The martial artists present were all Emperor realm martial artists, including Yi Rong. Therefore, although he wanted to kill Yi Rong, he didn't have the strength to do so. As for his sister, Yi Qingyu, although this girl looked soft and weak, he knew that she was very strong-willed. The bright red smear on the snow-white wall of his courtyard clearly told him that if he died, his sister would definitely follow him immediately. Of course, if he died, his sister would probably not have a good life even if she didn't commit suicide. Instead of letting her live miserably, it would be better to cut off all means of retreat with him and carve out a way out of this hopeless situation. Actually, I think that since things have developed to this point, it's not a bad idea to ask the family head and the two Grand Supreme Elders. Qinghuang's life is more important, isn't it? Yi Chang had been carefully thinking about the meaning behind Yi Qinghan's words. Moreover, Yi Qinghan said that Yi Qinghuang and Yi Rong dared to fake the family's orders and colluded with Xue Wuhan to kidnap Yi Qingyu. It seemed that if his father knew about this, it would be a good opportunity to attack the first branch. Yi Jian raised his eyebrows and shook his head. I don't agree. Before father and the two Grand Supreme Elders went into seclusion last time, they said that their cultivation is about to break through. If we disturb them for such a small matter, who will be responsible if something goes wrong? I don't agree either. The family head and the others are cultivating. It's very important. Who would dare to disturb them? Yi Rong saw that this matter had become a vote of the Grand Supreme Elders and quickly said, I agree. I think this matter needs to be investigated carefully. There are many things that we don't know. However, in this situation, none of us can make the decision. Tian Qing stroked his snow-white beard and frowned slightly. The news he received was that Yi Qinghan suddenly went crazy and killed two members of the family. He even set fire to the house and destroyed Yi Qinghuang's dantian. He had always been confused. 2 months ago, Yi Qinghan was just an elite realm warrior. How could he defeat and kill two general realm warriors? Could it be related to the 9-colored halo during the Fiery Dragon Festival awakening ceremony? However, when he arrived, the situation was a little out of control. Yi Jian and many Grand Supreme Elders were furious, so he didn't ask the question in his heart. I also agree. There are many things that we don't know. We need to investigate. Tian Qing was not the only one who was confused. Yi Tianqing was also confused. I don't agree. The cultivation of the family head and the others is more important. I don't agree. Just because Yi Qinghan insulted the family head and the Grand Supreme Elder. I don't agree. This kid is too arrogant. Instantly, more than a dozen Grand Supreme Elders expressed their opinions. However, there were only a few Grand Supreme Elders who wanted to be impartial. Yi Qiangang looked at the Grand Supreme Elders in front of him coldly. He was thinking whether he should send someone to report to Yi Tianlong in private. Unexpectedly, Yi Jian spoke first. All the Grand Supreme Elders have voted. Most of them don't agree. So, you don't have to send someone to report secretly. As for my son, I want to see if Yi Qinghan dares to gamble with his and his sister's lives. Yi Jian clenched his teeth and persisted. When the Grand Supreme Elders expressed their opinions, he had already secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghuang. He understood something that shocked him. He also understood why Yi Qinghan had to meet the family head and the two Grand Supreme Elders. Yi Qinghuang was not qualified to learn a high-level secret skill like secret voice transmission. However, as the city lord, Yi Jian had secretly passed it to him. Yi Qinghuang did not understand what was the light in Yi Qinghan's eyes that made him dizzy. But Yi Jian, who was experienced and knowledgeable, could guess a few things. Body fusion skill. This little bastard was actually so lucky. He actually triggered the body fusion skill with his trash beast. It was an extremely rare spiritual type battle skill. No. It was impossible for a 4th-grade trash beast to appear. Such a precious and even heaven-defying body fusion skill would appear. Thinking of the dazzling 9-colored halo at the Fiery Dragon Festival awakening ceremony, Yi Jian became more and more frightened and chilled. This boy must not be left alive. He must not be left alive. Yi Dao had finally guessed and killed him. He would never allow another Yi Dao, or even Yi Qinghan, who was even more terrifying than Yi Dao, to appear. Whether I dare to gamble or not, you will know in less than an hour. Yi Qinghan did not know that he had already been identified by Yi Jian as a target to be killed at all costs. He held the dagger in his hand tightly and did not tremble at all. The crowd quietened down. Yi Qinghan was gambling. Yi Jian was gambling. Yi Chang was also gambling. The rest of the people were watching. Some of them could even be said to be watching from the sidelines. For a moment, there was a hint of pressure and awkwardness in the crowd. Until, a soft and weak voice sounded. "Brother? Is that you? Brother." Yi Qingyu had actually woken up a long time ago. She had already woken up when Yi Jian and the others arrived. However, when she first woke up, her head was a little dizzy, and her mind was filled with some inexplicable information. Therefore, she had been organizing and digesting the messy information in her mind. However, the more she organized and digested, the more confused she became. These inexplicable information actually said that she had some jade spirit body. And some other messy, soul sacrifice, that could sacrifice the mysterious power hidden in one's body to one's lover, allowing him to possess terrifying power for a short period of time. Or when one's lover reached the peak of the Duke realm, one could offer her primordial yin to him, allowing him to break through to the Emperor realm. What was going on? How did she have any mysterious power? How could he have that messed up jade spirit body? However, as the messy information became more comprehensive, she understood more and more. She began to believe it slowly. The information said that the jade spirit body was immune to all diseases and poisons. She believed this very much. She found it strange that she hadn't gotten sick in the 15 years she had lived. She hadn't even gotten a cold. Most importantly, the jade spirit body had a miraculous self-healing ability. She was clearly bleeding from the collision, but she was still alive. How could she explain this? She didn't know that Yi Qinghan also had a miraculous ring that had miraculous healing abilities. If Yi Qinghan hadn't fed her a large amount of blood, she definitely wouldn't have woken up so quickly. In the end, she accepted the information and completely grasped the soul sacrifice. She began to wake up completely. The first thing she saw was a familiar shoulder and a side profile that only appeared in her dreams. Therefore, she called out softly in disbelief, "Brother? Are you? Brother? Qingyu?" Yi Qinghan was a little stunned. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at his sister. His heart trembled slightly when he saw that familiar pair of pearl-like black eyes filled with surprise. "Brother, is it really you? That's great." Yi Qingyu looked at Yi Qinghan's face in a daze. She wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. However, this expression only lasted for a moment before it was replaced by fear and shock. She shouted, "Ah, brother, be careful. Be careful." Seeing his sister's expression change in an instant, Yi Qinghan suddenly came to a realization. A trace of ruthlessness appeared on his face. He exerted force in his wrist and slashed the dagger across Yi Qinghuang's neck. Swoosh! However, no matter how fast he was, the person who ambushed him was an Imperial Realm martial artist. General Realm martial artists could release their battle aura. How dare he get distracted in front of so many Imperial Realm martial artists? Yi Jian released his battle aura the moment Yi Qinghan turned his head. To be safe, he only released a trace of his battle aura. It transformed into a thin needle and silently pierced Yi Qinghan's arm that was holding the dagger. The thin needle accurately pierced through the meridians in Yi Qinghan's arm. Yi Qinghan's arm was instantly crippled. He no longer had the strength to hold the dagger, and the black dagger fell to the ground. Yi Qinghan staggered a step back in pain. His expression changed, and he raised his uninjured left hand and angrily slapped Yi Qinghuang's back. However, the thin needle was too fast. It circled in the air and quickly flew towards Yi Qinghan's left hand. Then, it stabbed everywhere on his body. Clang! The dagger fell heavily to the ground. Yi Qinghan also fell to the ground with the dagger. Imperial realm martial artists were too strong. In less than a second, Yi Qinghan's body was stabbed dozens of times. Most of the meridians in his body were pierced, and the tendons in his arms and legs were all broken. One wrong move, and the whole game was lost. No! Brother! Yi Qingyu, who fell to the ground with her brother, screamed in fear. Her brother was paralyzed on the ground like a boneless worm. Her heart was broken. I suggest that we take Yi Qinghan into custody and investigate the cause of this incident. The Elder Hall will judge him for his crimes. Yi Chang sighed in his heart. He knew that something bad would happen when he saw Yi Qinghan turn around. However, with so many elders present, he couldn't openly side with Yi Qinghan. Right now, he could only wait and see if he could save Yi Qinghan's life. No need. Yi Jian released his battle aura again. It turned into a giant palm and grabbed Yi Qingquang. Then, he threw him to an elder beside him and signaled for him to heal his wounds. Then, he turned around and looked coldly at Yi Qinghan on the ground. All the elders are present. Today, Yi Qinghan's crimes are obvious to all. Let's start the trial now. I believe that such a vicious and crazy person should be executed immediately. I will do it myself. Yi Rong twitched the scar on the corner of his mouth. He looked at Yi Qinghan mockingly and said, I agree. I also suggest hanging his body on the family's execution platform for 3 days as a warning to others. Agreed. Abstain. I object. Agreed. Sensing Yi Jian and Yi Rong's anger, all the elders made their decisions and voiced out their opinions. Although Yi Qinghan's performance today had overturned everyone's impression of him, many people admired his courage and temperament. However, in the face of a crippled young master who had committed a heinous crime and was likely to be the next family head, many people could only helplessly remain silent or give up. The Elders' Hall finally decided that Yi Qinghan would be sentenced to death. I don't accept this. I want to see the family head. Things didn't go the way he expected. Yi Qinghan's heart was filled with endless bitterness and helplessness. He shouted in despair. He was too careless. Facing more than a dozen Imperial Realm experts, he dared to be careless. The result of his carelessness was death. It didn't matter if he died. He had already died once. However, his younger sister, he had implicated her. Qingyu, it's all my fault. I've implicated you. Let's be brother and sister in our next life. Seeing that his request was ignored by the elders, Yi Qinghan knew that he was going to die today. His mood actually relaxed. He struggled to turn his head and looked at his younger sister. He tried his best to smile and said softly, No, brother, you won't die. I don't want to be brother and sister with you. Yi Qingyu's eyes were filled with tears. She kept shaking her head. Actually, I've always wanted to be your wife and give birth to a fat son for you, huh? Wife? Hearing Yi Qingyu's words, Yi Qinghan was shocked. Wife? His younger sister had always wanted to marry him? Yi Qingyu nodded her head forcefully and said seriously, Brother, ever since I was adopted by father, I've already decided that I'll be yours for the rest of my life. However, it seems like I don't have this fortune now. Brother, if there's a next life, will you marry me? Brother, let me ask you a question. If. I'm saying if, I want you to take me away from the Yi family and find a remote town so that we can live a peaceful and ordinary life. Will you be willing? He thought back to what Yi Qingyu said to his sister before she took out his father's belongings after his mother's death. Yi Qinghan suddenly realized that his sister had always wanted to marry him and live a peaceful life in a small town. However, he didn't cherish it. Thinking about it, Yi Qinghan felt like he had made a huge mistake. However, it seemed like he didn't have the chance to make up for it now. He closed his eyes in pain and nodded his head repeatedly. I'm willing, I'm willing. Qingyu, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Brother, you don't have to apologize. You have to promise me that you'll live a good life in the future. Yi Qingyu shook her head lightly. She had stopped crying and a sacred aura appeared on her face. She looked at Yi Qinghan with her tender eyes and gradually revealed a charming smile. You too, are you done with your last words? Yi Rong was a little impatient. He walked over coldly and was about to cut the rope on Yi Qinghan's back. He wanted to pull Yi Qingyu away so that Yi Jian could kill Yi Qinghan. Live a good life? Yi Qinghan looked at his sister with a faint sacred aura on his face. Listening to his sister's strange words, he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. He shouted, Qingyu, what are you doing? No. Yi Rong, stop my sister. Yi Rong, stop that girl. In the distance, Yi Jian also felt a trace of danger. He shouted and released his battle qi, which turned into a huge golden sword and slashed towards Yi Qingyu. Yi Rong also felt something wrong. He hurriedly stretched out his hand to grab Yi Qingyu at his fastest speed. However, in the next second, something strange happened. Chapter 41. All of a sudden, a sacred light radiated out of Yi Qingyu's body and rapidly formed a milky halo around her body. Ah! Yi Rong shrieked painfully. The moment his hand touched the milky halo, it was sent flying backward by the mysterious strength contained in the halo. Meanwhile, the bones of his entire arm were broken. Bang! The huge sword made of Yi Jian's battle qi ferociously hacked the milky white halo. The violent collision of energies caused a violent explosion, causing a strong impact, which forced all the elders to take a step back. What? What's going on? What's this mysterious strength? Gosh, I seem to smell a wisp of God's strength. The huge change in the scene shocked the countless elders present. With their cultivation bases, it was very rare for them to encounter something that could cause their expressions to change. However, today, all of them were petrified as if they had been struck by lightning. Hiss! The strips of cloth on Yi Qinghan's back were torn to shreds. Yi Qingyu slowly rose into the air within the milky white halo. She was originally pure and beautiful, but under the illumination of the milky white halo, her entire body emitted a pure and holy aura. She was like a fairy that had descended from the heavens, causing people to not dare to look at her directly. Brother! Promise me, you must live well. Yi Qingyu suddenly revealed a smile as if the tenderness in her eyes could melt the entire world. After throwing a deep glance at Yi Qinghan, she said softly. After saying that, she closed her eyes, and a surge of power began to burst forth from her body. Suddenly, her dress began to flutter without any wind, and her loose black hair began to dance in the wind. In the end, every strand of hair turned white. Soul sacrifice. With a roar, Yi Qingyu suddenly opened her eyes as she waved her hands. Closely after that, a milky halo directly entered Yi Qinghan's body. Closely after that, the halo around her slowly disappeared as her body slowly fell down. The moment she fell down, she tried her best to open her eyes. After throwing a glance at Yi Qinghan, she satisfactorily closed her eyes and fell into an eternal sleep. No, Yi Qinghan clenched his fists tightly and howled in pain. At this moment, his heart was filled with grief and indignation. The ball of milky white light entered his body and quickly healed his injuries. He didn't know, and he didn't want to know. He did not know how the milky white light had temporarily given him great power, nor did he want to know. He only knew that it was very likely that he would lose her forever. He would lose that delicate figure. Soul sacrifice? What is a soul sacrifice? I've never heard of it. How can this soul sacrifice be so powerful? I thought a god had descended. That aura was too terrifying. Does anyone know what soul sacrifice is? What use does it have? It's a good thing that this soul sacrifice doesn't seem to hurt anyone. That lass is dead. It was a false alarm. Yi Qinghan's painful howl did not arouse too much of the elders' attention. They were only concerned about the mysterious power that had just appeared for a moment. However, this kind of power, this kind of release of power, was beyond their understanding, so they hurriedly asked each other. I know. Yi Tianqing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. His snow-white hair seemed even whiter at this moment. He looked a little regretful and helpless, but mostly regretful. That lass has one of the two saint physiques in the continent, the Jade Spirit physique. We are all sinners of the family. Because of our wrong decision, the family has lost a saint physique, and the opportunity to cultivate a saint realm expert. After this, I will personally ask for forgiveness from the clan leader. Wow! Jade Spirit physique. They did not know about the soul sacrifice, but everyone present knew a little about the Jade Spirit physique. Their expressions changed again. Some were regretful, some were shocked, some were regretful. All kinds of expressions were mixed together. Yi Chang smiled coldly and looked at Yi Jian. If Yi Tianlong knew about this, Yi Jian and Yi Rong would probably end up badly. Yi Jian looked gloomy, but he felt a bit lucky. Fortunately, he acted early. Otherwise, if Yi Qinghan had a few more years, the consequences would be unimaginable. After carefully pondering over Yi Tianqing's words, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His eyes suddenly shot out two rays of light. At the same time, he roared at Yi Rong, who was next to Yi Qinghan. No, Yi Rong, retreat. Yi Rong was treating his broken arm with his battle qi, while staring at Yi Qinghan fiercely. Hearing Yi Jian's roar, he looked back in confusion, wondering why Yi Jian roared. Seeing Yi Jian's changed face, Yi Rong still patted the ground with his left hand and retreated quickly, although he didn't understand what had happened. While retreating, he looked at Yi Qinghan with confusion, trying to figure out what had happened. However, he saw two beams of dazzling light. Whoosh! At this moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly moved as he bounced off the ground and sprung up. Closely after that, he chased after Yi Rong like a sharp sword. Like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, the black dagger slightly cut across the neck of Yi Rong, who was in a daze. Yi Qinghan, how dare you! No! The speed at which Yi Jian shouted was very fast, and Yi Rong's reaction speed was also not bad. However, Yi Qinghan's speed was even faster. In a flash, Yi Rong had already fallen to the ground, clutching his neck in fear. At this moment, Yi Tianqing and Yi Chang shouted at the same time. However, they realized it too late. Yi Qinghan's speed was too fast, so fast that they couldn't react in time. They only saw a black shadow flash, and Yi Rong was already lying on the ground. When Yi Jian heard Tianqing talking about the Jade Spirit Constitution, he knew that something bad was about to happen. He felt that soul sacrifice was very familiar, but he couldn't react immediately. When Tianqing mentioned the Jade Spirit Constitution, he suddenly realized it. Perhaps many people on the continent knew about the Jade Spirit Constitution. They knew that when a martial artist merged with the Jade Spirit Constitution, they could instantly enter the Imperial Realm. However, many people didn't know that the Jade Spirit Constitution had another special ability, soul sacrifice. Soul sacrifice was a technique that allowed the Jade Spirit Constitution to burn the soul and offer all the mysterious power hidden in the body to someone else. This would allow the person to possess the combat strength of an Imperial Realm martial artist for a short period of time. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had the heaven-defying body fusion technique. How could Yi Rong not be in danger? Looking at the young man standing proudly and the Yi Rong who had died with his eyes wide open while holding his neck, everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. What happened? What happened today? A clan's trash young master, a low-level disciple, had actually killed a clan elder in a matter of seconds. An Imperial Realm elder. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Or did the world change overnight? Heavens, Elder Tianqing, what is going on? One of the elders sighed deeply and asked the question that everyone else didn't dare to ask. Tianqing lowered his head and sighed deeply. He said sadly, nothing much. Yi Qinghan received that girl's soul sacrifice and gained the strength of an Imperial Realm martial artist for a short period of time. Also, if I'm not wrong, he also has a body fusion technique that attacks the soul. If we get close to him, he has the ability to kill any one of us in a second. What? The elder's expressions changed again. They quickly circulated their battle aura and flew up into the sky. After they flew to a height that they thought was absolutely safe, they widened their eyes and looked at the young man in black in disbelief. A 15-year-old young man could actually threaten them and could even kill them in a second. However, they had to believe that Yi Rong was lying on the ground with his blood still warm. Thus, for the sake of their lives, they could only stay away from the young man. Only 4 people didn't move. Yi Jian felt that he couldn't move. Whether it was because of his status, reputation, or hatred, he couldn't fly into the sky. Yi Chang didn't move either. He felt that Yi Qinghan wouldn't hurt him. Tian Qing and Yi Tianqing didn't move either. They felt that the young man was the future hope of their family. They wanted to see if they could save him. Yi Qinghan didn't move either. Although he wanted to move and kill Yi Jian with his life, he really couldn't move. The mysterious power that his sister sacrificed was very strong. It gave him the combat power of an imperial realm martial artist and the ability to kill Yi Rong in a second. However, the mysterious power left as quickly as it came. It seemed as if he had used up all of his energy to instantly kill Yi Rong. At this moment, his battle force had been completely used up. If it weren't for the fact that he had forcefully held on to his last breath, he might have already collapsed to the ground. The reason why he didn't move and didn't fall was because of a secret transmission. This transmission came from one person, the white-bearded elder of the War Beast Hall, Tian Qing. The content was simple. Tell him to hold on. He had already notified the back of the mountain. Yi Tian Qing stood there motionlessly. He lowered his head in silence as if he had fallen asleep. Of course, he couldn't personally notify the back of the mountain. The only person who could notify the back of the mountain was a red figure standing not far away. It was Yi Qinggu. Yi Qinggu had actually arrived a long time ago. She had been silently observing the situation. However, Yi Jian had given a strict order not to come over. She could only watch from afar. She saw something that she would never forget for the rest of her life. That stubborn and arrogant figure, Yi Qingyu's holy halo, Yi Qinghan's 2 dazzling lights, and the shocking slash that killed Yi Rong. She had always admired Yi Dao. She believed that Yi Dao was a real man. Therefore, she sympathized and took care of Yi Qinghan. She also helped Yi Qinghan suppress Yi Qingquang in the War Beast Academy. She didn't expect that in less than 2 months, the shy young man with a poor memory had grown to such an extent. She had always wanted to save Yi Qinghan. There were several times when she wanted to rush into the battlefield. However, her rationality won over her emotions in the end. She knew that Yi Qinghan had killed Yi Qingxia, killed Yi Bao, crippled Yi Qingquang, and now killed Yi Rong. That delicate young man would probably not be able to escape today. Even if the clan's Grand Supreme Elder Yi Qingniu, her grandfather, came, things would probably not change. She sighed in her heart. She felt some pain and some indescribable emotions. Until she received a transmission. It was from Elder Whitebeard Tian Qing. He told her to immediately send a message to his grandfather. He would take charge of everything. She was wild with joy. She immediately crushed the life-saving transmission jade talisman that her grandfather had personally given her. At the same time, she ran toward the battlefield. As she ran, she said in her heart, Yi Qinghan, you must hold on. My grandfather will be here soon. There will definitely be a turn for the better. Hold on. Yi Qinghan also wanted to hold on, but he really couldn't. His body was too weak. His left leg trembled and went limp. He slowly knelt on one knee and hurriedly placed his left hand on the ground to support his body so that he wouldn't fall. Although his head was still held high, the sadness in his eyes couldn't hide his weakness and powerlessness. Yi Jian, don't do it. Big brother, wait. Yi Tianqing's drooping eyelids suddenly moved. A glimmer of light shone in them. He turned his head and shouted at Yi Jian, who was beside him. Yi Chang also shouted at the first instance. However, before they could shout, a huge golden sword had already left their bodies. With the whistling of the wind, it slashed down toward the half-kneeling Yi Qinghan with great momentum. Too late. Yi Jian smiled coldly, revealing his white teeth. Chapter 42. Buzz. At that moment, just as the huge golden sword descended from the sky and slashed towards Yi Qinghan with unparalleled momentum and oppression, a ray of light shone from the back mountain of the west courtyard of the Yi family castle. A ray of green light quickly formed a huge shield of light that enveloped the entire west courtyard in an instant. It was as if a transparent green pot lid had fallen from the sky and covered the entire west courtyard. Then, an incomparably domineering roar rang out. Who dares to hurt my precious granddaughter? Hearing this voice, everyone in the Garden of Enchantment was shocked and looked towards the back mountain in fear. But what was even more frightening was that none of them could move, not even a finger or a neck. Time seemed to have frozen at that moment in the west courtyard. The sleeves of the elders who had flown into the sky had stopped moving. Elder Tianqing's white beard was still slightly raised. Yi Qingwu was still running. Yi Jian was still baring his white teeth. Yi Qinghan was still kneeling on one knee. The huge sword in the air was still carrying an incomparably ferocious momentum, but it had stopped right above Yi Qinghan's forehead. Everything seemed to have frozen along with the green light. Saint Domain. The same word came to the elders' minds at the same time. The unique, nature-defying ability of the Saint Realm, the Saint Domain. Although Yi Jian was still baring his white teeth and laughing coldly, he felt a wave of bitterness and regret in his heart. He had clearly sealed off the back mountain. As long as no one went to touch the restriction, no matter how many people died on the Yi family's side, no matter how fiercely they fought, the people in the back mountain would not know. But he had missed one point. He had missed out on Yi Qingniu's granddaughter, Yi Qingwu. Yi Qingniu doted on Yi Qingwu so much, how could he not have left something for her? Yi Chang and Yi Tianqing, but Yi Tianqing were delighted at the same time. Although he couldn't move his body, his brain was working quickly. Yi Chang was thinking about how to use this matter to deal a heavy blow to Yi Jian, while Tianqing and Yi Tianqing were thinking about how to plead with the clan leader to protect Yi Qinghan. Bang! Just as everyone was making their own plans, a green figure shot out from the back of the mountain like a meteor. At the same time, two figures, one yellow and one white, also rushed over. Humph! The green figure descended first. It was an old man in a green robe. The old man's face was ordinary, and his facial features were very regular. However, his eyes seemed to be a little bigger and bulging, which made him exude a brutal and domineering aura. The moment the green-robed old man landed on the ground, he let out a loud snort. He did not look at the crowd, but he nervously looked at Yi Qingwu. It was as if he was checking to see if his precious granddaughter was missing a hair or injured. Bang! The black and white figures also landed slowly. They looked at the chaotic enchanted garden, at Yi Rong, who was clutching his neck and dying with his eyes wide open, and at the huge golden sword in the air. The black-robed old man frowned slightly. With a casual wave of his hand, he gently dispersed the huge golden sword that Yi Jian had formed with all of his battle qi. He calmly said, "Qingniu, deactivate the domain." Seeing that his granddaughter was fine, Yi Qingniu relaxed. With a wave of his hand, he deactivated the domain and began to look around curiously. There seemed to be a great battle here. Why was there an aura of divine power? Yi Qingniu seemed to feel that something very interesting must have happened today as he stared at the cold and arrogant youth with his head held high. He hurriedly began to converse with Yi Qingwu in a low voice. Whoosh, whoosh. When the elders in the air saw Yi Qingniu deactivate the domain, they hurriedly descended and knelt on one knee with the four people in the field. They loudly said, "Greetings to the clan leader and the two grand elders." Yi Tianlong said calmly. Although he just stood there quietly without releasing any battle qi or pressure, the others still felt that the black figure was as heavy as a mountain, which made them feel a bit depressed unconsciously. Yi Tianlong indifferently glanced at the crowd. He looked at Yi Rong who had died tragically, looked at Yi Qinghan who remained calm under the huge sword, and finally looked at Yi Qingyu who was dressed in white and had snow-white hair as if she was sleeping peacefully. Yi Tianlong's expression finally changed a little. He said with a little anger, "Who is that woman?" Everyone was silent. Ever since Yi Tianlong arrived, they had been thinking about how to explain what had just happened to the patriarch. They were all waiting to suffer the patriarch's anger, but they didn't expect that the first thing Yi Tianlong asked was who the woman was. For a moment, they didn't know how to answer. "Her name is Yi Qingyu. She is my younger sister. She is already dead." Right when the elders were about to give a proper explanation, a cold voice resounded. When Yi Tianlong heard the answer, he slowly turned around. Looking at this black-clothed, bloodied, and cold-looking young man, he felt that he looked quite familiar. He frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Yi Qinghan seemed to have heard a very funny joke. He wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he slowly stood up with trembling legs. "My name is Yi Qinghan, Yi Dao's son. I used to be your grandson, but not anymore." Yi Dao's son? Hearing the name Yi Dao, Yi Tianlong frowned even more. He waved his hand, signaling the elders behind him to shut up. He continued to ask in a deep voice, "Why was he before, but not now? Also, why did they want to kill you?" Looking at Yi Tianlong's vaguely familiar yet foreign face, Yi Qinghan laughed self-deprecatingly. "Why not? Because I don't want to be your grandson anymore, because I don't want to be surnamed Yi. As for why they wanted to kill me, it's very simple. Today, I killed a lot of people. I killed Yi Bao, killed a core disciple, Yi Qingxie, crippled the clan's eldest young master, Yi Qingquang, who had cultivated for over 20 years, and killed elder Yi Rong. I even wanted to kill Yi Jian." Wow! Yi Qingniu and the white-clothed Grand Supreme Elder Yi Baihu revealed expressions of disbelief as they looked at the young man, who was trembling even as he stood. Had Yi Dao's son become so fierce? Last year, when they came out of closed-door training, they heard that this young man was a cultivation trash who could even summon a beast. Yi Qingxie and Yi Qingquang were both juniors. Although it was a little strange that Yi Qinghan could kill and cripple them, it was still acceptable. However, Yi Rong was an Emperor realm expert. How could he kill him so easily? However, when they looked at the white-clothed, white-haired girl behind Yi Qinghan, they seemed to have guessed something. The two of them remained silent, waiting for the young man to reveal the mystery. "I didn't expect Yi Dao's son to be even fiercer than him. His temper is also the same." Yi Qingniu sighed inwardly, as if thinking of that peerless genius from more than 10 years ago. "Why did you kill them? Don't you know that the clan has rules, a punishment hall, and an elder hall?" Although Yi Tianlong had guessed some of it, he was still shocked by Yi Qinghan's words. However, he still maintained an indifferent expression on his face. "Ha!" Yi Qinghan suddenly laughed out loud. After hearing 2 super jokes in a row, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. However, the desolation and mockery in his laughter were not concealed at all. He coldly swept his gaze over the elders behind Yi Tianlong. "Clan rules, *T clan rules. Punishment hall?" The vice elder of the punishment hall was lying on the ground. As for the elder hall, it was a pile of dog shit. "Yi Tianlong, have you gone senile? If the elder hall of the punishment hall had a use for me, would I risk my life to kill them? Brat, how dare you? Yi Qinghan, how dare you be so rude to the clan leader? You deserve to die 10,000 times. Father, Yi Qinghan has gone crazy. Let me clean up this scum of the clan." Yi Qinghan's angry words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone. In an instant, countless people trembled as they pointed at the arrogant young man and loudly cursed him. Yi Jian was even more agitated. He leaped into the air, his palm turned into a claw, and directly grabbed at Yi Qinghan's neck. Bang! Yi Tianlong waved his hand lightly, and an invisible force suddenly hit Yi Jian's chest, causing Yi Jian to fall back. Yi Tianlong turned around and coldly looked at Yi Jian, who was clutching his chest, and the countless elders who were cursing at Yi Qinghan. He said expressionlessly, "Baihu, before this matter is clear, whoever makes a sound or tries anything funny, arrest them all. All of you, shut up." If the clan leader doesn't ask, no one is allowed to speak. The eyes of the white-robed elder, Yi Baihu, flashed as he felt the complexity of the situation. Yi Tianlong nodded, turned around, and looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing quietly at the side, thinking about something. He said lightly, "Carry your sister and follow me to the punishment hall. I will give you an explanation." Of course, you need to give me an explanation as well. Chapter 43. Take your sister and follow me to the torture chamber. I'll give you an explanation. Of course, you need to give me one as well. Yi Tianlong's words had broken his image in front of the public. Yi Tianlong had always been serious, old-fashioned, and stubborn. Not to mention the Yi family's castle, it was also well known in the House of Aries. Yi Dao was a genius in the past. If it were any other family, they would definitely treat him like a treasure. In the past, Yi Dao had rebelled many times and disobeyed the orders of the family. It was all because of Yi Tianlong's old-fashioned and stubborn attitude. In the end, Yi Dao brought a prostitute back and knelt in Yi Tianlong's dormitory for 3 days. But Yi Tianlong didn't completely agree to it. He just tacitly agreed and refused to admit it. Now, Yi Qinghan's son was even more arrogant than his father. He had killed many members of the family and even scolded Yi Tianlong as an old fool. If it was Yi Tianlong's temper in the past, he would have slapped him to death or at least sent him flying. But now, not only did Yi Tianlong not get angry, but he even said that he would give him an explanation. Explanation? Yi Qinghan shook his head and looked at the ground. The white-haired woman in white was sleeping soundly and peacefully. His face revealed a hint of heartbreak and death aura. Then, he said lightly, "She's already dead. I don't need your explanation. If you can kill someone or do something for me, I'll give you a satisfactory explanation. Say it." Yi Tianlong looked at the faint death aura on the youth's forehead. His expression was a bit solemn as he quickly said, "Help me kill the young patriarch of the Shui family, Shui Wuhan. Also, go to the West Mountain and help move my mother's grave so that my parents can be buried together." Yi Qinghan raised his head and said. Yi Tianlong pondered for a while and said lightly, "I promise you the latter. As for the former, you have to tell me what happened." Yi Qinghan's eyes were a bit gloomy. Yi Tianlong's straightforward answer had allowed him to fulfill his mother's last wish, which made him feel a bit gratified. He didn't want to say anything else, but in the end, he said, "My sister Yi Qingyu has a jade spirit body. Shui Wuhan was born with a pair of eyes, so he must have seen my sister's physique. So, he joined hands with Yi Qingquang and Yi Rong to kidnap her. Finally, my sister committed suicide by hitting the wall. I'm sure you can guess what happened next. I killed Yi Qingxia, who went to kidnap my sister, and interrogated him. Then I came here, crippled Yi Qingquang, and took him hostage. I wanted to lure you out, but the elders didn't agree. Then, I was ambushed by Yi Jian. My sister sacrificed her soul to save me. So, I got the combat power of an emperor for a short period of time. I killed Yi Rong and then you guys came. It's that simple." Yi Tianlong listened quietly with an expressionless face. However, the more he listened, the more he frowned. After listening, he didn't continue to ask. Instead, he tilted his head and sniffed. "Tianqing, is what he said true?" "Nonsense. It's all nonsense. Why would Qingquang and Yi Rong help an outsider to deal with a family member? Father, it must be because Yi Qinghan doesn't get along with them. He's just making excuses." Before Tianqing could say anything, Yi Jian spoke first. "Shut up. If you open your mouth again, I'll seal you." Yi Tianlong's expression finally became a little angry. It seemed that the family had become more and more chaotic because he had ignored the family's affairs for many years. He glanced at Yi Jian coldly with a gloomy expression and finally stopped at Yi Tianqing. "Patriarch, I came to the scene after Yi Qinghan disabled Qingquang. It was as he said. I don't know what happened before, but Elder Yi Quan just sent Yi Qingquang back for treatment. I think he's fine now." Yi Tianqing nodded and answered honestly. He paused for a moment and looked at Yi Qinghan in front of him. Then, he solemnly said, "Patriarch, I still have an important matter to report. It concerns the rise and fall of the clan. Yi Quan, go and bring Yi Qingquang here." Yi Tianlong waved his hand at one of the elders kneeling beside Yi Qingniu. He sensed that Yi Tianqing's tone had clearly become more serious, and he could not help but feel somewhat surprised. He said, "Tianqing, if you have something to say, just say it. It's about the rise and fall of the family." Yi Baihu and Yi Qingniu were obviously attracted by Tianqing's words. Was the riddle about to be solved? They couldn't help but listen with great interest. "I beg you, Patriarch, to pardon Yi Qinghan for all his crimes." Tianqing's first sentence caused an uproar. Yi Qinghan had killed 3 people and disabled 1 today. One of them was an elder of the family, an emperor realm expert. The one who was disabled was the young master of the family, a core disciple of the family, and the future heir of the family. He actually said that he wanted to pardon him? Even if the 3 people who were disabled were at fault, they didn't deserve to die. Reason? Yi Tianlong said faintly. He could vaguely guess many things. He wanted to do some things, but he needed a reason. The Yi family also needed a reason. Tianqing's eyes were slightly excited. He glanced at Yi Qinghan, who was still standing proudly and not moved by his words, and said, "Because Yi Qinghan might have an extremely powerful battle beast. It's at least a peak 8th rank beast, and it might even be a holy beast, or, even higher." What? What? Oh my God. Countless exclamations sounded. Yi Tianlong, Yi Qingniu, and Yi Baihu cried out at the same time. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan passionately. It was like a group of men who had been in the army for many years suddenly saw a naked beauty. Moreover, according to my deduction, Yi Qinghan also obtained a heaven-defying combination combat technique that can instantly kill opponents of the same rank as him. Yi Rong died under this technique. Tianqing continued, throwing out a bomb that made everyone's soul tremble. Silence, dead silence. The entire place was silent, a deathly stillness. They silently pondered over the deep meaning contained within these 2 sentences. Holy beast. It was even higher than a holy beast. Combination combat technique, a heaven-defying technique that could instantly kill opponents of the same rank as him. Everything was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's heart, making them palpitate and tremble. Is what he said true? Yi Tianlong's tone was still calm, but his hands hidden in his sleeves were faintly trembling, betraying his inner thoughts. Whether it's true or not has nothing to do with you. From the moment my sister's soul was sacrificed, I told myself that I'm no longer a member of the Yi family, and even in death, I won't be a ghost of the Yi family. Yi family. I no longer have any attachment to them. Yi Qinghan lowered his gaze and looked at Yi Qingyu on the ground. After a long time, when Yi Tianlong couldn't wait to ask again, he spoke indifferently. His voice was cold, without a trace of anger. Ah. Everyone in Yi Tianlong didn't expect to receive such an answer. They were all choked by Yi Qinghan's words and didn't know how to respond. There was another period of silence. After a while, Yi Tianlong sighed and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't recognize this family. It doesn't matter if you don't recognize me as your grandfather. I don't blame you. I just want to ask you, is what Tianqing said true?" Hearing Yi Tianlong's slightly guilty tone and indirectly admitting his mistake, Yi Qinghan finally lifted his lowered gaze and said simply, "More or less." Wow. After receiving Yi Qinghan's confirmation, countless people's emotions surged with complicated emotions. That was a holy beast. How many holy beasts had appeared in the Yi family's thousands of years of history? None. Only one. Only Yi Ruoshui's ancestor had one. However, this holy beast had indeed brought the Yi family hundreds of years of glory and prosperity. Not only did this kid have a holy beast, but he also had a heaven-defying combination combat technique. Trash, you bunch of trash. Just as everyone was silently pondering, Yi Qingniu, who was standing to the side, had already bulged his big eyes and pointed at the elders as he scolded, did all of you War Beast Hall elders grow up eating shit? Why didn't you report such a big matter? Now that such a situation has occurred, how do you think we should clean it up? After scolding the elders, Yi Qingmyo didn't wait for them to explain. He waved his hand and quickly hid the anger on his face. He turned his head and smiled wretchedly. Kid, you're Yi Qinghan, right? That Shui Wuhan you mentioned, I'll help you kill him. If you follow me in the future, I promise you that you can do whatever you want in the House of Aries. How about it? Also, you don't have to hide anything. Give me a definite answer. Don't say things like, not much, I don't like it. Looking at Yi Qingmyo, who was smiling wretchedly in front of him, and then at the worried expression on Yi Qingwu's face in the distance, Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment, but still said indifferently, Holy Beast Soul Devouring Beast, Combination Combat Technique, Soul Dizziness, Instant Kill of the same level. Also, thank you, Senior and Yi Qingwu, for your good intentions, but I don't think I need it. Yi Tianlong looked worriedly at Yi Qingmyo, and Yi Baihu, who was beside him, also twitched the corner of his mouth. Yi Tianqing, Yi Tianqing, and Yi Chang stood up anxiously. They all understood the meaning of death in this youth's words and became terrified, their eyes filled with anxiety and regret. Everyone fell silent, but Yi Qingwu, who was beside Yi Qingmyo, shouted excitedly, Yi Qinghan, don't do anything stupid. It's better to live a bad life than to die a good death. You're so young, you still have a bigger stage, you still have, no. Yi Qinghan interrupted Yi Qingwu and looked at her pure and beautiful face. He shook his head and said indifferently, no, I have nothing, nothing. My father is dead, my mother is dead, and now my little sister is also dead. What am I living for? Who else can I live for? Perhaps I shouldn't have come to this world, this place doesn't belong to me. The more Yi Qinghan spoke, the more desolate and heartbroken he became. He knelt weakly in front of Yi Qingyu and stared at his little sister's pale face, snow-white hair, and the bright red drops of blood at the edge of her white clothes. He stretched out his hands and caressed his little sister's face. He thought back to the words his little sister had said before she sacrificed herself, and softly murmured, Qingyu, in my next life, I will definitely marry you, I will definitely marry you, I said I would give you an explanation. Yi Qinghan took one last look at Yi Tianlong, then slowly pulled out the black dagger that was hanging from his calf. Everyone felt extremely complicated, but they did not stop him, nor did they have any way to stop him. If a person's heart was dead, who could save him?